Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was the Secret Unsung Hero and Most Powerful One Part 1. Before we start, please go support cismomusic for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. It's about the story of a green-haired boy who is a hero without being known by others, a hero who doesn't seek fame or anything like that. Chapter 01. I Am Also a Hero. We can see how a certain freckled man of about 23 years old was shopping in a small supermarket near his apartment. He was wearing a red sweatshirt with black letters, military-colored jeans, and red tennis shoes. Izuku, while handing the money to the cashier who was serving him, would say, "Here you go." The girl with a beautiful smile would say, "Thank you so much. I hope to see you soon, Izuku-san." Izuku with a calm and carefree face replied, "Don't worry, this is my favorite supermarket. I will always come here to shop." After saying that, he came out with 2 bags in his hands. The day was cloudy, and from time to time a cold breeze blew. He was passing by a store where they sold televisions. The freckled man stopped to see what they were broadcasting. Since the news was going around how the hero Creati, with the help of an ashy blonde hero, had saved the lives of 70 people who almost died after a fire in one of the buildings in the downtown area. A reporter showed the creative hero greeting everyone with a beautiful smile. Without realizing it, a small group of people had gathered at his side to witness the news. A man of about 32 years old noticed how the green-haired man was staring at the news, and he would say, "Don't you think those heroes were awesome, boy?" Izuku looked at the man and nonchalantly replied, "Oh yeah, of course." He walked on, summarizing his path, while in his thoughts he said to himself, "Maybe I'll buy one of those TVs later. It has very good image quality." Clearly that man had the wrong idea when he thought that the freckled boy was watching the news because of the hero's feat. It was quite the opposite, since Izuku was focused on the quality of the image they were showing. He hadn't even paid attention to what the reporter was saying or anything like that. Our green-haired boy walked around quite calmly and relaxed, living a carefree life, without problems or anything like that. Arriving at his apartment, he placed the bags on his small kitchen counter, sighing and saying, "I'm home now, Komosuk." A small black cat approached him while looking at him with its head tilted. Izuku leaned down and petted him behind his ears, feeling the purr he produced. "I guess today will be a pretty quiet day. I hope you've taken good care of our apartment, Komosuk." Meow. That's what the cute animal said, while looking at his empty food plate. Izuku, yes, I bought you your food," he said while taking out a can of cat food. The cat opened the can to let its contents fall onto the plate. "Izuku, ready, you can eat now." He just stood there watching as his cat happily ate his food. Izuku put on a kitchen apron to start preparing his lunch. After half an hour, he sat down ready to eat the curry rice he had prepared. As always, he gave thanks for the food and began to eat calmly, while watching television. The recent feat of the heroes was being broadcast on all channels. "Izuku, gosh, I guess I have no choice but to watch this," he said while continuing to eat. He looked sideways as his cat Komosuk slept peacefully on his futon. "Izuku, gosh, you're already sleeping again. What a life you have." After finishing eating, he washed the dishes and then lay down on his futon, petting his cat while grabbing a manga to read. On the cover of the manga there was the image of Merlin from the 7 Deadly Sins. Indeed, the green-haired man was reading the Nanatsu no Taizai manga. After finishing reading it, I would say, "Wow, that was good. Now I'll have to wait until next week to find out how the fight against the commandments ends." He looked at the sky, somewhat bored, saying, "Will I have to go to work today? She hasn't told me yet." At that point his phone rang, indicating that he had 2 messages. Without thinking, he opened the messages and saw that his boss had told him that today he had to work the night shift. Izuku simply responded with, "Okay," and nothing else, then closed his eyes and took a short nap. The hours passed relatively normally. There were 10 minutes left until 7 in the evening. Izuku was about to leave his apartment. He turned around, seeing his cat, saying, I'll be back a little late. Take care of the apartment for me, Komosuke. That tender animal would only say, meow, while licking his front paw. Yusuke left his apartment, locking the door, and then went down the stairs to go to his part-time job. He walked at a calm and carefree pace, as he still had 10 minutes to go before he got to work. Those 10 minutes were more than enough, since it was not that far from the area where I lived. After about 8 minutes he arrived at the place with 2 minutes to spare. His boss looked at him and said, "Hey, you know you have to be here 10 minutes early, right?" "Izuku, it's not like I was late," he replied without showing any expression. The boss of the place was a beautiful albino with crimson red eyes. She was about 20 years old, being younger than the freckled man. "Lisha, gosh, I still don't know how come I didn't say goodbye to you until now," Izuku would quietly say. "I'm the only one who puts up with your tantrums because of that." These words were heard by the albino, who sent him over the head with a spatula. "Lisha, if you don't want me to kick you out, go do your job. And I don't throw tantrums," she said with a cute pout. "Izuku, yes, whatever you say," he replied as he went to put on his waiter's suit to start his job. He worked in a small food place. It was a little smaller than a restaurant, but it was quite famous in the city, so much so that sometimes some heroes would go to eat there. At night the place was filled with more people than usual, both older and younger people. Izuku was waiting tables with his coworker Asumi, a 19-year-old girl with brown hair and dark blue eyes. The two didn't have a good relationship. Asumi didn't like working with the freckled boy, and the green-haired boy, well, he just ignored her. All the customers looked in amazement at the freckled man as he carried a plate on his head. His 2 arms were extended with 3 plates in each arm. He distributed the orders in this way, serving several tables in the process, beating Asumi. Everyone looked at him for the balance he had to not turn things over. The freckled boy always showed a relaxed and carefree expression at all times. At that moment the door of the place opened, revealing 3 professional heroes well known to the people. These were Nijire-chan, Lemillion and Suneater, but all 3 were in their civilian forms. The 3 friends sat at the table. Asumi couldn't help but felt excited when she saw them, because she greatly admired the hero Nijire-chan. She wanted to serve them personally, but when she realized, the green-haired man was already in front of their table. Once again he had beaten the opportunity. "Izuku, good evening, I'm here to take your orders." "What do you want to order?" "Sorry. Can you stop touching my cheek with your finger?" he said while looking at the light blue-haired girl at his side, touching her cheek with her index finger. "Nijire, hey, why didn't you work this morning? I didn't see you when we came here for lunch." "Izuku, well, because they changed my shift, that's all," he replied without showing any expression. Nijire stared into his eyes. Izuku looked at Mirio and Tamaki and asked, "Is she always this weird?" "Mirio, that's right," he responded with a big smile. "Izuku, I see." Nijire, hey, I'm not weird. You don't know who I am? Izuku, well, a weirdo, am I wrong? Nijire just puffed out her cheeks tenderly to say, I am the professional hero Nijire-chan. This is Lemillion, and the black-haired boy is Suneater, he said with a smile. Izuku, okay. So Elise, what are you going to ask for? Nijire, Nijiri. My name is Nijire no Elise. Izuku, okay. What are you going to order? He asked with a drop of sweat on his head. He took the order from the three boys, and then walked away from the table. Nijire just watched him walk away with a rather tender pout. Mirio, why are you so angry, Nijire? Nijire, well, he didn't recognize me. Every morning and at noon I come to this place with Ryukyu-san, and he always takes care of us. How is it possible that he doesn't even recognize me? Tamaki, he sees so many people every day, maybe he's not good at remembering faces. Nijire, do you think that's it? Asumi, who had been listening to the conversation while waiting on the opposite table, would say to herself. Of course not, he's just an idiot who doesn't pay attention to anyone most of the time. He always has that carefree face and… he's an idiot, Izuku entered the kitchen and then came out with the order of those three friends. He left the order saying, "Here's your order, Elise, Amo Boy and Lemon." "Mirio, it's Lemillion," he said with a drop of sweat on his head. "Tamaki, did you call me Emo?" "Nijire, I'm Nijire Baka." "Izuku, ah yes, I'm sorry." He turned around, leaving the big three with a drop of sweat. Izuku went to stand next to the checkout waiting for someone to place an order. Her boss was in charge of collecting everything, and when she saw him she would say, "It seems that Asumi is upset with you." "Izuku, oh, and why?" he asked without much interest. "Lisha, well, it seems that she wanted to serve the table of the three heroes and you beat her to it," he said while watching Asumi have a murderous aura as she looks at the freckled boy. "Izuku, but you told me that I had to be quick in serving customers." "Lisha, I know, but sometimes it would be better if you tried to read the room," Izuku with a powerful face would say. "Okay." While thinking, "I must have left some food for Komosuke." "Lisha, by the way, Izuku, why did you want this job? From what I can see, it doesn't fit your personality. Plus I know there are better jobs out there if you look." "Izuku, because the pay here isn't that bad and it's close to my apartment." "Lisha, Jay, just for that?" "Izuku, yes." "Lisha, I see. I thought there was another reason you were here. Maybe F for a girl," she said while playing with her lock of hair tenderly, showing a slight pink tint on her cheeks. "Izuku, and not at all. Well, you were the only one who took me for the job. The other places just said no." Lisha, somewhat disappointed, would say, "I see, I thought maybe someone you worked liked here." "Izuku, not at all," he replied with a poker face. Several customers started asking for the bill, so Izuku returned to his work. So the hours passed until it was time to close the place, 10 minutes to midnight. Lisha looked at her cooks and waiters saying, "Good job today, guys. As you know, today is payday." She began to give each employee an envelope with their pay. Izuku, upon receiving the envelope, thought, "Great, now I can buy new mages and food for Komosuke." The workers gradually began to leave the premises, saying goodbye to their boss. Asumi left with them, leaving Izuku and Lisha alone. They were the last to leave. They both walked together as their house was almost in the same area. Silence reigned between the two. Lisha looked sideways at Izuku, who had his hands in his pockets with his usual carefree look. The albino girl approached him slightly to walk a little closer to him. Izuku didn't notice this as he was wondering if Komosuke was awake or sleeping. "Lisha, Izuku, can I ask you something?" Izuku, "Oh yeah, of course." "Lisha, besides working at my store, what else do you do? Don't you have any other job apart from this one or something?" Izuku, "Well, even if you don't believe it, I'm also a hero." "Lisha, really? Are you a hero?" she asked while looking him up and down, since he didn't look like a hero. Izuku, "Yes, I am." "Lisha, what is your hero name?" Izuku, I don't have a name, I'm fine with you calling me Izuku," he replied calmly. "Lisha, huh? Don't you have a name? So if you're a hero, why have I never heard of you? I even know heroes who are very few known by people. But I never heard anything from you. Why?" Izuku, "Well, that's easy. I save people, I don't go around shouting it from the rooftops so people praise my actions or anything like that. Plus I prefer being unknown than being surrounded by admirers and stuff like that. It's just not my thing. I prefer to go unnoticed by people." Lisha didn't know whether to believe him. She came to the conclusion that he was saying those things to sound interesting to her. She gave a slight smile, saying, "I see, Hero Izuku, then I will be your first admirer," he said while touching his green curls. Izuku had a drop of sweat on his head. He would say, "Hey, leave my hair alone." They both reached a point where they had to say goodbye. Lisha looked at him, and with a tender smile she would say, "Well, see you tomorrow, my hero Izuku," he said with a laugh. "Izuku, see you tomorrow, boss. Oh, and by the way, don't stay up until dawn, children need to sleep well. Lisha in her chibi version would say, I'm not a girl. I'm 20 years old baka. Izuku, yes, whatever you say, he said with his poker face. He turned around and continued on his way until he reached his apartment. When he opened the door, he could see Komosuke sitting there waiting to receive him. The freckled man gave a slight smile, saying, I'm home now, Komosuke. He carried his pet in his arms, while caring for him behind his ear. Izuku went to take a bath to relax his body and then go to bed to sleep. The next day, the freckled man got up at 7 o'clock to start his daily routine. As usual, I did a couple of stretches to start the day. After a few minutes, he was dressed in sportswear. After leaving his food for Komosuke, he left his apartment. We can see how after about 10 minutes the freckled boy was running along a road, on the side of which there was a huge beach that allowed us to see the beautiful sea. Izuku went out for a run every day. He had already run a distance of about 8 kilometers without stopping. He didn't seem tired at all. It was the opposite. Next to him he passed a red car, in which sat a spoiled rich daddy's boy accompanied by a blonde girl with short hair down to her shoulders and beautiful emerald eyes. The subject, seeing the freckled man running, lowered the window of his car arrogantly and said to him, Hey buddy, I see you're running at a very fast pace. How about we have a race? If you are faster than my car, I will pay you 40,000 yen. He said as he took out the wad of bills. The blonde girl would say, Honey, but if he loses, he'll have to pay you the same amount, and I don't think someone like him has that amount. Izuku had a vein of irritation on his face. Subject, don't worry honey, he won't be able to beat me, plus it's a good opportunity to test out my new sports car. Clearly that guy just wanted to show off what he had to look good to that girl. Subject, but since I'm very generous, I'll give you a head start. We'll run to the gas station, which is about 5 kilometers from here. I'll give you a head start of about 2 kilometers, and then I'll start my car. What are you saying? Izuku gave a slight smile, saying, Okay, I accept. The first one to arrive at the gas station will win, right? Subject, that's right. Izuku, okay. So let's get started. The green-haired man put on a serious look and ran off at an inhuman speed, so much so that he had left a large mark at his starting point. Both the guy and the girl were left with their eyes wide open. He immediately accelerated to try to catch up. A few minutes later, we can see how Izuku walked with that wad of bills in his shirt pocket, while behind him was that guy kneeling on the ground crying for having been humiliated. The blonde girl was comforting him. Izuku, as he walked away from them, had a slight smile. Izuku with a poker face would say, Great, easy money. After several minutes he arrived at his apartment where he tied a banana and then took a shower. While in the center of the city, we can see how the hero, Red Riot, was brutally embedded in the ground. He was unconscious. While in front of him was a beast of about 2 meters and 70 centimeters, he had a head like a bird, while leaving part of his brain visible. His right arm was deformed. To give you an idea, this is how the deformed right arm of the fusion of Black and Zamasu is. His other arm had thorns coming out of it, and 2 enormous bat-like wings came out of his back. Behind him was a certain pink-skinned and haired heroine pinned against the vehicle. Her condition was serious. Several meters away from that creature was a black-haired girl who was breathing heavily. While she was pressing on her abdomen because she had a serious wound, she was losing blood quite quickly. Momo, how is it possible that a Nomu exists? If All for One and that doctor were defeated by All Might and our class. The brunette began to cough up blood, while she glanced sideways at an albino who was unable to move from fear. Momo, escape from here, or that beast will kill you. She knelt on the ground as her vision blurred, then fell unconscious. That albino girl moved as best she could to try to help the brunette. That beast walked towards them, at the same time that her body was growing until it had a colossal size, becoming more and more deformed. He got in front of the 2 girls. The albino girl, without letting go of the black-haired girl, screamed for help while closing her eyes. Seeing how that creature raised its enormous foot to crush them, the Nomus slammed his foot down quite hard. creating a large curtain of dust. He lifted his foot but did not see the two girls. That albino had her eyes closed, but when she saw that nothing was happening, she opened her eyes and saw that she was in another place with the black-haired girl. In front of her was a person with green hair with his back to her, wearing a white cape and a green suit. This person would say, "I'll take care of the rest, boss." He looked at her from the corner of his eye with a slight smile. That albino, seeing those eyes and that hair, opened his eyes wide, watching as he walked away from them. The Nomu, seeing the green-haired man, gave a big smile as he launched himself at him at high speed. He clenched his deformed fist to crush him with a single blow. Izuku with a poker face extended his fist, hitting the Nomu in the chest, saying, "Normal hit." Lisha watched in astonishment as the beast was torn apart in a single blow. The only thing left of it were its legs, as the rest had been scattered in small pieces across the land. Izuku knelt down, saying, "Again finished with a single blow. Curse." That albino remembered the freckled man's words. "Believe it or not, I'm a hero too." Those words were now clearer than water. All she could do now was see the hero who saved her from dying kneeling on the ground. Izuku stood up, watching several heroes and police officers coming from afar. "Izuku, oh, I better go. The heroes are coming. See you later at work, boss," he said as he ran away at high speed, not giving the albino time to thank him for saving her. She still couldn't believe what she had seen, how the green-haired man she saw every day had defeated that beast with a single blow as if it were nothing. Even though he didn't have a great physique, he still finished it like it was nothing. But now her heart felt a wave of feelings that she couldn't control. While with Izuku she had already moved away from the entire area, now she was walking towards her apartment quietly while thinking, "I wonder if I'll get a raise now that I saved her." Behind him were several thieves and villains with powerful quirks stacked on top of each other, because they had had the bad luck of having run into that green-haired man, that hero who did not seek to be recognized or anything like that. With that hero who practiced his profession without seeking or receiving anything in return, without the need to compete for something stupid like some rookie heroes did. Chapter 02: The New Order. The police and the heroes arrived where the albino girl was, finding that scene. They quickly called an ambulance for the heroine Creati. The heroes asked the albino who had defeated the subject. Lisha would just say, "I, to tell the truth, don't know. I simply closed my eyes expecting the worst, and when I opened them, that beast had already been defeated. In the distance I could only see a person walking away. I couldn't make him out since he was too far away." The heroes understood that. They also took her to the hospital to be checked, regardless of the fact that they were still following their prototypes. While Lisha was riding in an ambulance, she could only think about that green-haired man who had saved her. More precisely in the words that he had said to her before. "I'd rather be unknown than surrounded by admirers and stuff like that. It's just not my thing. I prefer to go unnoticed by people." Those words were the reason why the albino did not tell the heroes the truth about who the hero who had saved her was. She just put both hands on her chest, and with a slight smile calmed her heartbeat. While Endeavor and several heroes surveyed the damage in the city, Hawks just stared at the remains of that creature, while he could only think, "This situation is similar to the monster that attacked weeks ago, both ended this way. I wonder who will have the strength to finish off this beast and leave it like this." The red-winged hero was brought out of his thoughts by a certain heroine who could grow into a giant. "Empty lady, hey Hawks, check this out," he said while in his giant form he pointed at the windows of the nearby buildings, which were all cracked. The slightest touch would cause them to fall apart into pieces. Hawks rose up, seeing them closely to look again at the remains of that beast. He could only say, "Apparently the windows were hit by a strong air pressure, which was expelled after hitting the beast. Or so I came to theorize. Empty lady, but it would have had to have been a pretty strong air pressure." "Hawks, I know," he said while looking at how the nearby buildings were affected in the same way. At that moment, his phone rang. Hawks could see that it was a call from his superiors, so he immediately answered. Upon hearing his superiors tell him, He opened his eyes slightly surprised. After ending the call, he put his phone away and then looked at Endeavor, MT Lady, and the other heroes who were there. Hawks put on a serious look, saying, "Government executives are going to hold a meeting where they will require the presence of all the city's heroes." MT Lady and Endeavor could tell the degree of seriousness in the hero's voice, so they just agreed slightly. After an hour, we can see how in a large room, all the heroes were gathered. There were also the recent hero graduates of UA, students who belonged to Class A and B. 3 of them were not there as they were in the hospital due to the recent attack. Note: to give you an idea, the room was like the one shown in Shimatsu no Valkyrie, when all the gods were gathered to decide the future of humanity. End of note. Hawks was sitting relaxed next to Mirko, who had an annoyed face, as she had been waiting for almost an hour. Mirko: "Hey Hawks, do you really not know what we were all summoned here for?" Hawks: "All I know is that there will be executive changes, so everything will change. You'll soon know better what I mean." Mirko: "TCH, you're still as useless as ever." Hawks: "Hey, you hurt my heart." Mirko: "Right now I could be kicking some villains' asses. Instead I'm just wasting my time in this place, surrounded by some weak heroes." Nijire was with her friends. Nijire: any I wonder. What did they call us for?" Mirio: "It must be for something important," he replied with a big smile. Ryuki was just watching as several heroes were gathered. At that, the door of the great room opened, revealing All Might, the #1 hero. He entered with a big smile and posing great respect. The blonde sat next to Aizawa, who was inside a sleeping bag. Clearly he was sleeping without giving importance to what was happening. Ryukyu in his thoughts would say, "For the #1 hero to have been called then. The situation is more serious than I thought." All Might, despite showing his smile, had a drop of sweat on his head. He would also say to himself, "It's a good thing I got there on time, otherwise I might have fallen asleep." The good thing is that the meeting has not started. At that, everyone saw how the doors of the room opened again, revealing 6 well-uniformed people, but one person stood out above the other 5. This was a beautiful brunette, with bright blue eyes, wearing an elegant and formal dress while maintaining a serious look, but she still looked really beautiful, so much so that she caught the attention of several heroes. Those 6 people sat in the center of the place, where there was a large table with 6 chairs. "Hawks, it looks like the new executives have arrived." That beautiful girl sat in the middle of the table, implying that she was the one with the most power in the place. In front of her was a special microphone for the situation. Within seconds the atmosphere became sharply tense. The brown-haired girl gave a slight smile, saying, "I apologize to everyone for having called you so urgently." That smile overshadowed the tension in the place. "I will formally introduce myself." That girl stood up, bowing slightly to everyone, saying, "My name is Lisbeth Necron. I am the president of the executives. Maybe many don't know it, but a few days ago my father, the president, died, so I took his place. But it is an honor to be able to be in the presence of all of you. Now I will be more direct with the matter. Recently our group has detected major anomalies coming from this city." She took out an artifact from the suitcase that was at her side, placing it on the table. Said device displayed a hologram large enough for everyone to see. "Lisbeth, as you can see in the hologram, I am showing you these beasts, who used to be people, and from one day to the next they became these monsters, some losing their reasoning and others undergoing various changes. We don't know the reason why they ended up here, but their rise is growing at an accelerated rate, from normal people to beasts with superhuman strengths and abilities other than quirks. Since several of these people were previously quirkless." At those words the heroes were impressed. Besides, she could not finish speaking as a strong tremor shook the entire city, alarming everyone in the place. That tremor lasted approximately 5 to 6 minutes. After calming down, that girl would say, "This is another thing I wanted to talk to you about." The hologram changed, showing a special image showing the continents. "Lisbeth, the tectonic plates of each continent have begun to attract each other, as if they were magnets. In other words, the continents are slowly coming together. Once they come together, it will be a supercontinent. These words left the heroes speechless. Lisbeth, yes, I know, this is not something easy to assimilate. Regarding the beasts that are appearing, I have decided to change the organization of the heroes. From today, their licenses will be of no use to them. I'll change the order of everything. We will evaluate their strength, agility, efficiency, the psychological state they are in, among other things, and in this way we will classify them by class and rank. Heroes who are rated as Class C and B mean that their strength and agility are not suitable to act under dangerous attacks. These heroes will deal with pickpockets, robberies, petty crimes such as gangs and common crimes. Those who are qualified as Class A means that they are capable of fighting threats that put the lives of many people at risk. These will face dangers that can destroy parts of the city. And finally, heroes who are classified as S-Class mean that their abilities are above other classes. These heroes will only be called upon when there is a danger that threatens to overthrow an entire city. As is the case with the villain known as Gigantomachia, who could easily destroy an entire city. We have already deployed several satellites and placed cameras throughout most of the city in order to inform the heroes when a threat appears and so they can act immediately. Our priority is the safety of people, which is why this new order is extremely necessary. We need to have strong heroes who are able to stop any threat that appears. If any of you do not agree with this, then you can leave the place. But I inform you now that your licenses will be disabled. Any heroic actions you perform will not be recognized or announced to the media. Your names will not appear on the list of the heroes of the association. At these words, the whole place fell silent again. Lisbeth, the academies, for their part, would continue to operate normally. Obviously, each one will receive a payment for their services. If you are classified as a C or B class hero, the more feats you perform, you will be able to move up in rank and even class. That will depend on each of you. Now, if anyone wants to comment or say something, please do so. And before some gentlemen ask, my answer is no. I don't have a boyfriend, nor am I interested in having a relationship at the moment. Several heroes remained silent as some were hoping to date that beauty. Lisbeth, well, if no one has anything to say, then I'll take it that everyone agrees with this new order. Now, if you are so kind, I will ask you to wait half an hour so that I can begin your exams immediately. Thank you for your time. I'm leaving for now. See you later, heroes. After saying that, the brown-haired girl left the room, leaving the other executives in charge of everything. While Izuku was lying down watching television, Komosuke was at his side sleeping peacefully. Izuku, maybe it's my imagination or what happened a few minutes ago was an earthquake. Well, that doesn't matter. I hope the place isn't packed tonight like it was yesterday. Most of all, I hope that weird little girl Elise isn't there, he said while watching Komosuke sleep. Well, I guess I'll take a nap after all. Chapter 03: The Classification of the Heroes. When he was about to close his eyes to take a little nap, he heard someone knock on the door of his apartment, which seemed quite strange to him. Well, he didn't have any friends. He knew people, but he couldn't say that he considered them friends. Izuku was quite reserved with his life. He liked to lead an ordinary, quiet life and above all without problems. The freckled boy stood up as he walked towards the door. Komosuke slightly opened his left eye watching the freckled boy walk away. He closed his eye again, summarizing his little nap. Izuku opened the door to find an albino woman he already knew. This one, without showing any emotion, would say, "Oh boss, it's you. What do you bring here?" Leisha somewhat nervously replied, "AWLI." She had her hands behind her back, hiding a bag with some things. Izuku just looked at her with his typical neutral expression. Seeing that his boss didn't respond, he just sighed a little, saying, "Boss, please come in, let's talk inside." "Leisha, is it okay for me to enter your apartment?" "It's just that I'm a girl and you're a boy." "What will those think?" "Izuku, I understand," he said as he closed the door, leaving Leisha outside. She knocked on the door comically, saying, "Okay, I'll go in, but open the door." Izuku opened the door again, turning his back, saying, "Hurry up and come in." Leisha, somewhat embarrassed, entered the freckled boy's apartment, since it was the first time she had entered a boy's house or apartment. Izuku sat on the floor in front of the small table he had, where his phone and some manga he had bought were. Leisha sat in front of him somewhat nervously. Izuku, well? What did you come for, boss? Leisha with a slight blush extended her hands with the bag. Izuku raised his left eyebrow quite confused, asking. And that bag? Leisha, well, I bought you something to tea. Thank you for saving me. You left the place without me being able to thank you. After all, if it weren't for you, she would have been killed by that beast. Izuku, so that's why you were here. He grabbed the bag, saying, I appreciate the gesture, but it was not necessary for you to buy me something. Besides, how did you know where I have lived? Don't tell me that. Are you some kind of stalker or something? He asked as he walked away from her. Leisha, oh, of course not, Baka. Don't you remember that when you started working at my store I asked you for your information? Izuku, to tell the truth, I don't remember. I was just wondering if I was doing the right thing by working there, that's all. Leisha wanted to hit him as a drop of sweat fell from her head. Izuku looked at what was inside the bag, noticing that it was a container of ice cream. Izuku, it's ice cream. Leisha, I didn't know which flavor was your favorite, so I bought the ones I thought you might like. Izuku, thank you. Leisha stood up, saying, Well, I'll be going now. I'm sorry for taking up your time. You're going to work later, right? Izuku, of course I'll go. If I don't go, you're going to deduct a day's work from my salary. Leisha just let out a small laugh at that and turned around to head towards the door, but the freckled man's voice stopped her. Izuku, boss, you bought too much ice cream. I won't be able to finish it alone. So you can stay and eat it with me. Leisha felt her heart race slightly at those words. She turned around to give him an answer. As she did, she could see how Izuku was already serving the ice cream in 2 bowls for both of them, without even giving her the chance to refuse. It wasn't like she was going to say no. After all, it was the perfect opportunity to get to know him a little better. Izuku, come sit down. Let's eat the ice cream before it melts. Leisha, gosh, I guess I'll keep you company. I responded to sit next to him and start eating. Izuku, you know, mint-shaved ice cream is my favorite, he said while eating the ice cream, which happened to be one of the treats that the albino had bought. She just gave a slight smile, saying, I guess I chose the right one. This one also began to eat, feeling a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Meanwhile, where the heroes were, we can see how they were in the place of the physical test. The tests consisted of lateral jumps for 30 seconds, 1,500-meter race, weightlifting, shot put, vertical jump, beating machine, and the last one consisted of defeating several robots by demonstrating the power of their quirks. Mirko was very excited about the tests. After the physical exam tests, they went to another room for the written exam, and then the psychological exam. After about 30 minutes, we could see a certain rabbit leaving the place with a big smile, and jumping around like a little girl, while Hawks walked beside her just looking at her. She was carrying a certificate in her hand that said, Professional Heroine, Mirko S. Class Rank 4. The rabbit had demonstrated her skill and strength, reaching 4th place in the highest class. Hawks, I see you're very happy, Mirko. Mirko, yes, I'm in a good mood today. Now let's go for some drinks, I'll treat you. Hawks, that's how it is said, we should celebrate that you were classified as an S-class hero. Mirko, by the way, Hawks, what class were you graded in? Hawks, oh well. He showed him his certificate, which said, Pro Hero, Hawks S-class rank 17. Mirko, wow, so you also managed to get into the S-class. All the more reason we should celebrate this. Both friends walked away from that place. After about 15 minutes, a certain ashy blonde came out, accompanied by Kaminari, who had a drop of sweat when he saw his angry partner, while he angrily grabbed his certificate. Kaminari, calm down, old man, remember that you can move up a class. Bakugo, those idiots don't know how to recognize the talent I have. Pro Hero, Katsuki Bakugo Class A Rank 13. Pro Hero, Denki Kaminari Class A Rank 20. Kaminari, I think you would have gotten into Class S if you hadn't mentioned in the written and psychological exam that you would kill anyone who got in your way. Plus you kept calling the executives extras. Bakugo, but those well-dressed useless people are extras. They continued on their way with Bakugo uttering curses in several languages. Inside, several heroes continued taking their exams. This new change motivated several to demonstrate their skills and strength. So much so that several gave their best to stay in Class A or S at least. We can see how All Might was in the bathrooms of the facility. He would be sitting on the toilet in his skeletal form, while looking at his certificate. Pro Hero, All Might S Class Rank 1. Being in his normal form, his suit is quite big on him. Tashinori, my time is getting shorter and shorter. As long as no one sees my true form, everything will be fine. Returning to our freckled boy, he was washing the containers in which they had eaten ice cream. When he finished doing so, he returned to where Lisha was and found her sleeping on her futon. The albino girl was tenderly hugging Komosuke while they slept peacefully. Izuku with his poker face would say, "Great, now I won't be able to sleep." He just sighed somewhat resignedly, approaching Lisha and covering her with a blanket. Izuku, apparently Komosuke liked him, he said while remembering the time he had met Komosuke. Flashback. One afternoon, our green-haired boy was returning from a run. He was passing through a small square, when as he was walking he heard a meow coming from behind a bush. Without thinking twice, he approached the place and found a box, where there was a small black kitten. Apparently it had been abandoned. That kitten, upon seeing the freckled boy, became aggressive, thinking that he was going to hurt him. Izuku tried to carry him, but that kitten scratched him countless times. Izuku, wow, he's aggressive. He looked around to see if he could find the owner, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anyone. Without thinking twice, he loaded the box with the kitten, giving a slight smile and saying, "So they abandoned you too? Well, there are two of us now, and as long as I'm here I won't allow you to be alone," he said as he began to walk away from the place with that kitten. From that day on, Izuku took care of Komosuke. At first, Komosuke was on the offensive with Izuku, but as the days went by, he got used to the freckled boy until he let him pet him and pick him up. 3 years passed in which Izuku and Komosuke were inseparable, since Komosuke always waited for him sitting in front of the door every time Izuku went out, and when he returned, the green-haired boy brought him food. End of flashback. The hours passed until 7 in the afternoon. Lisha woke up seeing that she was in Izuku's apartment. The albino was sad because she did not remember the moment when she had fallen asleep. She could notice how Komosuke was at her side washing his face with one of his little paws. When she saw the time on her phone, she became alarmed because it was already late and she had to be working. Without thinking, he stood up but saw a note on the table. The albino girl grabbed the note in her hands, looking at what he said. "Boss, don't worry, I'll take care of the place for you. You look very tired, that's why I didn't wake you up. Please take care of Komosuke until I return. Feel like you are in your own home." That's what it said in that note. Lisha just gave a slight smile with her cheeks flushed, saying, "Even with your carefree way you worried about me. Heavens, you're a fool." She brought her hands to her chest, saying, "I guess this is progress," he said while petting Komosuke, who was purring. While Izuku and Asumi were working at the store serving, Izuku told Asumi and the cooks that the boss was sick and that today the business depended on them. Everyone understood the situation, and each one gave their best to make their food establishment stand out. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "Great, they believed it." Asumi was in charge of the reception and payment register, while Izuku was in charge of serving all the tables. For Izuku, that day was a normal day like the others. As he finished serving the last table, he could see out of the corner of his eye how 3 people entered the place. The voice of one of them caught the attention of the freckled man, who, upon seeing her out of the corner of his eye, noticed that it was the girl Elise or something like that. According to him, her name was. This one in his thoughts would say, "Or not, she came today too." He saw how Asumi looked excitedly at the trio of friends, Without thinking, Izuku approached her saying, "Hey, Roast, let's change places." "Asumi, my name is Asumi, you idiot." Izuku, "Oh yeah, well. So we change places?" Asumi, somewhat angry, accepted because she could take care of Nijire-chan, since she admired her a lot. As she went to put on her waitress outfit, she thought, why did he want to change positions suddenly? Will I be tired? Either. I realized that I wanted to serve them and he did it for me? She gave a slight smile, saying, maybe he's not an idiot at all. Izuku at the reception would be in his chibi version saying, great, this way I won't have to deal with the weirdo. Nijire kept looking for the freckled boy with her gaze, hoping he would pay attention to them. But Asumi took her place. Nijire could notice how nervous she was when talking to her, so she quickly deduced that she was perhaps an admirer of hers. Izuku could see how Nijire stood up and shook Asumi's hand, who looked like she was going to faint from the excitement. He could only say, weirdos understand each other. The hours passed relatively normally until it was time to close the place. The cooks of the place prepared a good bit of food for Izuku to take to the boss, so that she would recover soon. Because everyone loved and appreciated her very much. Izuku could only take that bag of food. Asumi left with her companions, leaving him alone in the place. The freckled boy locked everything and began to head towards his house. While he walked, he thought, wow, the boss is very loved by his employees. Even though what I said was a lie, they worried a lot about her. I guess she is surrounded by good people. He stopped dead in his tracks, looking up at the sky, seeing the countless stars that adorned it. Izuku, the night is beautiful. In one part of the city, in the most prestigious building, staying in its suite was that beautiful brunette who was the current president among the executives of the new order. She was drinking a glass of champagne, while in front of her was a hologram of all the heroes who had been classified as S-class. Lisbeth, not finding the person she was looking for, walked to the balcony of the suite, looking at the illuminated city and saying, where are you? I thought I would find you among the heroes, but it was not so. With Izuku, he arrived at his apartment, opening the door saying, I'm home now, Komosuke. He watched as Leisha carried Komosuke in her arms and with an adorable smile said, welcome home, Izuku. Thank you for your great work. Izuku gave a slight smile when he saw her. Leisha had a white t-shirt that covered part of her thighs, leaving her legs exposed. Izuku, is that my shirt? Leisha, ah, why yes, well, since I didn't have any clothes to wear, I put on one of your shirts after taking a shower. Izuku, I see. Oh right, I brought dinner, he said, lifting the bag with food. Leisha, seeing this, put on a somewhat sad look saying, oh, that's good, but I had already prepared dinner. Izuku, seeing her, would say, I see. Thank goodness then. I'm very hungry today. Those words made the albino girl happy, who just smiled and said, come, I'll serve you dinner, he said while showing a beautiful smile. Chapter 04 Anomalies. The next day, Leisha woke up slowly, seeing how she was hugging Komosuke. A pleasant aroma reached her nose. Said aroma came from the kitchen. She only had a slight smile, remembering the warm dinner she had last night with the freckled man, and how he had let her stay overnight in her apartment. The albino could see that on the table there was a bag with a new toothbrush. Next to the bag there was a towel. Izuku peeked his head out of the kitchen. Seeing the albino awake, he would say, good morning, boss. On the table there is a toothbrush that I bought for you, and a towel to dry your face. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes. After saying that, he returned his gaze to the breakfast he was preparing. Leisha could feel the warmth in that environment. With that green-haired man saying good morning and preparing her breakfast, it seemed like a relationship, but they were just friends and nothing more. But still, she felt happy and comfortable with the environment. Izuku simply saw her as his boss and nothing more, since he was not one to have friends or consider people as friends so quickly. Leisha stood up saying, good morning, Izuku. And please don't call me boss, you can call me Leisha, at least when we're alone. Izuku from the kitchen replied, Understood, boss. Leisha only had a drop of sweat on her head, as it seemed that what he said went in one ear and out the other, but that was how he was, so she only smiled slightly, having become accustomed to that personality he displayed. After about 10 minutes the couple was eating. While watching television, Komosuke was next to them eating his cat food. Well, Komosuke ate when the freckled man ate breakfast, they both tied together. The news was broadcasting information about the new order of heroes, reporting on ranks and classes. The albino watched this very attentively. Izuku watched television, saying to himself, I hope that until I get money they don't sell that television I saw the other day. Clearly Izuku wasn't paying attention to the news. Leisha, by the way, Izuku, yesterday when I was coming here I realized that this area looks like a ghost town. Since I didn't see many people around here, I saw at most 3 or 4 people. What is the reason for that? Izuku, I don't know, since last week a lot of people moved out of this area. I have no idea why. He said to continue eating breakfast without any problem. Leisha, I see. Thanks for letting me stay at your apartment last night. Izuku, oh yeah, you're welcome. Leisha looked at the freckled boy with a slight smile. Izuku could feel the albino's crimson eyes falling on him. He looked at her and asked, What's happening? Leisha, it's nothing, it's just that I realized that it's been 7 months since I met you and this is the first time I've been able to spend time with you. I mean, I don't know much about you, so it's normal that as your boss I want to know more about you, right? Izuku, well, I'm not as cool as you think. There's not much to know about me. I'm just someone who walks through life carefree. Leisha, I didn't notice the carefree part anymore. I responded in his chibi version. Nah. She lowered her gaze, somewhat embarrassed, and asked, Have you ever thought about having a romantic relationship with someone? Izuku, no. He replied dryly. Leisha, already somewhat discouraged and depressed, would say, I see. I guess you prefer it. Izuku, no, I've never thought about it, but I prefer to be the way I am. I associate with few people. Especially with you, boss. He looked at her and said, You're the first girl I've talked to for the longest time, you're the first one to be in my apartment. And I prefer to be like this now, without knowing anyone else. With you it is more than enough. Those words made the albino girl blush, and she lowered her gaze, very embarrassed. Leisha in her thoughts would say, Are you telling me that you prefer to be alone with me? Could it be that he is telling me that he likes me in his own way? Izuku in his thoughts would say, I can barely stand your tantrums. I don't think I can stand someone else's tantrums. So with her I'm fine. He thought with his poker face. Clearly the one who had misunderstood everything was Leisha. Komosuke, seeing the situation, just put his right paw on his forehead. After they finished breakfast, Leisha took charge of washing the dishes, while Izuku helped her. After about 8 minutes we can see how the albino girl came out of the bathroom already with her own clothes, since last night she had put on the freckled man's t-shirt, which was a little big for her to sleep in. Meanwhile her clothes were drying for the next day. The couple headed to the door to leave. Komosuke just watched them. Leisha approached him, caressing him while saying, See you, Komosuke. I promise I'll come back again. Izuku heard that he would say to himself, And I promise you that I will move today. Izuku, I'll be back in a few while you take care of the place. The couple left the apartment, Izuku wearing a sweatshirt that said Oppai, black pants, and red tennis shoes. Leisha walked side by side with Izuku. The streets seemed uninhabited as there was no trace of a living being around. The morning was a little hot. The freckled man accompanied the albino to the subway where they had to say goodbye. Before leaving, Leisha gave Izuku a kiss on her cheek and said, Thanks for everything and I hope to see you at work tonight. I will feel safer if my hero is by my side. She gave him a warm smile before walking away with her back turned. Izuku with a poker face would say, Okay. As he turned around and walked away, Leisha walked away from him with her face flushed, saying softly, I can't believe I kissed him. I wonder if I liked it? Izuku, while walking, thought. Does everyone say goodbye with a kiss on the cheek? How odd. Meanwhile, in a large building that had been recently built by the government, which would be known as the Hero Association headquarters. This building had high security and was equipped against any future threat or attack. We can see how in a room there were several workers watching their screens. Each one monitored the cameras they had installed around the city, watching for any villains who might appear to determine their threat level and alert the heroes so they could act immediately. Thanks to the new change in order, several unemployed people had a job opportunity to work inside the building. First of all, they were properly instructed to know how to determine threats, among other things. Although it was all a sudden change, for many this was a new change and opportunity in their lives. While in a room where there were only 6 well-uniformed people, who were watching a large hologram of the cities around. Lisbeth, being the president with the power very high among the executives, was noticing a specific area. The image was an area that seemed to be a desert, so to speak. There was no life at all. But the image could show a large cave from which large signs of anomalies were detected. One of the executives would say, "President, we must send a team to investigate that area. Maybe they can find the origin of these anomalies." "Want me to go?" It was the phrase of a sweet female voice. Such a voice caught the attention of all the executives, who turned their gaze towards the place where that voice came from. They could see a beautiful green-haired girl, wearing a somewhat revealing black dress. Said green-haired girl with emerald eyes was floating in the air, while she rested her elbows on the chair in which Lisbeth was sitting. "Lisbeth, sounds good to me. After all, you are an S-class hero rank 3. Well, we'll trust this mission to you, Izumi. Professional heroine, Izumi Midoriya, S-class rank 3. That green-haired girl showed a slight smile, saying, "I knew I could count on you, Madam President. At least you're not like the rest of these 5 idiots here," he said, referring to the rest. That green-haired girl was only 16 years old, but she possessed great power. She floated out of the place, saying, "You will realize that you made the right decision, President." After saying that, she left the room. Lisbeth just gave a slight smile and continued talking to the rest of the executives. While inside that large cave mentioned, we can see a large silhouette that rose from the ground, making the cave tremble. It was illuminated by the glow of several rare crystals that were all over the cave. The glow they emanated was a very intense purple hue. That glow illuminated the enormous body of that silhouette, making it slowly grow, increasing its musculature. A loud scream could be heard echoing throughout the place. On the other hand, we can see how Leisha was working at her food place. Our albino was immersed in her thoughts. For some reason she could feel that warmth that she felt only when she was with Izuku. Her face blushed as she remembered sleeping in her apartment. Leisha just shook her head as she could feel her pulse racing. Changing the scene, we can see how Izuku was again leaving his apartment. He was wearing sportswear, ready to go for a run as he did daily. As he arrived at the place where he always went to run, he could see several uniformed officers in the distance, checking and taking photos of the asphalt. Next to them was a beautiful rabbit in her hero costume. Izuku had a drop of sweat as he remembered that he had run the race with that rich kid around that place. Indeed, when he ran away he left a mark with his foot on the asphalt, and that caught the attention of the authorities. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "Damn, I'd better get back home." He turned around to leave, but a certain rabbit saw him and shouted at him. Mirko walked up to him saying, "Hey Broccoli Head, I'm talking to you." Izuku, hearing how they called him, got upset and said, "Who are you calling Broccoli Head?" Mirko with a mocking smile would say, "Well, who else? Do you see any other broccoli heads around here?" The freckled boy watched the rabbit laugh. Mirko noticed how he was looking at her, so he smiled mischievously, saying, "Or not, the broccoli head is looking at me with lascivious eyes. How disgusting," he said while covering his chest with his hands and laughing. Izuku with a vein on his forehead would think, "Great, I ran into a crazy pervert." Mirko hit him on the head saying, "Disgusting, disgusting. Pervert. I spell mockingly." If Mirko was bothering him like Nagatoro XD, Izuku, with your white gloves, your tail and bunny ears, I thought you would say, "What's up, old man?" Or something like that. Mirko, why would I tell you something like that? She asked, somewhat annoyed. Don't you know who I am? Izuku thought about it for a moment as he looked her up and down, then said, I understand. You are one of those people who likes to show parts of your body, and that's why you dress that way. You're a pervert, aren't you? He asked as he looked at her. Mirko, I'm not a pervert, this is my heroine costume. I'm Mirko. Izuku, okay. He responded with a poker face. Mirko just sighed a little to calm himself down, to say, Do you know what happened over there? He asked while pointing at those taking photos. Izuku looked away, saying, No. This is my first time running here. Mirko, noticing that he was not looking at her, smiled and said, Why don't you look at me, Broccoli-kun? Are you perhaps having impure thoughts about me? He said while ruffling her hair. While in the neighboring city, we can see a young man walking through the streets. Which would say, according to what Dr. Shield told me, something was mentioned in this city about that guy. In the distance, a loud bang was heard. My sensors detect an increase in energy coming from that place. Maybe it's him. I'll go see. Chapter 05, The Disciple. I knew today wasn't going to be a great day, but coming for a run today was the worst thing I could have done. Hey, could you unfollow me? I don't want people to see me with an exhibitionist like you. He said while looking sideways at Mirko, who touched his cheek with his index finger, while saying, Perverted kun. Mirko, hearing the freckled man's words, replied, I'm not an exhibitionist. I also don't want to be with those losers who were left behind. I'd rather follow you and bother you. You're fun, Broccoli-kun, I liked you. He said while hitting him with his palm on the back. Izuku had a poker face while thinking, Damn, I guess today isn't my lucky day. Mirko, by the way, Broccoli-kun, you look a little skinny, you should do some exercise. I know, how about you come train with me? Izuku, I refuse. Mirko, at least let me finish the sentence. You are missing an opportunity to train with me, the heroine Mirko. She said a little proudly. Izuku just thought, I would have stayed home and slept with Komosuk. Mirko stretched out his arms, saying, Hey Broccoli-kun, don't you think today is a nice day? Izuku, yes, I guess. Except you're following me, but it's a nice day. Mirko with a tender pout would say, Hey, are you saying that my company bothers you? She asked as she looked at him with an annoyed but cute expression, while her ears dropped halfway, making her look cuter than before. Izuku looked at her and could only think, Will his ears be soft? I don't think they're any softer than Komosuk's ears. Mirko, hey, could you answer me? She was left with her prayer half finished, as she felt the freckled man's hand touch her ears, gently caressing them. Izuku, while they are very soft. Mirko's face was very red, and as best she could she asked, Why are you touching my ears, pervert-kun? Izuku, I wanted to know if they were soft. Mirko's eyes were spinning in a spiral shape, while his face was increasingly red. Izuku touched his forehead, saying, Are you okay? Your face is very red, you look very bad. Mirko came to his senses, saying, It's why your fault, idiot. The rabbit's face was still blushing, because her ears were a very sensitive part of her body, not to mention that she had never let anyone touch her ears. So that from one day to the next that freckled man caressed them as if it were nothing. When he touched her she had to refrain from letting out any strange sound from her mouth. The rabbit looked at him somewhat angry, but all she could do was look tender. Izuku didn't understand why she was looking at him like that. 10 minutes later, Izuku and Mirko were eating at a small food place. Mirko was enjoying a delicious udon, while she looked at the freckled boy somewhat annoyed. Well, Mirko had told him that for having touched her ears he should invite her to eat. Izuku, unable to escape the situation, accepted. He just looked at the rabbit with a drop of sweat. The other customers in the place looked at the couple in amazement, since Mirko was a well-known hero, and they were surprised to see her eating in a place like that accompanied by a boy. Well, she was always seen with hawks, and some heroines like Ryukyu. Izuku could feel the gazes of everyone around him getting somewhat uncomfortable. Mirko asked for more food and the waiter who served them served him more. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "And there goes my salary for this month." Mirko with a tender pout would say, "I hope you take responsibility for me," she said, quite blushing. Izuku, huh? Elsewhere we can see how that green-haired S-Class Rank 3 girl was flying in a helicopter, arriving at the area where that large cave she had to investigate was located. She stood at the side of the helicopter door and simply jumped out, her body emitting a faint bright green light. The green-haired girl could see how a colossal beast emerged from that cave. It had the appearance of a long, four-armed humanoid, 12 meters tall. Such a reptile was standing on two legs. Its body had an armor of extremely thick and hard scales of an intense black color, while the rest of the skin was a light green tone. To the green-haired girl's surprise, that thing could speak, as she heard it say, "Now there will be no one to stop me. I will dominate this surface, exterminating all the trash that crosses my path," he exclaimed loudly as he breathed fire through his teeth. He began to walk, making the entire area tremble, while his long tail hit the ground, destroying it greatly. But a female voice stopped him. "Hey, you ugly lizard. Where do you think you're going?" That beast looked to his side, seeing how at the height of his head, there was a green-haired girl levitating. "Hey, little girl? I thought those pathetic heroes would send the strong ones? Go back to kindergarten, little one." He tried to keep walking, but his body completely paralyzed. "Izumi, did you just call an S-Class Rank 3 heroine a little girl? Do I look like a little girl to you?" he asked as several giant pieces of debris fell from the ground. That lizard broke out in a cold sweat at the murderous aura emanating from that green-haired girl. Izumi raised her hand, causing the fire inside the lizard to increase. The lizard opened his eyes wide as he felt an immense heat that was burning him from within. "Don't wait, E." It was the last thing he screamed before being consumed in an intense fire that burned him from the inside. That fire ceased, letting the canonized body of that lizard fall. "Izumi, HMP, that will teach you not to treat me like a little girl." She glanced at the cave, saying, "I'd better go in and investigate what's in there." After saying that, she headed deeper into the cave. While in one part of the city of Tokyo, we could see a large part of a street was releasing steam, while a large charred road was present. 3 A-class heroes arrived at the scene, as the association had told them that a dangerous creature had appeared there. But when they arrived, there was no trace of her, because upon seeing the scene they realized that the creature had been reduced to ashes. Jumping through several buildings, we can see a young man of about 19 years old. He had 2 robotic arms, his eyes were brown, his hair was curly and light brown, he was wearing a white sleeveless shirt and black jeans. While jumping he would say, "It's a shame that that creature didn't know the whereabouts of that guy. Well, for now that's the least of it. I won't rest until I find him and turn him into ashes. I will now head to the nearest town to investigate further." Returning to Izumi, she was already inside the cave, looking quite intrigued with what her eyes saw. She took out her phone and started taking photos of the place, which she then sent to the president of the association. Lisbeth was sitting as several holograms appeared in front of her, revealing that they were the images that Izumi had sent. This one would just say, "I see you were able to complete the mission successfully." She took out her phone and called the green-haired girl, telling her that they would send people to that place. That if she liked, they should go look for her. But Izumi said she would return on her own. Lisbeth, well done, Izumi. There's a reason you're S-Class Rank 3. After saying that, she hung up. Izumi put away her phone with a slight smile on her face, saying, "HMP, at least she recognizes that I'm better than everyone else." She began to levitate out of the cave, starting to move away from the place. Lisbeth, well, we will send our team. At that point, several alarms sounded in one part of the room. Lisbeth, what's going on? Subject 1, President in the Eastern City. Several dead animals were reported to have been found, dried as if all their blood had been extracted from them. But now a plague of spiders is roaming the streets of the city, and the authorities said they have found 10 human bodies killed in the same way as the animals. How will we classify this threat? Lisbeth, this will be a Tiger disaster level threat. Find the heroes closest to the location so they can act immediately, preferably a class heroes. Subject 1: Yes, ma'am. A certain ashy blonde was walking through the streets when her phone rang. The blonde, seeing the message, smiled and took off from the ground with his explosions, while saying, "I'll get there first, I'll show them that I belong in Class S." While in an alley we can see 3 men about 30 to 36 years old, who were taking off the clothes of a 16-year-old girl. They were clearly about to grape her. But when they were about to strip her of her underwear, the 3 of them were covered by a large number of black spiders. The girl could hear the screams of pain from those 3 men. She stood up, grabbed her clothes and ran out. Within seconds those 3 men fell to the ground. Their bodies were dried because all their blood had been sucked out. Those spiders changed their color to red and went to another place. The news of that spider invasion was immediately given to warn the citizens. We can see how a street was with a large amount of cobwebs. On these was a woman with 6 eyes. Half of her body looked like that of a human, but from the waist down it was the body of a huge spider. The girl's skin was a red. This would say, "I feel like I'm in the happiest moment of my life being able to taste this large amount of blood." She could see something that fell several meters in front of her. The spider girl looked very carefully, noticing a young man of about 19 years of age. He had 2 robotic arms. His eyes were a brown color. "So you are responsible for dead animals and people?" "Spider girl, Fufu, that's me, honey." "How did you find me? Are you a hero or something?" That young man replied, "I'm not a hero, I just detected your high energy level. I'll finish you off quickly." He raised his left arm, showing how his palm began to glow. That girl spat out a large amount of fall from her mouth, causing that young man to dodge it. But that spider woman stood in front of him and gave the young man a powerful blow. He managed to cover himself with his arms, but he was sent crashing into a building. In a matter of seconds he emerged from the rubble to see his target clinging to the walls above it. This jumped through a large amount of spider web at him to try to capture him. He raised his hand saying, "Incinerate." From afar, the fiery explosion produced by the young man's attack could be seen. He looked at a specific building and saw that the girl was on top of it, but she was missing 2 of her legs. "You are quick to escape. Next time I'll burn you completely." That girl was angry, but she gave a slight smile. The young man could see how he had dodged and was covered by a large amount of black mass, which was made up of a number of spiders, which covered the body of his queen in seconds. He could feel how the girl's energy rose exponentially. "I have to stop her or else it could be catastrophic." All around him he could see more spiders arriving in the area. "My sensors don't detect any living beings within thousands, so it'll be fine to use this." That large amount of spiders covered the young man completely, but an orange light shielded the entire place, unleashing a massive wave of fire. Said wave of fire traveled through all the streets at a fairly large range, destroying that large amount of spiders. Since that explosion the young man came out intact. He could now see how the appearance of that girl had completely changed. Now her body was that of a complete spider. Her head was the only thing that could be considered to some extent as human. The size of this one had increased quite a bit. In seconds she was in front of the young man, who was surprised by her speed. He was greeted with a strong blow that sent him flying upwards. His opponent made a great leap and hit him repeatedly while using the buildings as momentum. At one point, she ripped off one of his arms and opened his abdomen, leaving some of his parts destroyed. The young man would say in his thoughts, "Damn, I let my guard down. I shouldn't have underestimated her. I guess this is as far as I go. Forgive me, Dr. Shield, and thank you for everything," he said as he activated his core to blow himself up along with the spider girl, who was about to hit him again. When she was about to touch her, she received a small slap that sent her crashing against the corner of a building, bursting into blood. The boy opened his eyes wide as he saw how a naked green-haired man had finished off the spider girl. He fell to the ground seeing the green-haired man. Izuku, spiders are disgusting. He looked at a small supermarket behind them and said, "If I had arrived late, they would have destroyed the place where I bought food for Konosuke." He was about to leave, but the young man stopped him, saying, "Wait." Izuku turned around, saying, "Oh, does it really happen?" He could see how that young man looked at him fixedly, saying, "I am Katsuma Shimano. Please accept me as your disciple." Izuku, "Oh yeah, it's okay." He was about to summarize his path but looked at him, saying, "Wait, what?" Chapter 06. The Unique Specimen. Several minutes ago. After finishing lunch, Izuku had paid the bill for both of them, and boy had he paid quite a bit for what the rabbit had consumed. Leaving his wallet completely empty, the freckled man looked at his wallet, seeing a small fly out of it. Mirko was at her side and stretched out her arms, saying, "Oh, how good I ate! Thanks for inviting me to lunch, Broccoli-kun." "Izuku, your memory that you brought to me by force," he replied with his poker face. "Mirko, you needed to reward me for what you did and you know it." She looked away to the side, slightly blushing, saying, "From today on, take care of me, fool." She turned around and left, saying, "Bye, Broccoli-kun." The rabbit walked away from him with a tender blush but with a slight smile. Izuku hadn't heard her as he kept looking at his wallet while thinking, "Damn, I think I'll have to work overtime to earn a little more. Or should I look for another job? Well, I'll leave that for my future self. For now, I'm going back home. I don't want to meet any more perverts like that bunny girl." He looked up, noticing that Mirko was no longer there. He would say, "When did he leave?" "Well, that doesn't matter anymore," he said as he began to walk slowly towards his apartment. He was crossing an area near his house, where he saw a large number of spiders coming towards him. Izuku stood still, spread his hands, and before he could make any movement, a large amount of fire covered the entire area completely. Burning the spiders completely, Izuku had his hair singed by the fire and his clothes had been reduced to nothing. "Izuku, oh my god, now I'm the exhibitionist. If that rabbit is still around here, she'll make fun of me. I'd better hurry now that there's no one around." He quickened his pace, and in the distance he saw how a huge spider was fighting with a boy. The freckled boy managed to notice how the boy's chest began to shine while he was in the air. What caught his attention the most was that just a few meters from the fight was the place where Izuku bought cat food for Konosuke. He moved with surprising speed and slapped the spider, eliminating it with great ease. Current time. Katsuma, wait. Izuku turned around, saying, "Oh yeah, what's happening?" "Katsuma, please tell me your name." "Izuku, it's Izuku." He could see how that young man looked at him fixedly, saying, "I am Katsuma Shimano. Please accept me as your disciple." Izuku, "Oh yeah, it's okay." He was about to summarize his path but looked at him, saying, "Wait, what?" 15 minutes later. We can see how an ashen blonde fell from the sky, breathing heavily, saying, "Come and get my damn thing." A small breeze blew through the place, as there was no one around, and much of the place showed signs of a struggle. The streets showed that they had been exposed to high temperatures, and he could see how the corner of a building was destroyed and stained with blood. "Bakugo, what the hell happened here?" he asked himself, very irritated. I have heard a voice that was already familiar to him. "Huh? Aren't you Bakugo?" The blonde looked up and saw a light blue hair floating in the air with her energy waves. "Professional hero, Nijire-chan S class rank 9. Bakugo, TCH, you're the weird one." Nijire puffed out her cheeks, saying, "Hey, have more respect for your senpai." "Bakugo, we're not at the academy anymore for me to tell you that. Anyway, do you know what happened here?" Nijire, "No, when I arrived there was no one. I came out of simple curiosity since this was work for a class heroes. And we in class had no reason to intervene." "Any what class and rank are you?" "Bakugo, TCH, that doesn't matter to you," he replied, quite annoyed, The reason was because even she was Class S and he was not. Nijire could only watch as the blonde walked away from her with his explosions. Nijire, it's nice to see you again too. He shouted as the blonde walked away from the spot. 1 week later. We can see how Katsuma Shimano was standing in front of the freckled man's apartment. He inhaled a little air to say, "Izuku-sensei." After a few seconds the door opened. Izuku looked out with a poker face expression that would say, "You really came." "Ah. Katsuma. I am Katsuma Shimano Izuku-sensei." "Izuku, could you stop calling me sensei please?" "Katsuma, yes master." "Izuku, I the master." 1 minute later. We can see how Izuku and Katsuma were inside the apartment, both sitting in front of each other. There were 2 glasses with drinks on the table. "Izuku, please finish your drink and go home. I'm not looking for disciples." He looked Katsuma up and down saying, "Wait, they fixed you." "Katsuma, that's right. My body is mechanical so my parts are replaced." "Izuku, wow, that's something new for me." "Katsuma, thanks to Dr. Shield I'm as good as new now. 4 years ago I had a normal life." "Izuku, wait, don't tell me your life." This was ignored as Katsuma continued with his story. "Katsuma, me and my sister used to live on Nabu Island. My father had a stable job. We weren't rich or anything like that. On the contrary, we were a very humble family. Everyone on the small island knew my father. My sister was about 2 years older than me. One day when the sky was cloudy, as a thunderstorm was approaching, my family and I were not at home when—" He paused slightly in his story, clenching his fists. Izuku noticed this and as he was about to speak, Katsuma had summarized his story. "Katsuma, when we were having dinner quietly, we heard the screams of the rest of the villagers. My father and my sister went out to see what was happening. I heard clearly when my father told me to take out the rifle that was on the wall of his room. I ran as fast as my legs would allow me, taking the gun in my hands and leaving immediately. Once, while I was outside my house, a sound almost burst my ears. When I came to, my vision was somewhat blurry and reddish. When I tried to move, an extreme pain shook my entire being. My body was lying several meters from my house. Several meters away from me, I could barely see the lifeless bodies of my father and my sister. Moving away from the village I could make out a human figure, or at least that's what I managed to make out before my eyes closed. When I regained consciousness I found myself in a room, where I met Dr. Shield who had saved my life. He explained to me that he was one of those who came to help the island after that attack, but miraculously I was the only one left alive. He also explained to me that my body parts were badly damaged, as was my spine. He honestly couldn't understand how I was still alive. Dr. Shield told me that because of the damage to my body I would live a life of complete paralysis. But he said there was an option to save me, but it would take a long time and it would not be easy. It was all up to me whether I accepted or not. And as you know, that option was to make myself a complete cyborg. All this was possible thanks to the advanced technology that island possesses. 4 years have passed and now at 19 years of age I find myself motivated. I have wandered from island to island, from city to city, looking for the person responsible for the tragedy on my island. But in that time I have met people who lost all trace of humanity. They were monsters without any reason. They were full of bloodlust and threatened the lives of several people. I have dedicated myself to eliminating them completely. I have eliminated a large amount of these things. But until now I have had no trace of that subject. According to Dr. Shield's data I had detected signs of that subject in the city. But it seems that their data was wrong. Not being able to eliminate that subject makes me frustrated, just thinking that thousands of people are in contact with that subject on the loose. Izuku already had a tick in his left eye. "Katsuma, last week I got too confident with the spider girl, thanks to that I let my guard down. If I hadn't been in the area Izuku-sensei would have been destroyed without a doubt. Sensei saved my life that day, the life that had already been saved by Dr. Shield a few years ago, has been saved by you Izuku-sensei. Now I feel the weight of that responsibility. I must not allow myself to die before I completely eradicate that subject's existence. And to achieve that I must continue to fight to become stronger. I need to be stronger. Last week when I saw what his blows were capable of, I knew immediately that I had to become his disciple. If only I could be as strong as you, what incredible power. This battle I'm fighting is not just for me, it's for all my people who died, for my family and for Dr. Shield. I finally realize that I am a novice, but now more than ever I must be stronger to eliminate the worst of evils. Izuku, enough, idiot. Summarize your story in 20 words or less. Katsuma, here is the short version as Izuku-sensei asked me. Please teach me to be as strong as you are, I beg you. Izuku, I see, I'm sorry about everything that happened to you. Katsuma, thank you sensei. Izuku, hey Katsuma, how old are you? Katsuma, 19 sensei. Izuku, you're so young, I'm sure you'll be able to surpass me very soon. Katsuma, are you serious? Izuku, I'm currently 23 years old. I started training when I was 17 years old. There's not much I can teach you, but I'll do my best. He put on a serious look and said, but it won't be easy. Can you handle it? Katsuma, yes. Komosuke just looked at them with a drop of sweat. Meanwhile, in a room that was only illuminated by the lights of several holograms, there was a boy with dark brown hair who was wearing glasses, holding a book in his hands. Next to him was a girl of medium height. She had short, black hair and gray eyes. She was wearing a white robe. This would say, the Spider Girl was defeated by this guy, he said as he showed a hologram where Izuku slapped her. The girl looked away to the side, blushing deeply. That guy would say, Alice, why is he naked? The girl known as Alice would say, I don't know. She replied sadly, not wanting to see the hologram. Subject, well, that's the least of it. Whether he's an exhibitionist or not, that doesn't matter. Apparently we have found a unique specimen. I need to investigate him thoroughly, invite him to our facilities, and if necessary bring him here by force. It all depends on whether he resists or not. Maybe she and he are unique in this world. He said to look in a certain direction where there was a cylindrical machine. It was filled with a green liquid. Inside it you could see a female silhouette. Subject, but for now our specimen will have to wait. But we will see each other very soon, he said as he looked at the freckled man's face in the hologram. Chapter 07, Anyone can make a mistake. Izuku, could you stop doing that? He said while next to him was a certain cyborg with a notebook in hand, writing down every action the green-haired man performed and even his facial expressions. Katsuma, I'm sorry but I have decided to write down every action you do, master, so I can follow in your footsteps as your disciple. Izuku, I just came to work, that's all, you don't have to do the same as me. Lisha, huh? So are you coming with Izuku? Katsuma, Kastuma Shimano, that's my name, and answering your question, yes, tonight I will accompany the master in his work, he replied in a firm voice. Lisha looked at Izuku, who had a drop of sweat on his head, while they were in the green-haired man's workplace. I see. Well, since you are known to Izuku, then you are hired, Katsuma Shimano. I expect many things from you, he said with a warm smile. Katsuma, thank you, I appreciate it, Miss Boss. Lisha, why yes, you're welcome, I guess. Izuku, please show Katsuma-kun around before we open the shop. Izuku, okay, he said as he started walking towards the dressing room to put on his work clothes, with Katsuma following him. Lisha just watched them walk away with a slight smile. At that point she heard the door of the place open, revealing Asumi, who would say, I'm here, boss. Sorry I was late. Lisha, oh, it's okay, Asumi-chan. Asumi looked around and when she didn't see a certain green-haired man she smiled slightly. But that smile didn't last long, as Lisha would say. I'm sorry to have to interrupt your happy moment, but Izuku did come to work today, he responded with a drop of sweat. Asumi sighed resignedly, saying, It was too good to be true. Lisha, I still don't understand the reason why you don't like Izuku. I don't understand why you don't get along with Yusuke. Asumi, I could list the reasons that bother me about him, boss. Number one, and the most important of all, is that attitude he has. He always walks around with that carefree look as if he were lost in his thoughts, as if he didn't pay attention to what he was doing. It's so annoying. And secondly, he's always pronouncing my name wrong. My name is Asumi, boss, but he always calls me Asato. Boss, if it wasn't for you, I would have quit this job a long time ago. Leisha just laughed lightly to say, well, but Izuku also has his good sides, don't you think? I don't think it's as bad as you say. When you first started working here, were you quite nervous and made some mistakes when waiting on tables or taking orders? Tell me. Do you remember who helped you at that time? He asked as he looked at her with a slight smile. Asumi looked away, saying, I never said he was bad. I can call him an idiot and all that, but I never told him he was bad, she said with a slight embarrassment. She remembered what Izuku had done when he asked her to switch places, so that she could take care of Nijire. A situation that was misunderstood by herself. Asumi, I guess. He's not always that stupid. Leisha noticed her blush and, fearing the answer to her question, said, Asumi-chan, you like Aizu? Asumi, with a cold expression, said, Boss, don't you dare ask a question that makes no sense or logic. Leisha, I understand. I guess I misunderstood everything, she thought to herself. At that point she heard a voice behind her, a voice that was quite familiar to Asumi. Izuku, oh, and she's Asato. Katsuma, I see. Asumi, already quite upset, turned around saying, Asumi, my name is Asu. She couldn't finish speaking when she saw Katsuma, who was wearing a waiter's suit, standing out as a handsome young man despite being a cyborg. Asumi stared at Katsuma with a slight blush on her cheeks. Leisha, you look good, Katsuma-kun. I see that the suit fits you perfectly. Katsuma, I appreciate your words, boss. The teacher already told me everything I have to do. This will serve as a challenge for me. Leisha could see how Asumi kept looking at Katsuma, so she let out a small laugh. Katsuma noticed his coworker's gaze, so he asked, Are you okay? Roast? Why yes, my name is Roast. I mean Asumi. Nice to meet you, she replied quite nervously. Izuku had a look of surprise, and in his thoughts he would say, Damn, now that I remember, I left the TV on. Katsuma, it's a pleasure working with you, Asumi. I'm Katsuma Shimano. I hope we can get along well. Asumi, same here, she replied while looking to the side, quite embarrassed. Izuku now had a poker face as he looked at the ceiling of the place. Leisha glanced at Izuku and approached him to talk a little, since they hadn't had much time to talk in the past week. She wanted to spend the day again like that time when she stayed overnight at Izuku's apartment. Leisha, how are you? Izuku, oh well, and your boss? Leisha, I've been a bit busy with the place, but okay. Komosuke, is it okay? Izuku, yes, he must be sleeping now. Leisha gave a small laugh, saying, Most likely. Katsuma saw Leisha talking to the green-haired man, noticing the facial expression he was making among other things. This one in his thoughts would say, Is she? Elsewhere we can see how a certain green-haired girl was in her luxurious apartment. She was lying on her bed, wearing a white t-shirt that had a red heart in the center. The shirt reached below her buttocks, leaving her thighs exposed. On her feet she had white bunny slippers. This green-haired girl was reading a book. Izumi sighed, closing the book slightly and saying, I'm already tired of reading. I'm so bored. Damn, I can't believe no monster showed up to amuse me for a while. The association has not called me, which means there are no jobs for Class S workers. If this continues, I will die of boredom. Besides, she remembered that after defeating that monster in the desert she flew back alone, and just happened to pass by the place where Katsuma had faced the spider girl. Izumi could see how an area of the place was burned and destroyed, thinking that while she was wasting time with that beast, something funny had happened in that part of the city. The green-haired girl stood up, saying, I guess I'll go get some air. While in the room of the president of the association, we can see how she was sitting on her bed while looking at several holograms. These holograms showed several places that were burned, so to speak. And the last place where this calcination was seen was in the city, more exactly when that massive amount of spiders had appeared, which had disappeared from one day to the next. The association was already investigating who was responsible for such events. Since the person who had been burning from place to place had eliminated several monsters in his path. And the descriptions of some of the people who managed to see him did not match those of any currently recorded hero. So this person was doing his job independently. Lisbeth made the holograms disappear while saying, "So far I have had no sign of the person I am looking for. I just hope I can find it someday." A certain couple of friends were walking through the streets of the city. A woman and a boy, to be more specific. "Hawks, hey Rumi, this week I've seen you a little happier than ever. Did something happen? Don't tell me you found a partner?" he asked while laughing mockingly. But that smile stopped when she heard her friend's response. Mirko turned around looking at him in the eyes, and with a sincere smile he would say, "Could be. Hawks, huh? Really? This is something to celebrate. I thought it was because of you." He received a strong blow to his stomach from the rabbit. "Mirko, what were you about to say, Hawks?" Hawks, while holding his stomach while squatting, would say, "No and nothing, forget it." "Mirko, that's what I thought," he said with his eyes shining brightly in the night. Hawks stood up and took a breath to say, "Well, what do you think if we go out for a bite to eat? I heard of a place that has become very popular." "Mirko, I accept the proposal, but you pay," he replied to start walking. Hawks in his thoughts would say, "I was going to pay anyway." He had a drop of sweat but began to walk alongside his partner. Leisha had a look of astonishment as she saw how that night the place had filled up with customers, especially many young girls who wanted to be served by Katsuma. Asumi and Izuku were working harder than usual. Asumi was always in total competition with that green-haired man. She tried to serve as many tables as she could. Izuku, as usual, had a carefree expression. He glanced sideways at Katsuma, who was being called by several girls to attend to them. He could only think, "Wow, on its first day it's already very popular. I'm happy for him." At one point, Asumi was focusing on bringing the orders to a table. When she made a wrong move, she twisted her ankle and, without being able to avoid it, she knocked the orders over onto one of the customers. This client was a well-known wealthy man, and at first glance it was obvious that he was a little drunk. He stood up quite annoyed and said, "Look what you're doing, brat. How did you dare to throw food on me? I didn't come to this restaurant to have food dumped on me." "Asumi, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. You let me take care of cleaning everything up." "Sir, how the hell are you going to fix all this if you already threw the food on me?" "Asumi, aye. Sir, do you know what it feels like to have something spilled on you?" "I bet not." He took his wine glass to pour the wine on her head. Asumi just closed her eyes while on her knees after twisting her ankle. The seconds passed, and she felt nothing. She slightly opened her eyes, seeing how that wine had been spilled on the hair of a certain green-haired man. Izuku stood in front of Asumi with his carefree gaze holding that man's arm. "Izuku, that's enough, please calm down. This was just an accident. Don't you realize that you're making a scene in front of the other customers?" "Sir, who the buck do you think you are to play?" He felt a sharp pain in his wrist, which was being squeezed by the freckled man. "Izuku, I told him to calm down." He had a serious look. Katsuma stood next to Izuku, having a threatening aura. The man, seeing the green-haired man's eyes and Katsuma's, swallowed and sat down without saying anything. Izuku turned around looking at Asumi, who was kneeling. He picked her up in his arms, saying, "Katsuma, could you take care of the tables for a moment?" "Katsuma, understood sensei." "Izuku, thank you." Asumi's eyes were glazed over. The green-haired boy began to walk towards the employees' break room. Leisha saw the whole scene and approached the man, asking him to please leave the restaurant, The house would pay for everything, but he had to leave right now. The albino's cold eyes terrified the man even more, who got up with his wife and left the place. The albino girl apologized to the rest of the customers for having to witness such a scene. The girls who had previously been asking for Katsuma's services saw what the green-haired man did and they comraded, seeing how he had stood in front of Asumi protecting her. Once in the break room, Izuku placed Asumi on a chair. He knelt down checking her right ankle. Asumi could only look at him with her face slightly flushed. Izuku could see how her ankle was slowly beginning to swell. Izuku turned around taking a bag of ice out of the refrigerator. He placed it on Asumi's ankle. Asumi, it's very cold. Izuku, it's better this way, it will reduce the inflammation. He took some bandages from the first aid kit they had there and began to bandage her ankle along with the ice packs so that she wouldn't have to hold him and could rest better. The freckled boy was doing it very carefully so as not to hurt her. Asumi just watched as her partner, who always had a carefree look, was taking care of her and helping her. Izuku, ready, with this the ice bag won't fall. It would be best if you rested here. Asumi, but the work. Izuku, I'll do it for you, you rest. He turned around to leave but felt a hand grab the sleeve of his clothes. Izuku turned around seeing Asumi with his head down. Asumi, I'm sorry. If only you hadn't been so careless. Izuku put a hand on her hair, saying, anyone can make a mistake, I make mistakes sometimes, you know. You don't have to worry, after all it's just wine. Asumi slightly opened her eyes, raising her gaze to look into the green-haired boy's eyes. Izuku gave a slight smile, saying, you've already done a lot for today. For your own good, you'd better get some rest. He ruffled his hair as he turned around and headed for the door to get back to work, but Asumi's voice stopped him. Thank you? Thank you for protecting me. Izuku just left the room without saying anything else. Asumi just sat there with her cheeks flushed and a slight smile. Izuku told Leisha when he left that Asumi would rest and that he would do her work. Leisha nodded and Izuku went back to serving the tables. Just then 2 people entered the restaurant. Izuku looked at the 2 people, needing long rabbit ears and crimson eyes. Marco blushed slightly when he saw the green-haired boy. Izuku, but you're the girl who says, "What's up, old man?" Hawks couldn't help himself and started laughing. Mirko, I'm not saying that, baka. Izuku, yeah, okay, well please choose a table and I'll serve you in a few seconds. Hawks, as he could, would say. Okay. He couldn't stop laughing. Come on, Rumi. Mirko watched the green-haired boy walk away. He had a beautiful pout on his face, a sign that he was upset. Izuku was waiting on some tables of teenagers. They spoke very kindly to Izuku. Leisha just looked at this with an adorable pout, as she was annoyed to see how those girls were talking to Izuku. Katsuma ended up serving the table where Rumi and Hawks were. The night passed normally. Before Hawks and Mirko left the place, the rabbit approached the green-haired man and, very embarrassed, said to him, I'm leaving now, idiot. Izuku, oh yeah, bye. Mirko gave him a kiss on the cheek, saying, a goodbye. Izuku, goodbye. Leisha was emanating such bloodlust from the reception that Katsuma's sensors detected the danger. Finally, closing time had arrived. Leisha, good job, Katsuma-kun. Katsuma, thanks, boss. Leisha looked at Izuku, and then ignored him. Izuku was thinking, what will I eat tomorrow? 10 minutes later. Asumi, I can walk by myself, you know, she said as Izuku carried her on his back. Izuku, no, your ankle is still swollen. Next to Izuku were Katsuma and Leisha. Izuku took Asumi to his apartment. Leisha opened the door, and the freckled boy placed her on the bed since Leisha would stay to take care of her. Once outside the apartment, Leisha said goodbye to Katsuma but not to Izuku. Izuku paid no attention to that as he was lost in his thoughts. On the way to his apartment, Katsuma took a different route. Katsuma, okay, master, here I'll part ways. See you tomorrow, have a good night. Izuku, oh yeah, same here. The two continued on different paths. Upon arriving home, the green-haired boy caressed Komosuk, who, as usual, was waiting for him awake. The next day, the green-haired man was drinking a cup of coffee watching the news, in which they were showing information about a group of revolutionary people. Reporter: it has been determined that if you encounter one of these people, you must immediately move away from them. What characterizes them is that they all have their hair dyed green, and they wear a white cape on their outfits. If you see someone with these characteristics, for your safety, move away from the place. Izuku: oh no, they copied my style, he said while looking at the white cape of his suit. I'd better do something or else I'll be considered one of them. He quickly put on his suit and left his apartment. Komosuk just stayed licking his left paw. Chapter 08. Like a light of hope and an angel. We can see how a taste of air passed at high speed through the streets in a matter of seconds. People were left without knowing what it was. Izuku was breathing heavily as he said, Damn, I've already been around most of this part of the city and I haven't encountered those guys. And the worst thing of all is that if other people see me, they will think I am one of them. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do. I guess I'll just head home and leave this problem to my future self. That green-haired man turned around and started walking back to his house, while a certain group of green-haired people were walking towards a certain mansion of a very wealthy family. This group of people was led by a man of approximately 33 years of age, who had muscles comparable to the hero Vlad King. This leader had a scar on his left eye, and he had no vision at all, only having vision in his right eye. His look was intimidating. All the members of the group wore strange suits. Said suits in the area of the left pectoral had the initials MA. These initials belonged to the person who had designed those suits. There was only one woman in the group, as the rest of the members were men between 28 and 30 years old, except for their leaders. That woman had blue eyes and her hair was tied back in a ponytail but dyed green, since the real shade of her hair was black. One of the group members would say, "It was a good idea to steal these super suits, boss. With this, not even the heroes will be able to stop us." "Boss, I know, I've been thinking about stealing these suits for a long time. How much longer do we have to go until we reach that Alex family's mansion?" he asked the beautiful blue-eyed girl. "Alex, we only have about 400 meters left, boss. If we take the shortcut through the alley ahead, we'll get there faster." "Boss, I see. Then we'll take that alley." When they reached that alley, they saw that it was dark and long. Everyone in the group entered, and when they were almost halfway there, the girl asked, "Boss, what will we do if we run into the heroes?" "Boss, if we run into them, we'll simply finish them off. With these suits, not even Stain, the hero killer, will be able to defeat us," he said, letting out a big laugh. The rest of the men began to laugh smugly at his overconfidence, but fell silent as they heard a noise coming from deep within the place. The noise was something with a point being dragged along the walls. A sound that sent shivers down the spine of someone. Red eyes shone in the darkness of that place. Everyone could see how a silhouette could be seen several meters away from them. A thirst for blood took over the place, and an intimidating and cold voice would say, 1, 2, Stain is coming for you. 3, 4, you won't be able to escape. 5, 6, I'll cut your throats here. At those words, everyone's blood froze, as they saw that the silhouette belonged to the one they had named a few moments ago. Stain held his katanas as he looked at the group of people standing just meters away from him. The leader of all of them, upon seeing him in person, felt a great fear that came from the depths of his being, but he tried to remain calm. He would say, "Don't be afraid." Stain looked at each of them carefully, saying, They all wear capes and suits, so I guess they are heroes, right?" "Boss, don't be confused, we are not heroes, we are people who..." "Stain, if I remember correctly, I heard about you, a group of people who have their hair dyed green. I have nothing against you, but your words bothered me a lot. Not even Stain the hero killer can defeat us. That's what you said? I wish I didn't have to hear that, otherwise their lives would have been saved, but that was not the case, therefore." He quickly began to run towards them, without giving them time to react, and slit several of their throats in a matter of seconds, leaving only 4 of them. They slowly turned around only to see Stain standing behind them, his companions standing but without their heads. Boss, what the buck? Bastard. He launched himself at Stain, throwing a punch. The assassin put his arms in an X and received the blow. But to his surprise, the blow was so strong that it sent him flying several meters. Stain recovered, saying to himself, I see, so those suits give them super strength. He looked up to see that those 4 guys were no longer there. Stain, don't even think you can escape from me. He took a great leap and disappeared from the place. While the 4 men were running as fast as their legs allowed them, the leader of these was carrying that girl in his arms. They left through a place where there were several trees. Clearly they had already diverted from their destination, but for them that no longer mattered, they just wanted to escape with their lives. They continued running but stopped abruptly when they saw a person walking a few meters away. The person who was standing in profile in front of them noticed their presence, and turned to look at them. The chief, seeing the man's white hair and cape, would say, Are you coming to join our group? He asked as he looked back to see if Stain wasn't chasing them. Izuku, huh? What is it about? He looked at them carefully and said, Until I finally find them. He quickly got behind the boss, stopping with his hand the blade of a katana that was heading straight for his neck. The boss and the others slightly opened their eyes and looked back, finding Stain and that person stopping the katana. Izuku, hey, why did you attack him from behind? That's cowardly, you know. Stain had a serious look as he watched how the green-haired man had stopped his katana and had seen his movement. He wanted to withdraw the katana but he couldn't. Izuku squeezed it lightly, breaking it into pieces in front of everyone. Stain jumped back saying, Well, it seems that you are not weak like them. Izuku, them? You're wrong, I'm not part of their group. Stain, liar, after the same shade of your hair and even wearing a white cape, that is more than enough proof. Izuku, this is my style and they copied it. Plus look at me, I'm the guy who's a hero for. Stain, I don't know you. Izuku, ah, I see. The other 4 looked at each other because they had never heard of a hero like him. Stain, either way, I'll kill you along with them. He took out his knives and launched himself at high speed towards the green-haired man, who dodged all the cuts with great ease. Stain would say in his thoughts, But what? How is it possible that he can dodge my moves? At one point he wanted to kick him and jumped over him, but Izuku raised his fist to hit him, but his fist ended up hitting his testicles. F for Stain's balls XD. The other 4 would put on a suffering expression and say, Izuku, sorry, I wanted to punch you in the face but my fist ended up in your. Stain was several meters away from him, shaking while he had his hands on his injured area. This would say, What is your name? Izuku, oh, my name is Izuku. Stain, Izuku the hero, I swear I will make you pay for this humiliation one day. I'll train just to kill you, did you hear me? Izuku with a big smile would say, Well, train hard and let's fight. Stain left the place as quickly as he arrived. Izuku turned around looking at the others with a serious look saying, And now you. The remaining 4 of the group knelt trembling, begging for their lives. The leader confessed why they had done all that and the theft of the suits. Izuku just looked at them while they were on their knees with their heads touching the ground. Seeing how he was able to defeat the hero killer, they knew that they could not beat him, so they decided to surrender for good. Izuku, hey leader, you told me your name is Nizan, right? He asked with his hand on his chin. Nizan, why yes sir hero. Izuku, don't tell me that, I'm only 23 years old and you're older than me. And your name was Alex, wasn't it? Alex, why yes. Izuku looked at the other 2 asking. And now what will you 2 do? These 2, while trembling, replied. Well, we'll probably go to prison for all this. You're going to hand us over, right? Izuku closed his eyes saying, No, I won't. Everyone was surprised and looked at the green-haired boy. Alex, and what will you do with us? Izuku, well. Several hours later. Lisha, I see. That's why they are with you. You did well to bring them here," he said as he looked at Izuku and the 4 people who were left from that group. That girl had turned out to be the mother of a 5-year-old girl. And their leader Nizan turned out to be the father of a 7-year-old boy. "Izuku, boss, they don't have a job and they haven't been able to find work at this time. And well, the situation led them to end up doing bad things. But they both have children and they had to feed them because of that. Lisha, you don't need to tell me anything else. We were just about to open another restaurant in the city center tomorrow, so we'll need employees. Let's see, Mr. Nizan, given your size and physique, you could be in charge of security. You already know how to control those customers in the restaurant who are sometimes annoying. Seem to you?" Nizan bowed and with tears in his eyes said, "Thank you, Miss Boss. I promise I won't let you down." He had had a difficult life since he was little, and because of his criminal record no one wanted to hire him. And when he saw how that girl didn't judge him and gave him a job, he couldn't help but cry with happiness knowing that now he could earn money without having to steal to feed his son. "Lisha, and you Alex-san, Izuku told me that you have experience in cooking, so you can be our new cook. And don't worry about your little one, you can bring her to work, we will take good care of her." Alex, with tears in her eyes, hugged Lisha, thanking her for the work she was giving her. Lisha just reciprocated the hug and looked at the other 2 remaining to say, "And you will be our new waiters. What do you think?" These last 2 bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Miss Boss." Izuku, "Well, I hope that from today on you don't do bad things." These 4 looked at Izuku and nodded their heads and thanked him. Alex, who was with her little daughter at her side, that little black girl, looked at the freckled boy and at the same time looked at her rag doll that was identical to him. Izuku looked at the little girl and gave her a slight smile. That girl would say, "Mommy, it's him," he said while pointing at his doll and the green-haired boy. Alex looked at the doll and the green-haired boy and remembered that time when a beast was about to kill them. When she hugged her daughter waiting for the end was when that hero saved them from dying. She opened her eyes seeing green hair and a white cape. That person had his back to her, but at one point she turned to look at them, and with a smile she said, "Don't worry, you're safe now." Alex was crying because she couldn't believe that she hadn't recognized the person who had saved them that time. Izuku knelt down to the little girl and said, "Tell me, you took good care of your mommy, right?" The little girl very excitedly answered yes. Izuku lifted her into the air saying, "You are a good girl." There was that green-haired man again, that person who had now saved them twice. So if it were a light, an angel watching over them. Alex wiped away her tears and thanked him like that time. Lisha just looked at the freckled boy, seeing how wonderful he was. He really was a true hero. "Lisha, well then tomorrow comes to this place so we can talk about everything that is needed." They agreed, and Katsuma entered the place saying, "I'm here, Miss Boss." "Sensei, I'm sorry I couldn't come with you," he said, bowing apologetically. Izuku, hey, don't do that. Come on, let's go change. In a few minutes we have to work. Katsuma, yes. The others looked at the cyborg in amazement as it was the first time they had seen one. Lisha, well, I'll wait for you tomorrow at Nizan, boss. Could we stay and help her today? To thank him for giving us work. Please. The 4 of them bowed. Izuku and Katsuma just watched this. Lisha, heavens. It's fine. Nizan, GRA. Lisha, but they won't work for free. I'll pay them whatever they work today. Alex, I can't. Lisha, first rule, don't take no for an answer. So I'll pay you back tonight and thank you again. The albino smiled kindly at her. Katsuma, who are their sensei? Izuku, they are new employees. Katsuma, I see. Izuku, okay. Come, I'll show you the place. These 4 agreed slightly. Lisha grabbed the little girl's hand and said, Any Lena-chan, would you like to help me serve at the reception? The little girl with great excitement would say, Yes, I would love you. In a few minutes Asumi would arrive and like any other normal day they attended the place. but except for the pastimes, now when she looked at the green-haired man she couldn't help but smile slightly. Leisha, while attending reception, looked at the new employees and in her thoughts she would say, "If my grandfather were here he would. I would have definitely accepted them no matter what their pasts were like, because after all, he was also like your Nizan, the one who understood better than anyone that feeling of having a child to raise and not having to feed him." With 5 minutes to midnight they closed the place, and Leisha distributed the remaining food to everyone. This was something they always did. At first the new employees did not want to accept it, but in the end they could not refuse. The food was hot. "Leisha, well, see you tomorrow and be careful, okay?" They nodded and said goodbye, starting to walk together, the four of them, Alex carrying her little daughter in her arms as she was sleeping. Izuku just gave a slight smile and began walking with Katsuma, Leisha and Asumi. Now the four of them were walking home together. "Katsuma, how was your day today, sensei?" The two girls looked at Izuku, who replied, "Well, let's say it was pretty normal," he said while looking at the starry sky. Chapter 09, To the Nearest Headquarters to Register as a Hero? The next day we can see how Izuku was sitting reading a manga while he had a poker face. He lowered his manga to say, "Could you stop doing that, Katsuma?" he asked while looking at Katsuma, who had a notebook where he wrote down everything his sensei did daily. "Katsuma, I'm sorry, but every action you take, master, is of the utmost importance to me. Now that I am your disciple, I want to be like you, and to do so it is necessary that I learn your regimen of activities that you perform daily," she said while caressing Komosuke, who was on her lap sleeping peacefully. When he was caressed he began to purr. Izuku looked at this and gave a slight smile to say, "I see that Komosuke really liked you. Katsuma, that's how it seems to be a teacher. Well, when I was still human I also had a cat like a pet, and Komosuke reminds me so much of him." Izuku, I don't think your old pet and Komosuke look alike." "Katsuma, why do you say that, master?" Izuku, "Nah, it's nothing, just forget it," he responded to return his gaze to the manga he was reading, when the news about the decapitated bodies that had been found in an alley in the city came on television. The bodies were identified as part of a group of rebels who had stolen the costumes of renowned inventor Mei Hatsum. These murders were attributed to Stain the hero killer. That media showed an image of the murderer. Katsuma and Izuku watched the television. That green-haired man remembered what that guy said when they met. He lowered his gaze to the ground a little thoughtfully. Katsuma noticed this, so he asked, "Is something wrong, sensei?" His face shows a slight tone of concern. "If there is something that bothers you, you can tell me. I will be happy to help you." Izuku, "Well, it's not something that bothers me per se, but..." Katsuma, "But?" Izuku, "But yesterday I faced the guy on TV." Katsuma, "Wow, that's amazing, although I don't need to ask who won, since that's more than obvious." Izuku, "Well, he said he didn't know me." Katsuma, "Huh? I didn't know him?" He failed to understand sensei's point. Izuku, "I mean, look at me, I've been a hero for years and I haven't heard anyone say anything about me and what I did." "Well, it's not that I care, but it wouldn't be bad if they at least knew my name, don't you think?" Katsuma, "It's true now that you say it, when you defeated the Spider-Woman, the media didn't say anything about you." He thought for a bit, and then said, "Sensei, can you show me your hero license?" Izuku, "Ha, hero license? What's that?" Katsuma, "Huh? Don't know what a hero license is?" Izuku, "Now that you mention it, no, it's the first time I've heard something like that. Do you have one?" Katsuma, "No, I don't have one. You will see a hero license is acquired when you attend Hero Academy such as the UA Academy, the Highschool Academy, among others. This license is given to students through physical tests where they use their quirks to pass the test. This license allows its user to use his quirk in public when the occasion requires it. Without a license, young people cannot use their quirks in public. All professional heroes have that license. Well, that was recently until when the new organization changed its president, and, thanks to that, those old rules are no longer valid. You can now acquire a license and register as a hero through physical, written, and finally psychological examinations. Depending on your performance, you will be placed in a class and rank. 5 minutes later. Katsuma, and that's all, he said as he showed her the Hero Association's page. Izuku, I see, so if you are not qualified as a hero and still call yourself one, you are classified as a madman. Katsuma, exactly, sensei. Depending on the rank and class you are in, you get paid more. Izuku, I thought. That means I could buy more food for Komosuke. Hey Katsuma. Katsuma, yes sensei. Izuku, are you registered in that association? Katsuma, no. Should I be? He asked as he looked at his teacher. Izuku gave a slight smile, saying, I propose something to you. Let's go register together as heroes and I'll officially make you my disciple. Katsuma stood up, saying, Yes, sensei. Izuku, perfect, then let's go to the nearest headquarters. He looked at Komosuke and stroked him, saying, We'll be right back. Komosuke will take care of the apartment while I'm gone. I promise to bring you food back. Komosuke opened his little eyes as he said, Meow. Izuku and Katsuma left the apartment, heading to the nearest headquarters to take the tests and be officially qualified as heroes. As they walked through those deserted streets, Katsuma asked, By the way, sensei, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Izuku, oh yeah. And what is it? Katsuma, what kind of quirk do you have? I guess it's one of super strength from the way he defeated the spider girl. Izuku, well, I don't have any quirk, I'm a quirk. He replied without showing any expression. Katsuma opened his eyes wide, saying, You really don't have any quirks, sensei? So how did he gain all that strength? He asked as he had his notebook and pen in hand ready to write down every word. Izuku, well, I simply trained by pushing my body to the limit, until one day I became as strong as I am now. Katsuma, for him to have gained all that power, it must have been extreme training. Izuku, ah yes, something like that. Katsuma, now I admire you more, sensei. It is truly an honor for me to be able to follow your path and be taught by someone like you. Izuku, please stop, I'm not someone cool like you think. I'm just someone trying to live a normal life, that's all. Katsuma, I don't share that idea, sensei. When I saw his strength, I immediately knew that he was someone truly incredible. But now you told me that you don't have a quirk, I admire you even more, master. Before I was a complete cyborg, I also had a quirk, but it wasn't a quirk to be a hero like you. And now that I'm a cyborg, I have the chance to be a hero like you. Izuku, I see, well then let's do our best. He smiled slightly, extending his fist. Katsuma saw this and bumped his fist into his master's, saying, I won't let you down, sensei. After about 10 minutes they finally arrive at the nearest headquarters where the registrations to become heroes were taking place. Izuku, well, the time has come. Walking, he said, and then began to walk with Katsuma to the entrance of the headquarters. Chapter 10. The Disciples' Request. Once inside the headquarters, they were able to see many people who aspired to be heroes. Izuku, wow, it seems that we are not the only ones who want to be heroes. Katsuma, that seems to be it, master, but... This one scanned all the people in a matter of seconds to say, Most likely you and I are the most outstanding. Izuku, hey, don't judge them, remember that appearances can be deceiving. Maybe among all these people there is one person who has a magnificent quirk. Katsuma, I see, then excuse me for my behavior, being a cyborg it is normal that I end up scanning my opponents, you know. Izuku, don't worry, I understand your position. At that point, an employee who was helping with the tests approached them and gave them a number, which would identify them from the rest of the other candidates. Izuku, wow, I got number 108. And you? Katsuma, the 109th master. Izuku, well, I guess we'll have to wait for our turn. They began to watch as the other candidates carried out the physical tests, waiting for their turn to come. 10 minutes later. Helper, Participants 101-109 please step forward to take the tests. Izuku, great, it's finally our turn, he said while stretching his muscles. The other candidates looked at the green-haired man, laughing a little, because he didn't look strong enough to pass the tests. Katsuma in his thoughts would say, "This will be an opportunity to see some of the sensei's skills." Assistant, well, the first test is lateral jumps for 30 seconds. Ready? Izuku gave a look. Helper, get started. Izuku began to jump sideways at a high speed so much that he created illusions of it. Those who had previously laughed at this were left with their mouths open. Katsuma, sensei is fast. Assistant, next test, 1,500-meter race. The competitors got into position waiting for the signal to run. Katsuma was next to Izuku saying, "I won't hold back in this test, sensei. I want to see how fast I am compared to you." Izuku gave a slight smile saying, "Understood. Forward in 3, 2, 1. Get started." Katsuma placed both palms on the ground, deploying the thrusters on his legs and back to disappear in a flash. He looked to his sides and couldn't detect his sensei on his radar. So he couldn't help but give a slight smile and say, "I think I will win this test." He couldn't finish speaking because he saw something that surpassed him in seconds 3 times in a row. Izuku crossed the finish line as the assistants were just placing the white ribbon. They had their eyes wide open in surprise. Katsuma came in second place. He was simply shocked by his master's speed. Assistant, next test, weightlifting. Everyone looked on in amazement as the green-haired man with only one arm lifted the bar with surprising weight as if it were nothing. Assistant, next test, shot put. Izuku without much effort launched the bullet that pierced the top of the headquarters as if it were nothing. Everyone could see how the bullet was lost in the sky. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "Damn, I think I went overboard." Helper, S vertical jump. He said, speechless, seeing how inhuman that green-haired man was in his eyes. Izuku jumped slightly so much that he was embedded in the top of the seat, far exceeding the maximum height of vertical jumps. The next test was the punching machine. The green-haired man was about to hit it when an assistant told him it was not necessary. Izuku tried to stop his fist, but he still gave a light touch to the machine, which flew out crashing against the walls of the headquarters. They all had their eye sockets bulging out, as they could not believe what their eyes were seeing. Several candidates, seeing what the green-haired man did, simply left the place knowing that they had no chance against the skills of that green-haired man. Katsuma looked at one of the applicants pointing at Izuku saying, "That's my sensei." After that came the final test, which Izuku passed without much difficulty. After several minutes we can see Izuku in the locker room. He had a slight smile saying, "I guess I passed." At that point Katsuma would come in saying, "It was really impressive, sensei. I am more than sure that you will be in the highest class, there is no doubt about that." Izuku, thanks, the tests were easy. Is this all it takes to be a hero? By the way, does it make sense that you did the physical tests yourself? I mean, couldn't you have given them the names of your members or something? Katsuma, huh? Izuku, nothing, forget it. Katsuma, as you said, sensei, the tests were very easy, especially the written test. Now it will only be a matter of waiting for the results to see what class and rank we are in. At that point, an association assistant entered the locker room with 2 envelopes in his hand. Assistant, Mr. Katsuma, Mr. Izuku, here are the test results. Katsuma, thank you. Izuku, huh, so fast? The assistant agreed slightly and left. Katsuma, well, it's time to see what class we're in. She opened the envelope, taking out the sheet where there was information about him along with the class and rank that had been assigned to him. Pro Hero, Katsuma Shimano, S class, rank 18. Katsuma, apparently I'm S class, rank sensei. What class were you graded in? Izuku, oh wow, that's great, you were rated as S class. Let's see, I am. He opened the envelope revealing his class and rank. Pro Hero, Izuku, class A, rank 29. Oh wow, I got into class A, how cool. Katsuma, This is disrespectful. Don't worry, Sensei. I'll go talk to the executives of this association. They clearly made a mistake by putting him in Class A. I'll be right back. Izuku stopped Katsuma in his chibi version, who was very angry while having a murderous look. Izuku in his chibi version would say, "Please don't do that, you'll embarrass me." Katsuma, "But Sensei." Izuku, "If you think about it, the important thing is that we both qualify as heroes." He gave him a slight smile. Katsuma just looked at him saying, "Sensei, this world doesn't deserve you. You are a very good person. By the way, how did your interview go?" Izuku, "Oh? Interview?" Katsuma, "They didn't interview you?" Izuku, "Not that I remember." "Did they interview you?" Katsuma, "Yes," he said as he remembered everything. We can see Katsuma, who was sitting in the center of a room. In front of him there was a table where there were 3 executives from the headquarters. One of them would say, "Aspiring hero Katsuma Shimano. We would like to ask you a couple of questions if you don't mind." Katsuma, "Go ahead." Executive, "A couple of months ago, before this new order came in, we were investigating a large, highly dangerous criminal organization. But from one day to the next, their place, or rather their hiding place, was reduced to ashes. The entire area was incinerated by an extremely intense heat. And not only that. This brought forth several holograms of different places that showed the same degree of destruction. The last place was where he had confronted the Spider Girl. The last trace was when that massive amount of spiders appeared. Did you have anything to do with all this?" she asked while looking at him seriously. Katsuma, "Yes." "Is there a problem with that?" The 3 executives looked at each other in shock. One of them grabbed a seal and pressed it hard against the sheet of paper that had Katsuma's information on it. The seal approved him as an S-class hero. Information sheet. Last name and first name, Shimano Katsuma. Age, 19 years old. Reasons to be a hero, to be a disciple. Present. Izuku, "Well, if that's all, I guess we can go now." "Let's go, Katsuma." Katsuma, "Yes, Sensei." They left the locker room walking calmly. After a few minutes, they were leaving through the main door of the headquarters, unaware that the 3 members who interviewed Katsuma were watching them from the window on the top floor. One of them would say, "Those 2 have really caught our attention." Well, that cyborg had already caught our attention before, but we never imagined that he would come to register at our headquarters. But the other guy. He looked at the green-haired man's information sheet. Information sheet. Last name and first name, Izuku. Age, 23. Reasons to be a hero, to earn more money and be able to buy more food for my cat Komosuke. The other guy barely passed the written test, but the physical test. He said while he himself had seen how he had far surpassed the association's records. It just seems like a god resides in his body. For now we will keep an eye on him, let the president know about these 2 new heroes that have joined the headquarters. The other 2 executives acknowledged their heads, while the first 10 S-class heroes received the information of the new S-class Katsuma Shimano. A certain green-haired girl who was in her bed upon seeing the information and the profile would say, "HMP, I'm not interested. Now they accept junk as heroes, how pathetic," he said as he continued drinking his cup of coffee. She spat it out saying, "HMP, I'm already cold and all for having wasted my time reading that stupid information. I guess I'll go for a walk around there, that's the only way to clear my mind." She began to levitate and left her luxurious apartment. As they were walking, Katsuma stopped dead saying, "Sensei, I am now officially your disciple. I will be in your care, please continue teaching me as you have done until now." Izuku, "Oh yeah, it's okay." This one in his thoughts would say, "Damn, I forgot that I told you that my disciple would make you." Well, a promise is a promise, I will keep my word until the end. Katsuma, "If it's not too much to ask, Sensei, I have a request." Izuku, "Oh, and what is it?" 15 minutes later. Izuku, "So, is this what you wanted?" he asked while they were in a remote place outside the city. Katsuma, yes, I want to have a fight with you, master. Only then will I be able to know how much I still need to improve, and I also want to see more of your skills, teacher. I hope you don't mind my request. Izuku, no, it's okay, after all I promised to make you my disciple and stuff. Is it okay here? He asked as he stood a distance away from the cyborg. Katsuma, yes, thank you very much, sensei. He got into a fighting stance while Izuku had a poker face. Far away in the air was a certain green-haired girl floating very bored. This would say, "Isn't there a damn monster trying to cause trouble today?" At that point she saw how in the distance an orange light detonated in an explosion. Izumi, huh? Will it be a monster? Finally I can have some fun, she said very excitedly as she headed towards that place without knowing what she would see. Chapter 11. Master vs. Disciple. Izuku, is it okay here? He asked while standing a distance away from the cyborg. Katsuma, yes, thank you very much, sensei. He got into a fighting stance while Izuku had a poker face. Katsuma, here I come, master. Izuku, okay. Katsuma in a flash threw a kick to his face, but the green-haired man had leaned back, dodging it as if in slow motion. While in the air, Katsuma did a couple of spins to be right above his master, who raised his right leg and then lowered it with great force. The impact of this destroyed the ground, but his attack had failed since Izuku dodged it very easily. Izuku was behind Katsuma, but at a slightly far distance. Katsuma looked at him out of the corner of his eye, saying, "Please take this fight seriously, sensei, I beg you." After saying that, he disappeared, placing himself in front of the green-haired man, bringing both arms together. From these, an array of weapons moved, which began to shine an orange hue. Katsuma, incinerate. Far away in the air was a certain green-haired girl floating very bored. This would say, "Isn't there a damn monster trying to cause trouble today?" At that point she saw how in the distance an orange light detonated in an explosion. Izumi, will it be a monster? Finally I can have some fun, he said as he headed towards that place without knowing what he would see. Katsuma, huh? He could see that when the curtain of dust disappeared there was a long path of destruction, but the green-haired man was not there. Katsuma turned around and began to search for him with his sensor, which moved everywhere, showing a running Izuku. I found it. He placed both palms on the ground, deploying the propellants that lay on his back and legs, and lava began to come out of the ground. Katsuma rose into the air a few centimeters before disappearing, leaving behind fragments of orange lightning. Izuku, who was running with a poker face, could see something pass him at high speed, placing himself just meters away from him. The green-haired man stopped suddenly. Katsuma, I remind you that this is a serious fight, sensei. Be serious, I beg you. Izuku closed his eyes and a few seconds later he opened them, saying, Come with everything, Katsuma. The green-haired man's face was serious. Katsuma could see how his master began to walk slowly towards him. His sensors began to fail in a matter of seconds. Each step the green-haired man took was firm, and with a little force, Katsuma could feel the ground beginning to shake. This had started since his master had started walking towards him. Katsuma, what is this feeling? The atmosphere changed completely. Izumi, who was heading towards the place where they both were, stopped suddenly, because something in her made her stop suddenly. A feeling that told him not to go, as if there was someone in that place who was far beyond his strength. Izumi, what is this feeling? He wondered as he looked at his hands that began to shake from one second to the next. The green-haired girl could notice how the clouds that were in the sky began to head towards that place. Izuku stood face to face with Katsuma, who looked at him in the eyes. He could feel as if there was an invisible force in the place that paralyzed every part of his body. Izuku closed his eyes and they both disappeared at high speed, moving all over the place. Katsuma was giving his 100% in every attack he threw, but Izuku with his serious face dodged them with great ease while walking backwards. Katsuma in his thoughts would say, He's avoiding me like it's nothing. Really? Are we really on totally different levels? He spun around, launching a spinning kick at high speed, but the green-haired man stood still, receiving that kick on the left side of his neck. A huge air wave came out from the green-haired man's right side due to the brutal kick. Such a kick should have moved any person or hero, but to Katsuma's surprise it couldn't even move him 1 centimeter. He opened his eyes slightly as he saw his right leg brutally crack upon impact with his sensei's body, which seemed to be made of pure steel. Izuku put his palms in front of Katsuma's face and then produced a light clap, which released a large wave of air that sent Katsuma crashing into a mountain that was there. The cyborg was embedded deep inside the mountain. Izuku could see it in the distance since he had felt it a little far away. "Izuku, I think I went too far," he said while having a drop of sweat on his head. Katsuma, being embedded and having his hair raised, would say, Incredible, the sensei's strength is at a level incomprehensible to me. I wonder if I can ever even come close to sensei's level." He could see how a large part of his circuits were damaged, and that was despite the fact that he had not received any physical blow from his master, otherwise he would have ended up quite damaged. Izuku entered through that gap that Katsuma had created when he hit the mountain. "Izuku, are you okay, Katsuma?" "Sorry, I think I went too far." "Katsuma, don't worry, sensei, I thank you for this fight. I'll really train hard to someday at least reach a quarter of his power because the sensei is someone who truly possesses a force beyond all logic and human understanding." Izuku gave a slight smile, saying, "I'm sure that one day you will be much stronger than me. Besides, you are a cyborg and you have plenty of time to get stronger and stronger, but I am someone who is made of flesh and blood. The years will weaken me more and more, until the day comes when I am no longer in this world. And when that day comes, I am sure that my disciple will have surpassed me by far, but for now, I will teach you everything I can, Katsuma." Katsuma slightly opened his eyes, seeing that slight smile and how his teacher was extending his hand to him. This would say, "Sensei, I can't move for now. It will take me a few minutes to restore my damaged systems and parts." Izuku, I see. And how long do you think it will take you to do that? Katsuma, I estimate between 10 to 15 minutes. Izuku, I see. With Izumi, she was arriving at the place and would have arrived sooner had she not been sent flying by a taste of air that came from that direction minutes ago. Izumi, what the hell is going on over there? I'm almost there. It was flying at its maximum capacity because it wanted to arrive immediately, and after 5 minutes it finally arrived. Izumi had a serious look and slightly descended until her feet touched the ground. She could see the great destruction that was in that place. Large debris was sticking out of the ground, much of the place was burned, and a large mountain had a huge fire in its center caused by something or someone. It was certainly the first time she had seen such destruction. She looked everywhere for those responsible, but no matter how hard she looked, she found nothing. But doubt and curiosity ate away at her. She wondered if it was the work of some new kind of monsters or something. She sincerely hoped to meet or be able to confront whoever had caused that destruction. Izumi, damn, I'm late, she said, quite annoyed while stamping the ground with her left foot. On the other hand, we can see how Izuku and Katsuma were almost reaching the city. The green-haired man was carrying Katsuma on his back. Katsuma, just 2 more minutes and I'll be ready, master. Izuku, yeah, no problem. Hey Katsuma, do you want some udon? I'll treat you. Katsuma, yes sensei. Izuku, perfect. Let's go get some udon. After all, we don't have to work today. Since the boss will be opening her new restaurant on the other side of town, and well, the new employees will be with her, the ones you met yesterday. Katsuma, yes, I remember them, sensei. By the way, sensei. Izuku, yes, what's wrong? Katsuma, did it really bother you that much that hero killer didn't know your name? Izuku, nah, nothing much. I just thought maybe it would be good if someone knew my name, but to tell the truth, I don't give it much importance. To be a hero, I don't need an organization to recognize me as one. Katsuma, you only registered with the Hero Association to earn a little more money so you could buy more food for Komosuke, right, sensei? Izuku gave a slight smile, saying, If you are absolutely correct. Katsuma, I already assumed that. Komosuke is really important to you, right, sensei? Izuku, well, to tell the truth, he and I are very similar. And we were together these 2 years, so I really appreciated him. Katsuma, I understand. Komosuke is a good cat. Izuku, I guess it is. After a few minutes they had arrived at a food place. In said place they both had a food competition that was there. The winner was Katsuma because Izuku could not finish all the food. Katsuma, I won, sensei. He said while looking at an Izuku who was leaning on the table quite full without being able to eat another bite. The people in the place looked at Katsuma with great astonishment. Izuku, ugh, I accept my defeat. After eating, they both left the place, noticing how the sun was almost setting, and they both began to walk in silence. Katsuma was thinking for a moment, but he stopped abruptly, saying, Sensei, here I say goodbye. I have to go do some things since my leg is being repaired. See you later. Izuku, oh yeah, be careful. Katsuma, yes. He turned around and began to walk away from his master. Izuku kept watching him until he was out of sight, then turned around and continued on his way. He was walking calmly while thinking. Katsuma is amazing, he was in Class S, which is above Class A. Who would have thought? I ended up very involved in all this. Well, the important thing is save people. Already at night we can see how the green-haired man was lying on his futon while caring for Komosuke, who was sleeping peacefully on his chest. At that Izuku felt someone knock on the door of his apartment. Izuku, Visiting at this hour? He moved Komosuke gently so as not to wake him up. Izuku opened the door meeting Katsuma who was carrying a large backpack on his back. Once inside the apartment. Izuku, so. Is this what you meant when you said see you later? Katsuma, yes, master. Now that I am officially your disciple, I thought it was the right thing to do to come live with you. That way you can always find me without having to use the phone and things like that. So please let me stay with you, Izuku-sensei. Izuku, no, don't even think about it. Katsuma dropped a large wad of money on the table, saying, I also brought money for rent. Izuku, I don't care about money. Katsuma put a huge bag of cat food on the table, saying, I also bought some food for Komosuke, master. Komosuke opened his eyes and stood up, walking towards Katsuma, who took him in his arms, caressing him lightly. Izuku looked at the food for a few seconds and then said, Did you bring your toothbrushes? Katsuma, yes, sir. Izuku, perfect. Chapter 12. The new S-Class hero is. We can see how Katsuma was serving cat food into Komosuke's bowl, while he was sitting on the side tilting his head to one side while purring. Katsuma, here you go, Komosuke. That cute little cat simply said meow, and started eating. Katsuma just gave a slight smile saying, Now I understand the reason why Sensei became fond of you. He said while petting Komosuke who was eating peacefully. Katsuma stood up to start cleaning the apartment. Meanwhile we can see how a certain green-haired boy was shopping for lunch. He was having a lucky day because that day there were offers and discounts on various things. As he was walking to the next aisle he collided with a person. The person felt as if she had hit a wall, so she took a step back somewhat stunned, saying, Hey idiot, look where. That person, upon seeing who the person he had collided with was, couldn't help but get nervous. Izuku, oh but it's you roast. How are you? Asumi, I'm sorry. She lowered her head and walked past him until she went to the other hallway. Izuku would simply say, I guess he was in a hurry to leave. He didn't give it any more importance, and continued looking for what he needed. While Asumi was standing in one of the hallways with her face somewhat flushed and quite embarrassed, she quietly said, Why can't I talk to him normally like I used to? Since that day He really is a fool, but I can't deny that. She shook her head trying to calm down a little. She looked at the previous hallway noticing how the green-haired man was no longer there. Asumi sighed a little saying, I have to do something, I can't go on like this. Izuku was at the checkout paying for his stuff. the freckled boy took out his wallet and paid for everything. Once outside, he walked calmly while the day was sunny and with a light, cool breeze. Asumi was in one of the supermarket aisles when she received a call. Elsewhere we can see how the executives of the Heroes Association were gathered. It is worth mentioning that the president of the association had an angry look as she looked at her co-workers. Lisbeth, why did you make such an important decision without consulting me first? Executive 1, WLW, we thought it wasn't something so. Lisbeth, well, they thought wrong. After seeing his results in the physical test, they dare to put him in rank 29 of Class A. The president's gaze imposed great oppression on the rest. A hologram of a certain green-haired man's physical results was projected in the room, which were, broadly speaking, enormous. Lisbeth, bring him here immediately, I will correct the mistake you made. Every executive would say. At your orders, Madam President. They left the room quite nervous. Lisbeth sighed a little, saying, after so long. I finally found you, Izuku. She gave a slight smile as she looked at the hologram where a certain freckled man appeared. Our protagonist was walking with his groceries from the supermarket when he stopped dead to say, why do I have the feeling that I'm forgetting something very important? He brought his right hand to his chin, trying to remember what he was forgetting. After a few seconds he stopped thinking and started walking again, because he didn't want to waste his time remembering what he had forgotten. It surely wasn't anything important according to his words. He was wearing black pants, red tennis shoes, and a short-sleeved shirt that said, "Appay," in the center. Meanwhile Katsuma was cleaning the apartment when he heard his teacher's phone ring, since Izuku had left it at home. The cyborg approached her saying, the teacher forgot his phone at home. I wonder who it could be. Would it be okay for me to answer for him? Without thinking twice, I answered the call saying, yes, who is speaking? From the other end of the phone a voice would say, are you the hero Izuku, Class A, rank 29? Katsuma, Sensei is not at home right now. Who are you and what do you need from the teacher? He asked in a serious tone. Person, I am one of the executives of the Hero Association, and we urgently require the presence of the hero Izuku at the headquarters. The president would like to speak to him. I think I could tell him to come over as soon as he can. Katsuma, I understand, don't worry, I'll make sure the teacher goes. Thank you. After saying that I hung up the call thinking, does the CEO want to see Sensei? Something must have happened and they need your help. This will be perfect for the Sensei to rise to his rightful position. Katsuma turned to look at Komosuke to say, I'll be out for a few minutes, please take care of the apartment, Komosuke. Komosuke nodded his head while licking his left paw. Katsuma, good boy. After saying that, he left the apartment and began to track his master's energy. She activated her thrusters and disappeared from the scene at high speed. While in Leisha's new restaurant, we can see how Nizan and the other two new employees were gathered in the kitchen. They were talking sternly. Nizan, what do you think of the idea? Eric, oh, that's a good idea. Derek, I'm sure the boss will be very happy. Nizan, Miss Asumi said she would join us. After all, today is a very important day, it's our boss's birthday. She has been very kind to us by giving us jobs despite the things we did. You must do something for her. I already talked to Alex, she is with the boss at the other restaurant. Her mission will be to distract her while we prepare a surprise party for her. Derek, by the way. Nizan, what's wrong? Derek, what gift did you buy for the boss? On the other hand, we can see how a certain albino was with a slight smile at the reception of her restaurant. Leisha was a bit thoughtful because her thoughts were happening to a certain person with green hair. In a low voice he would say, I wonder if he will remember me today. Returning to our dear green-haired boy, he was already walking almost a few blocks to get to his apartment, when beneath it the ground collapsed as if it were a trap. The green-haired boy fell into the endless darkness of it. The bags with the things he had bought fell to the ground. Izuku found himself in a dark place where nothing could be seen. He looked around to say, wow, it seems like the sun has gone out. At that a voice would resonate throughout the place saying, "Stupid human, the sun didn't go out. You are trapped in a prison of darkness. So you're the one who defeats our companions with just one hit." "Izuku, yes, that's me, nice to meet you," he said with a relaxed expression. That voice would say, "Your damn face disgusts me. Now, stupid mortal, you will feel true pain at the hands of our Master Lord." "Izuku, enough, you idiot. If you want to fight, just say yes, I'm a busy man. Besides, this is not a prison of darkness, we are simply underground where the light does not reach, that's all." I could clearly feel the ground beneath my feet. The whole place went silent. Seconds later the whole ground began to shake, causing it to crack. Izuku fell in a place where there was now a little more visibility. In front of him was an imposing figure about 5 meters tall. That thing had 4 arms, its face was the build of a mole, its torso was that of a human, but its feet were those of a horse, like that mystical creature called the Minotaur. Izuku with a poker face would say, "Hey old man, now I understand why you don't come out into the light, you're very, very ugly." Voice, "Now you will pay for your mortal disrespect. You will feel the power of our god." Izuku could see how behind that large figure there were several mole men hiding. Said creatures measured 1 meter and 40 centimeters. Izuku, wow, so they were hiding behind him. Those mole men would say, "Our lord, please put an end to that insolent human. Show him your great divinity." They could not finish speaking when they saw that only the legs of their supposed god remained, since the upper part of it had been destroyed by a single blow from the green-haired man. Izuku had a serious look. That look froze the blood of his enemies. Izuku in his chibi version would say, "Wow, I thought he would be as strong as that angel I faced some time ago. What was his name?" "Luis Miguel, I don't think it was Duracell," he said while having his hand on his chin, somewhat thoughtful. "That was the name of Alcatel." Note, the angel's real name was Serial, only Izuku didn't remember it. End of note. That time was a little strange, seeing so many versions of myself. He is at the top of the list of strong people I have faced. And his boss, well, it wasn't even strong, so I'll put it at number 432 of the weakest monsters I faced. Now, this one with a serious voice and look would say, "Take me to the surface if you don't want to end up the same way as your boss." At those words all the mole men agreed with quite a bit of fear and nervousness because that guy could kill them with just one blow. While on the surface we can see how Katsuma landed in the place where the green-haired boy's bags were on the ground. Katsuma, how strange. Until 5 minutes ago I could trace the sensei's energy in this place. But he looked at the hole in the ground and then opened his eyes slightly as he felt his sensei's vital energy approaching at great speed. That green-haired boy came out of that hole dug by all those mole men, who lowered him very carefully to the ground saying, "You excuse us for everything that happened, we assure you that we will not bother you anymore." Izuku looked at them saying, "I hope otherwise." He raised his fist in warning, and those mole men entered the hole at high speed, leaving the place in seconds. The freckled man began to shake the dust off his clothes saying, "Wow, that place was dusty. Oh Katsuma, what are you doing here?" he asked with his gaze relaxed. "Katsuma, sensei, I was looking for you, because the Hero Association needs your presence immediately at the main headquarters. Apparently it is for something of utmost importance." "Izuku, really? Maybe they'd like to give me a raise, that would be great. Well then I will go to the headquarters. Could you take the things to the apartment for me? I'm sure it won't take long." "Katsuma, of course sensei, I hope you do well." "Izuku, thank you. So I'll see you later at home." "Katsuma, I'll be waiting for you, master." Izuku turned around, walking away slowly with a carefree look. Meanwhile we can see how the 10 strongest heroes of the S-class were gathered at the main headquarters. Everyone was sitting around the long table, waiting for the executives and the president to come into the room. An overwhelming pressure could be felt in the room as the 10 strongest heroes were gathered together. All Might S-Class Rank 1. Izumi Midoriya S Class Rank 3. Mirko S Class Rank 4. Endeavor S Class Rank 5. Ryukyu S Class Rank 6. Suneater S Class Rank 7. Lemillion S Class Rank 8. Nijire-chan S Class Rank 9. Daigoro Banjo S Class Rank 10. The rabbit looked sideways at Mirio, saying, "Hey Mirio. Do you know the reason for this boring meeting?" She asked, quite bored, with her arms behind her head. Mirio, not at all, teacher. I only know that they summoned us all, but I don't know the reason. Mirko, I see, I guess it will be expected. Izumi looked at the others while thinking. So these are the ones that make up the top 10 of the S class? Compared to All Might, they are no problem to me. Nijire looked at the ceiling of the place, quite bored. Outside the headquarters was standing that green-haired man chewing gum while saying, "Well, I finally arrived. I hope it doesn't take me too long here." Chapter 13. The presentation to the S-class heroes. All Might had a serious look that intimidated the rest of the heroes, as they felt the pressure that the eyes of the number one hero imposed. All Might in his thoughts would say, "I hope this meeting ends soon, since I was left halfway through reading that manga, and also..." This one's stomach made a noise. "I shouldn't have eaten so much ice cream. Remember, Toshinori squeezes his buttocks." The number one hero showed his typical smile. Suneater would also be said. Everyone is looking at me. I want to go home. My stomach hurts." This one was shaking slightly. Mirio with a big smile would say, "So much intrigue, I can't wait for this meeting to start to find out what's going on." Nijire, "I'm bored," she said with a tender pout. On the other hand, the green-haired man had finally entered the headquarters. Izuku, "Wow, this place is much bigger than the headquarters where I gave the tests." He saw how a few meters in front of him there was a girl with jet black hair. She seemed to be an employee of the place. The girl looked at Izuku, saying, "We were waiting for you, a class hero, rank 29, Izuku. Please be so kind as to follow me. I will guide you to your destination." Izuku with a poker face would say, "All right." They headed to the elevator, which would take them to the top floor, where the executives were waiting for them. Izuku in the elevator looked at how luxurious it looked, while thinking, "What will Katsuma have for lunch?" The elevator doors opened, revealing a long hallway. "Girl, please follow me." She left the elevator, and the green-haired man simply followed her in silence. After a few seconds they reached where there were two large doors. "Girl, we have arrived, hero. The executives are waiting inside to talk to you. If you need anything, just let me know. Izuku, could you bring me a cup of tea? Please." The girl with a slight smile nodded her head, saying, "I will bring you your order in a few minutes." Izuku, "Thank you." He opened the door of the place, entering said room. It was very large and spacious inside. Izuku could see that in the center of the room there was a chair, and in front of it was a large table, at which there were 6 people. The president was in the middle, showing that she was the most important person in the place. Upon seeing the green-haired man, she couldn't help but give a slight smile of happiness. "Izuku, hello? Did you want to see me?" "Lisbeth, good morning, hero Izuku. Please take a seat," he said while pointing to the chair in the center, which was quite comfortable. Izuku sat down with his poker face. "Lisbeth, do you have any idea why we summoned you to this place?" Izuku, well, I thought they would give me a raise." Lisbeth had a drop of sweat, saying, "Well, we'll raise his salary, but that's not the reason we asked him to come." Izuku, "I see." Lisbeth, "First of all, I want to apologize for the mistreatment I received from my colleagues. We apologize for the mistake." Izuku, "But at no time did they treat me badly," he said with his poker face. Lisbeth, "Of course they did, by putting you in a position and class that you do not deserve." Izuku, "Huh? But what's wrong with my position?" Lisbeth, "You are clearly in a position that does not correspond to you. Based on the practical results of your physical examination, it is clear that you should not be in Class A." That is why I myself, as the president, will take charge of correcting the mistakes of my colleagues. That is why. We welcome S-Class Rank 2 Hero Izuku. Congratulations. Izuku, does that mean I'll get paid more? Lisbeth, yes, of course. Izuku, I see, I guess that's good news. Lisbeth in her thoughts would say. Didn't you recognize me? At that moment, the dark-haired girl who had guided the freckled man to the place would enter, saying, Excuse the intrusion, but here is your cup of hero tea. Izuku grabbed the teacup, saying, Oh, thank you very much. The black-haired girl bowed and then left the place. Lisbeth, I'm sure he will play his role as a hero very well. I expect a lot from you, more than anyone else. Let me remind you that as a class hero you should only take action when big threats appear that require the S-Class. We will also inform you when such danger appears so that you can go to the location. Also remember that in terms of popularity it is normal for people to give you a hero name based on your appearance or displayed abilities. Izuku, wait, if that's like that then I'll end up being called the broccoli with a cape. I say just look at my hair. Lisbeth let out a little laugh, saying, I don't think anyone would call him that. Well, at least I would never call you that. She gave him a slight smile. Izuku just looked at his cup of tea and then took a sip and said, Wow, it's pretty good. Lisbeth, excuse me, hero, can I ask you a question? Izuku, oh yeah, it's okay. Lisbeth, don't you remember me? He asked with his hand on his chest, waiting for the green-haired man's answer. Izuku raised an eyebrow, looking at her carefully, to say, Have we met before? If so, I don't remember it. Lisbeth put on a sad look and said, I see. I'm sorry I asked that question. This in his thoughts would say. After all. Obviously I wouldn't remember that, it was a long time ago. Izuku, well, if that's all then I can leave now, right? He asked as he pointed to the exit door. Lisbeth, please don't leave yet, I must introduce you to the rest of Class S who will be your co-workers. Izuku, okay. Lisbeth, please let me guide you to the meeting room where the others are. Izuku simply nodded his head to stand up and follow the brown-haired girl. As they walked, the green-haired man was somewhat thoughtful, trying to remember what he was forgetting that day, because when something was like that, it didn't disappear from one second to the next. Lisbeth and Izuku arrived at a room with wide doors. The heroes inside turned their gazes as they saw the doors of the place swing open. Mirko, wow, they finally designed to come, he said with a yawn. Everyone could see the brown-haired girl who had a serious look. Izumi, why did you call us to this meeting, President? He asked with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. Daigoro Banjo had just noticed the presence of the green-haired girl. In his thoughts he would say, Hey, there was a girl among the heroes, maybe she's the daughter or niece of some of those present here, that must be it. All Might would also say, Damn, I don't know how much longer I can harden this stomach ache. Lisbeth, good morning heroes, sorry for the delay. We can now begin this meeting. One of the reasons for this meeting is to introduce you to the person who will occupy the rank 2 position. At these words the heroes were a little surprised, because until then that post had been empty. There were rumors that heroes could occupy that position, but finally those rumors could be dismissed upon knowing the hero who would occupy that rank. Nijire, any president, is he or she someone very strong? She asked, being curious as always. Endeavor had a serious look on his face, and in his thoughts he would say, They finally chose the hero who will be rank 2, I wonder who it will be. Lisbeth, okay, please you can come in now. He said while looking towards the entrance door. The heroes once again set their gaze on the doors that opened slightly. Everyone looked at the spectators to want to know the appearance and face of that new hero. A green head of hair peeked through the door. Mirko opened his eyes slightly upon seeing that green hair. Lisbeth, please welcome the number 2 hero Izuku. The brown-haired girl had a slight smile. Everyone could see the person mentioned. Nijire and Mirko as well as Izumi opened their eyes slightly. Izuku with his poker face would say, Hello? Lisbeth, Please take a seat next to the number 1 hero All Might. Izuku complied with the request of that brown-haired girl, sitting next to the hero. At that point a person banged hard on the table saying, "This is a bucking joke, isn't it, Madam President?" A certain green-haired girl exclaimed out loud, quite annoyed. "Lisbeth, I ask you to calm down, Izumi. This is not a joke. Nijire, but he's the waiter at that restaurant." Mirko couldn't believe that the green-haired boy was a hero. "Izumi, if this isn't a joke, then explain to me the reason why this broccoli with legs is here. He doesn't even look like a strong person." Izuku approached All Might whispering, "Hey, why is the girl angry? Don't you know you're in a meeting of adults?" Those words reached the ear of that green-haired girl who, quite annoyed, would say, "Who are you calling a stupid little girl?" She was about to approach the green-haired boy when a certain rabbit with a serious look took her by the shoulder to say, "Make the slightest attempt to touch it, and I'll have to teach you some manners, brat." Izumi looked at her quite seriously, saying, "Take your hands off me, Playboy Bunny." Lisbeth was about to say something, but All Might's voice was heard with great authority. "Miss Izumi, that is not the correct way for a hero to behave. Have more respect for your companions. If young Izuku is in this position, it is because he is someone strong. Besides, it's the president's decision, so please sit down and calm down." Izumi looked at All Might, feeling somewhat annoyed at being scolded. "Lisbeth, thank you very much, All Might." All Might nodded his head and sat back down in his spot. Mirko looked at Izuku, and with a slight blush on her cheeks she waved at him. "Izuku, hello girl, what do you say? What's up, old man?" Mirko just let out a slight laugh, saying, "Silly." Nijire simply looked at the green-haired man. "Lisbeth, now I will proceed to explain the reason and motives why the hero Izuku is in the rank he is. The hero Izuku registered at one of our locations and took the physical, psychological, and written tests. And these are the results of your physical test. I'll let you see it with your own eyes." She placed a device on the table from which several holograms emerged, showing images of the physical evidence, showing how it had broken the memory in all of them. Such images caught the attention of everyone present. Lisbeth, she broke every record in every test without the slightest effort. Besides, this showed the footprint of the green-haired man at the time he had performed the running test. Everyone watched in amazement as the ground cracked, leaving the imprint of his foot perfectly visible. Seeing this, Nijire was speechless, as was Mirko. The rest just watched in silence. Izuku was just chewing on a strawberry gum. "Lisbeth, I have passed the physical, psychological, and written tests. Given these results, he was granted to be in this range. If anyone has any objection, feel free to say so and I will listen to it without any problem." Nobody said anything because the place was totally silent. "Lisbeth, well, now he is part of you. I hope you can get along because at some point you will have to work together." All Might stood up, saying, "Excuse me, Miss Lisbeth, but I will proceed to leave. I have important things to do." He looked at Izuku and extended his hand to say, "Welcome to Class S, young Izuku. It will be a pleasure to work with you from now on." Izuku returned the greeting and with a slight smile would say, "Oh yeah, that's okay. Lisbeth, thank you very much for attending the All Might Hero meeting." All Might nodded his head and left the room. The brown-haired girl was about to continue talking when her phone rang. "Lisbeth, please excuse me, I have to take a call, I'll be right back." She left the room, leaving the heroes alone. Nijire, without thinking, stood up and approached Izuku, saying, Hey, I didn't know you were a hero." Izuku looked at her, saying, "Oh, but you're the girl Elise. Oh, and there's also Lemon and the emo boy." Nijire, my name is Nijire," she said while making a cute pout. Ryukyu approached the green-haired man and formally said, "Welcome, young man. It is a pleasure to know that I will be able to work with you. I hope we can get along well." The dragon heroine gave a slight smile. The number 10 hero approached Izuku with a serious look, saying, "Broccoli boy, welcome to the group." Izuku, thanks Baldy. Daigoro clenched his fists to lift him up and pat him on the back to say, "Haha, you're funny boy. I'm sure we'll get along very well." Endeavor sat in his spot without saying anything. Izumi stood up looking at the green-haired boy to say, "Hey idiot, let's be clear that I don't accept you as a hero. If these weaklings accept you, that's their business, but don't expect me to shake your hand, you hear me?" Izuku looked at Daigoro to ask, "Who let the girl in?" Daigoro in his chibi version would say, "I don't know, when I came he was already here." Chapter 14. I will wait for it, I will wait for that day. Daigoro and Izuku looked at each other in their chibi versions. They nodded slightly as if they had agreed on something. Izumi, who was still standing with her arms crossed, could see how those two characters approached her to ask her at the same time. "Hey little girl, are you lost? Do you want us to look for your parents for you?" An emerald aura appeared around her, causing her to rise a few centimeters from the ground, quite angry. Izuku and Daigoro, being in their chibi versions, would say, "You see, he's levitating. I think she's possessed. Izuku, I'll go get some holy water. Daigoro, I will pray to start the exorcism. Demon, I order you to leave the body of that poor tormented little girl. Izumi, shut up you stupid bald guy. If you don't want to die, you better stay away from me." Nijire just laughed lightly at the scene. Izumi looked at the bald man and the broccoli with legs quite annoyed. Ryukyu just discreetly covered his mouth to keep from laughing at the comical scene. Now Izuku and Daigoro were eating gum while making balloons with it. Lisbeth returned to the room again only to see Izumi walk past her saying, "I'm getting out of here. I won't waste my valuable time in this place, much less with those two clowns." The green-haired girl left the place quite upset. Lisbeth didn't give it much importance because she already knew her attitude and temperament. "Lisbeth, as I was saying, we will now talk about the second topic to be discussed at this meeting." Everyone else paid attention to him except for Izuku, who was thinking about what Komosuke was doing. "Lisbeth, well, as you know, each one is in his position due to his skills and strength. But I would like to mention that the more efficient you are as heroes, the more advantageous it will be to be able to rise in rank. Everyone has this opportunity, but it depends on their own performance. If you are happy with your ranks, I will understand, but if any of you want to aspire to first or second place, you have to work hard, since All Might and Izuku are now the strongest among you and their ranks are the proof. Oh, and by the way, if you think that All Might is the strongest because he is ranked number 1, let me tell you that you are completely wrong. Well, there is a hero who is above him, he is the one who starts this top." At these words, those present were quite surprised. Just as you are imagining right now, there is an S-class hero rank 0. His strength is superior to that of All Might himself. But at his exclusive request, we were asked to only talk about him when a threat appears that not even the top 10 can stop. Only then will he appear. I just ask that you give your best, the association expects a lot from you. With that said, we can conclude the meeting. They are now free to return to their activities. Izuku was the first to stand up to leave. Mirko, seeing him, stood up to walk with him. Lisbeth noticed this action of the rabbit. Daigoro also stood up to head towards the exit as he spoke to the freckled boy. While with the number 1 hero, we can see that he had a pretty serious look. "All Might, everything is okay now, because I'm here. Now get ready to feel my most powerful SMASHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHAfter 5 minutes later, All Might came out of his apartment bathroom sighing in relief. He returned to his slim form as he thought about giving up ice cream for a long time. The blonde sat on his couch to remember the images of the holograms, in which the results of the green-haired man's physical tests had been displayed. "Tashinori, his results, his strengths are really impressive. I would dare to say that he is even stronger than me. When he shook my hand, I could tell just by looking at him that he was not just anyone. That young man certainly harbors quite a few mysteries." The blonde picked up the manga he had left half read to continue reading. Tashinori let out a small laugh, saying, "This Komi-san is very funny and cute," he said while turning the pages of the manga. Meanwhile, Izuku was already outside the headquarters. Mirko was at his side, as was Daigoro. Daigoro, well, see you, boy. I hope we can see each other soon. He patted him on the back and walked away, laughing. Izuku, with a slight smile, would say, "He's a good guy. I really liked him." "Mirko, do you want to go eat somewhere around there?" she asked while looking to the side, somewhat embarrassed. Izuku, "No thanks, Katsuma must be waiting for me with Komosuke, so I'm leaving." He felt Mirko grab his shirt, stopping him tenderly. Izuku looked at her, seeing how the rabbit had a cute pout while looking to the side. 10 minutes later. "Mirko, itadakimasu." The rabbit had a beautiful smile as she tied, her ears moving from side to side. Komosuke was lying sleeping peacefully next to the green-haired boy. Katsuma looked at the rabbit and then looked at his master, who would say, "Please don't ask." Katsuma simply nodded his head slightly to ask, "How did it go for you in the teacher association? Why did they need it so urgently?" he asked while eating some food. Izuku, well, it turns out that this girl Maribel said she would promote me. Katsuma, are you referring to President Lisbeth? Izuku, yes, herself. I am now S-class rank 2. Katsuma, with a slight smile, would say, I assumed so. After all, it was known that they had made a mistake with you, sensei. Congratulations on your promotion. Izuku, thank you. Mirko, this is delicious. Katsuma, I appreciate your words, Miss Mirko. If you want more, say so, because I made a lot of food. Mirko, yes please, boy. Katsuma took the bowl to serve more food to the rabbit. Mirko looked at the green-haired man's apartment and said, This place is very cozy, I like it. Izuku, thank you. By the way. Mirko, what's happening? Izuku, why are you still so much? Mirko, with a beautiful pout, replied, Baka, why do you ask that after you did that to me? Izuku, do what? He asked, quite confused. Mirko would say, quite sadly, You don't act like you know what I'm talking about, Baka. Katsuma was listening to everything. He returned with the bowl with more food for the rabbit, saying, I was just about to ask what your relationship was with my sensei. Well, I found it a little strange that the teacher brought her to eat. Mirko, didn't he tell you about us? Izuku, hey, I think the "our" is unnecessary. Mirko, Baka, you say that after touching my ears. At those words, Katsuma opened his eyes slightly, asking, Did you touch Miss Mirko-sensei's ears? Izuku, yeah, I did. 11. Why do you ask? Katsuma, from your response and confused expression, I can deduce that you didn't know what you were doing. You will see, for quite some time now, special people like Miss Mirko's quirk. It is known that if you touch a rabbit girl's ears, you are proposing to her. If the girl accepts him as a man, then she will have a very close attitude towards the person who touched her ears. They are even capable of defending their man. They are very territorial in that regard. As proof of this, if you now want to touch her ears, they will bend forward so that you can caress them. But if another person tried to do so, they would remain straight and the girl's attitude would be aggressive. I'm surprised she was able to touch her ears, since bunny girls are always cautious about anyone touching their ears. Izuku, knowing this, couldn't help but spit his food in the cyborg's face. The freckled man began to cough, saying, And how the hell was I supposed to know that? I only touched his ears because I wanted to know how soft they were. I never did it with any other intention. Katsuma wiped his face, saying, Just as I expected. Mirko's ears drooped a little, and with a somewhat sad voice he said, So you don't like me? Izuku, of course. Katsuma, sensei, I recommend that you be careful with your words, because accepting you created an emotional bond between you and her. And right now, Miss Mirko is sensitive to any words that could harm her happiness and emotional state. So much so that they can be depressed for several days. So be careful what you say. Izuku, I see. He looked at the rabbit, noticing how her eyes had a sad gleam and her ears were drooping. Izuku in his thoughts would say, Curse. And now what the hell do I say? I don't want to commit or anything, but I don't want to make her feel bad either. Damn, if I had known that, I would never have touched his ears. And now how do I get out of this situation? Izuku could see how the rabbit stood up, saying, I'm sorry to bother you. Don't worry, after all you didn't know anything about that, I understand. Why, you don't have to feel bad for me. I'll manage to break that bond so I can go back to being my old self and not have to bother you. Katsuma simply looked at the rabbit without saying anything. Komosuke looked at her while looking at the green-haired boy who was looking back at the rabbit who was heading to the door to leave the place. Izuku just sighed, saying, I wouldn't have touched your ears if I had known those things. Sorry, but I'm not looking to commit right now, but I would like you to stay and eat with us. I don't want you to leave. Who knows, maybe in the future I'll change my mind about getting engaged and all that. At those words, Mirko's ears perked up slightly, turning in the direction of the freckled boy. Mirko, if you change your mind, you'll choose me, right? Izuku, if by then you don't find someone better than me, then. He couldn't finish speaking because the rabbit threw herself into his arms and gave him a big hug, saying, I will wait for it, I will wait for that day. I don't want anyone else. You are great and amazing to me. Izuku in his chibi version tried to separate himself from the hug because he was not used to displays of affection in that way, due to the fact that he grew up alone and without any kind of maternal or paternal affection. Therefore, he did not know how to deal with those situations. Mirko now had a beautiful smile. Izuku, now let's keep eating or our food will get cold. The three of them went back to eating while watching the news. Komosuke looked at Mirko and then began to lick his little paws while purring. Chapter 15. Mixed feelings under the moonlight. Izuku, hey, could you stop hugging me? He asked while looking sideways at the rabbit. Mirko hugged Izuku in his chibi version. He had a beautiful smile on his face. The rabbit stood up and said, Thank you very much for the food, it was delicious, boy. She kicked the cyborg on the back. Katsuma, you're welcome, I'm glad to know that you like the food, Miss Mirko. The rabbit looked at Izuku, saying, Well, I'll be going now, I have to make some arrangements at home. And now that I'm Class S and everything has changed, I have a lot of free time. See you? The rabbit gave the green-haired boy a kiss on the cheek to smile lightly at him, and then looked at Komosuke. She tried to pet him, but he dodged her by moving slightly. Mirko, oh, that's strange. She tried to touch him again, but Komosuke dodged her countless times until Mirko gave up. The rabbit said goodbye to Katsuma and left the place quite happy. Izuku looked at Komosuke, and he looked at him the same way and at the same time. Izuku crouched down and petted him, saying, Well done. Katsuma, how strange. Izuku, is something wrong? Katsuma, Komosuke is usually calm, but why didn't he let Miss Mirko pet him? Izuku, who knows? After all, when he was little he was like that with me, until finally one day he let me pet him. Since then I always spoil him by petting him. Komosuke just purred as he was being petted by the green-haired boy. At that Izuku opened his eyes slightly, remembering that he had things to do. The green-haired man stood up, saying, Katsuma, thank you very much for the food, it was delicious. I'm going out for a few hours. Katsuma, would you like me to accompany you, master? Izuku, no, that's okay, it's best if you stay and rest a bit. Rest is a fundamental part of your training. Katsuma slightly opened his eyes, saying, Now I understand, sensei. I assure you that I will rest well for my training. Izuku, oh yeah, it's okay. I'll come back later. After saying that, the green-haired man left the apartment. While with a certain green-haired girl we can see how she was lying on her big bed, a vein was marked on her forehead as a sign that she was upset. Well, she kept remembering how that bald man along with that broccoli had called her a little girl. Izumi, ah damn, I still have that stupid broccoli's face in my mind. I will never accept that he is a rank 2, he must have cheated in some way during the physical tests. After all, he didn't look like a strong person. If he had looked like All Might I wouldn't doubt his strength, but it's the opposite. I don't think that fool has the strength to even defeat a monster. I'm sure he's a complete fraud and that he deceived the president in some way. I won't buy that story about that stupid, scatterbrained broccoli being stronger than me. She had her arms crossed, but then she gathered up the green-haired man's face to say, "But he looks a lot like me. I wonder if..." We can see how Asumi arrived at the second restaurant where she met Nizan and the others. "Nizan, good to see you again, Miss Asumi." "Asumi, hi guys, how have you been?" She had a slight smile. "Well, that restaurant was completely closed, since they only served in the morning, and as soon as the customers left they closed, since they wanted to plan the surprise party for Leisha. Well, Asumi, well, we have a lot of work to do. Let's decorate this place to celebrate the boss's birthday." Everyone else raised their fists in the air to say, "Yeah." Everyone in the place got to work to decorate the entire place. The cooks had the job of making the birthday cake for the boss, so they wanted to do their best job to surprise her on her special day. After 30 minutes, Katsuma arrived at the place because Asumi had called him, and through the call she told him what they had planned to do. Katsuma understood and decided to join the idea since Leisha had been very kind to him since the first day, so Katsuma didn't think about it much. So the hours passed until it was finally 8 p.m. We can see how Leisha had a somewhat downcast look because despite the fact that it was her special day, no one had taken her out, not even her own employees. Alex approached her saying, "Boss, why don't we close the restaurant already? I don't think anyone else will come." Leisha, yes, you're right, let's close the place then. Notify the other employees. Alex, at your service, boss. She went to warn the others, accompanied by her little daughter, which in his ear would say, "Mommy, it's almost time for..." Alex, shhhh, it's a surprise, nothing needs to be said. The little girl nodded her head with a smile. Alex informed her colleagues, who already knew what to do, and they quickly cleaned the entire place and quickly said goodbye to their boss before leaving. Leisha stared at them as it was the first time she saw them leave so quickly. Alex, it's time for us to go too, boss. Leisha nodded her head and closed the shop. Alex, how about we go see the guys from the other restaurant? I bet they worked hard today. Leisha, if it's a good idea, let's go see them. They began to walk at a leisurely pace, and after about 15 minutes they arrived at the place. Leisha could see that the blinds were down and everything was closed. This struck her as a bit odd, as there was only an hour left before the place had to close. Alex, oh, it seems that there is no one. Leisha had a spare key with which she opened the door of the restaurant. Everything inside was completely dark. Leisha groped around the edges of the wall with her hands, trying to find the light switch. When she found it, she pressed it. Her eyes opened slightly when she saw all her employees in front of her wearing party hats. A huge and beautiful banner was in front of her. They shouted, "Surprise! Happy birthday, boss!" Leisha had a few tears falling down her cheeks as she saw how everyone had remembered her birthday. Leisha, She had a lump in her throat because everyone noticed that she was crying. Each one approached her and hugged her, congratulating her on her birthday. Asumi hugged her tightly. Happy birthday, boss. You really are the best boss in the world. Leisha, I thought you forgot my birthday. Nizan, when Miss Asumi told us what day her birthday was, we decided that we would all throw her a surprise party, because you have been very good and generous to us. Leisha turned to look at Alex, who wished her a happy birthday. Leisha, thanks to all of you guys, I'm really happy. Nizan and the others took out some gifts to give to the albino. Nizan and his little son gave him the gift, saying, I hope you like our gift, my son, and I chose it for you. Leisha, thank you, I really didn't need to get anything as a gift. Asumi, you deserve it, boss. Everyone here bought you gifts as a way of thanking us for everything you've done for us. Leisha looked at her employees, noticing that they all had a slight smile. Katsuma also congratulated her. The albino looked for a certain green-haired boy but couldn't find him anywhere. She understood that she had forgotten him. Asumi privately asked Katsuma if Izuku wasn't coming. Katsuma, I've tried to contact my teacher but I couldn't do it to let him know. He told me he had some things to do after lunch, but I haven't seen or heard from him since. Asumi, that fool must have forgotten about the boss's birthday. All the employees celebrated Leisha's birthday at the restaurant where they came and laughed while talking about some things. The moment was a warm and fun one. Leisha opened the presents with the help of Alex's little daughter and Nizan's son. The albino was very grateful to be surrounded by those employees who appreciated her so much. After a while they cut the cake and everyone ate it, delighting in how delicious it was. They celebrated until 11 p.m., after which they cleaned everything up and accompanied Leisha home. Leisha thanked them for everything they had done for her. They decided on the albino and went to their respective homes. The albino girl looked at the things that had been given to her with a slight smile as she lay on her bed. That smile didn't last long because she wanted at least that green-haired man to greet her on her birthday. She was about to put on some clothes to sleep, but before doing so she heard someone knocking on the door of her house. Leisha, quite confused, stood up and walked towards the door to see who it was. When she opened the door she found herself looking into those emerald eyes that she had wanted to see all day. Izuku was standing in front of her. Her clothes were a little dirty. "Leisha, what are you doing in my house at this hour?" "Izuku, can you come with me for a moment?" Leisha was upset with him, but for some reason she couldn't say no to him. She agreed to leave her house by closing the door. "Leisha, so where do you want to go?" She couldn't finish speaking because the green-haired man carried her in his arms like a princess. This action made the albino blush quite a bit, and she was about to ask something, but the green-haired man looked at her and said, "Close your eyes and hold on tight to my boss." Leisha closed her eyes and held on rather sadly. The albino could hear a small sound, and then began to feel the breeze of the air hitting her entire face. His heart was beating faster than ever. This lasted for a few seconds, and then he felt like everything had stopped, and the freckled man's voice told him, "You can open your eyes now, boss, we're here." The albino girl slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes crystallized in seconds as she saw the place in front of her. "Izuku, happy birthday, boss. I didn't know what gift to give you to make you happy, and well, I thought this could make you happy." He couldn't finish speaking before Leisha hugged him tightly while with tears in her eyes she said, "Thank you? Thank you for not forgetting me. This is the best gift I have ever been given." That place was a place full of cherry trees, a place where there were benches to sit and contemplate that beautiful view. But that place had been abandoned for quite some time, becoming overgrown with weeds and the benches falling into disrepair. Little by little that place that was located on top of a hill had been reclaimed by nature. Leisha always went to that place with her grandfather when she was little. That place was very important for the albino girl because there she had lived the best moments with her grandfather, who had been her only family. But now that place had been restored. Everything was clean as if it had never been abandoned. "Izuku, after cleaning it, you can see a lot." Leisha nodded her head saying, "Thanks for all this, Izuku." The albino had a beautiful smile. "Izuku, come on, let's go sit on the benches. We can still enjoy this last hour of your birthday enjoying this view." Leisha nodded her head and then took the freckled man's hand, intertwining her hand with his to say, "Come on." Izuku didn't say anything and walked alongside her to sit on one of the benches, looking at that beautiful landscape which was illuminated by the moonlight. Izuku looked at the sky as he felt the albino's head rest on his right shoulder. Leisha, with a slight smile and a blush on her cheeks, would say, "I will treasure this moment forever in my heart." "Izuku, I see." He had a slight smile as he remembered the last words the albino's grandfather had said to him. "Boss, I lied to you that time." "Leisha, you lied to me about what?" "Izuku, when I went to ask you for a job. I said I had no particular reason to work there. But that was a lie." "Leisha, and what is your motive?" she asked somewhat curiously. She could feel how the green-haired man's hand tightened its grip to say, "Who knows?" Leisha looked at him saying, "My goodness, you are a fool, but..." Izuku felt Leisha grab his cheeks and then press her lips against him in a short kiss. She separated from him saying, "I like you a lot." Chapter 16, Union. Izuku in his chibi version would say. I see. Lisha with a cute pout would say. You're just gonna say that, baka? Izuku just nodded. Lisha really looked cute and angry, but she still rested her head on her right shoulder, while still intertwining her hand with his. Izuku just looked at the sky. He gave a slight smile and then closed his eyes, without realizing that he had fallen deeply asleep. The sun's rays began to hit his face, causing him to slowly wake up. Izuku, what happened? He looked to his side and found Lisha hugging him affectionately while she slept curled up against his body. The albino girl had a slight smile while she slept, as she had also fallen asleep with Izuku, but not before giving him a short kiss on her lips before closing her eyes. The green-haired boy could see that Komosuke was sleeping in the albino's lap. He also noticed how a blanket covered them both. Izuku, Komosuke, how does he get there? He could see how several meters away from them on the other bench was a certain cyborg sleeping. Flashback. We can see that it was 0:30 and the green-haired man did not come home. Katsuma, this is strange, the sensei should have already returned, I better go look for him. Although I doubt anything bad happened to him, since we're talking about the sensei. At that, Komosuke approached him while meowing and looking at the green-haired boy's futon. Katsuma, you're also worried about sensei, aren't you, Komosuke? Come on, let's go out and look for him together. He carried Komosuke in his arms to leave the apartment in search of the green-haired boy. After about 15 minutes, Katsuma was able to find him, but he could see how the couple slept together. Lisha did not let go of the green-haired man's hand. Katsuma, I knew that sensei wouldn't forget his birthday. Giving a slight smile, Komosuke got out of Katsuma's arms to walk over the couple and then jumped into the albino's lap, where he curled up to sleep. Katsuma, I'll go home for a blanket, please take care of them for me, Komosuke. Komosuke just nodded his little head. Katsuma returned to the apartment for a blanket, to return to that place and cover the couple. He sat on a bench a few meters away from them, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. End of flashback. Izuku just gave a slight smile saying, I guess they were worried about me. Izuku with his index finger touched her cheek again and again saying, Boss, wake up, it's time to get out of here. Izuku, seeing that she didn't wake up in her chibi version, grabbed her cheeks to stretch them a little. This action caused the albino to wake up saying, Ouch, that hurts, baka, he said while rubbing his cheeks. The albino instantly noticed Komosuke in her lap and how they had a blanket covering them. Lisha, Komosuke? Komosuke began to stretch a little as he opened his little eyes and woke up. Lisha looked up to see Katsuma sleeping on one of the benches. She looked at Izuku, who would say, Apparently they were worried about me. Lisha blushed quite a bit upon learning that Katsuma had seen her sleeping hugging the green-haired boy. Her face turned red in seconds. The cyborg slightly opened his eyes, seeing how his master had already woken up. He stood up saying, Good morning, teachers. And good morning to you too, Miss Boss. And don't worry, I won't say anything about what I saw last night. What's more, I will be encouraging her so that her relationship with the sensei prospers. Lisha, while covering her face in shame, would say, Thanks, Katsuma-kun. Izuku, let's go home. He stood up with the albino girl who was carrying Komosuke in her arms. In this way, the three of them began to walk away from that beautiful place. Meanwhile, we can see how there were two people in a laboratory. One of them was a boy with dark brown hair like the color of his eyes. He had a pair of glasses on. His clothing consisted of a lab coat. At his side was a girl of medium height. Her hair was a dark purple shade. Her eyes were a gray shade, and she was also wearing a lab coat. This would say, How many times have you been watching the same hologram and video, Ethan? The boy known as Ethan would say, Don't blame me, I just can't stop marveling at this specimen. I need to look into this, and soon. I think it's time to bring it to our facilities, Alice. Send one of our messengers to bring him here. Tell them it doesn't matter if they bring him unconscious or awake. Alice nodded her head saying, Understood, Ethan. If things got out of control, you would let her go, right? he asked while looking at a cylindrical tube in which a person was sleeping. Ethan, that's right, she's our best weapon in case things get out of control, but… Alice, it's too risky to wake her up since last time we were barely able to stop her, otherwise we would have died too. Ethan, I know, but it's not like we have a better emergency plan. Alice, I guess you're right. Well, I'll go tell one of our messengers to go get him. The girl walked slowly out of the place, leaving Ethan alone in the place. Returning to our protagonists, they had already dropped Leisha off at her house, and she said goodbye to the green-haired man with a kiss on the cheek and a loving hug. Currently Izuku, Katsuma and Komosuke were in the apartment. Katsuma served Komosuke his food while he wagged his tail from side to side. The green-haired boy was submerged in the bathtub while he tried to remember what he had forgotten yesterday. This was already quite annoying for the green-haired boy since he couldn't lie down no matter how hard he tried to remember. Izuku in his chibi version would say, "How annoying this is." Elsewhere we can see how the hero killer Stain was in the same place where he had first faced the green-haired man. He was standing with his two katanas in his hands. A small breeze of wind blew through the place. Stain, it seems that he was already late to meet us. I told that idiot that I would wait for him here yesterday to settle the score once and for all. I can't believe he's so irresponsible as to forget about our fight. I swear you're going to pay for this, you damn hero Izuku. I, the hero killer, swear that I will make you pay for the humiliation you made me go through. He put away his katanas and walked away from that place. Returning to our protagonist, he was still in the bathtub, while an evacuation alert was heard throughout the city. All S-class heroes were summoned to immediately gather at the nearest headquarters. Katsuma stood in front of the bathroom door to say, "Izuku-sensei, I'll go see what's going on, don't worry. I don't think it's a problem I can't solve." Izuku from the bathroom would say, "Okay, be careful, okay." Katsuma understood Izuku-sensei. The cyborg left at high speed to go to the nearest headquarters. When he arrived, he found the headquarters empty. At that voice at his side would say, "There's no one else in this place apart from us two, boy." Katsuma turned around to find a short, elderly man. I have analyzed this by saying, "Professional hero, Gran Torino S-class rank 12. So it's just you and me." Gran Torino, exactly. The other heroes were also notified, but none of them responded to the calls. As far as I know, the threat is so great that they tried to hire the number 1 hero All Might. But so far they have not been able to contact him. And the rest of the heroes in the top 10 did not respond. Some are thought to be in other cities. Katsuma, I see, for them to have also warned the top 10 means that it is a pretty big threat. Gran Torino, yes, the threat is a large meteorite that entered the atmosphere, and it is only a matter of minutes before it crashes into this city. If it does, it is more than certain that nothing will remain of it. That is why people are being evacuated as quickly as possible. At those words, Katsuma opened his eyes wide. Gran Torino, I suggest you pack your things and get as far away from this city as possible. Katsuma, I appreciate your advice, but I'm afraid I can't do that. He quickly left the place and climbed to the top of a building, looking at the sky, where he managed to see an orange dot approaching. Katsuma analyzed the impact time, giving him a result of 10 minutes for the collision. This one in his thoughts would say, "In just 10 minutes this city could cease to exist. I will not allow it. This is where the sensei lives. I will stop that meteorite no matter what it takes." He could see how several meters from where he was, there was a beautiful light blue hair in the air that looked in the direction of that orange dot. Katsuma, but it's the S-class heroine rank 9 Nijire-chan. Well, if my forces join together we may be able to stop this threat. He jumped off the building, landing on the building closest to the light blue-haired girl so he could talk to her. The light blue-haired girl looked at him sideways and welcomed him as she approached him. "Nijire-chan, are you also an S-class hero?" Katsuma, that's right, Miss Nijire. Katsuma Shimano S-class rank 18. If you and I join forces, perhaps we can stop this threat. What do you say? Nijire, I agree with your idea. What's the plan? He asked with a slight smile. Katsuma, I plan to deploy my entire arsenal in one shot, if you use your energy waves and we combine our attacks. Maybe we can break the meteorite's crust and reduce it to smaller pieces. But we have to give it our all in one attack. Nijire understood. They prepared to coordinate their attacks. While Gran Torino watched them from a remote building, he would say in a low voice, apparently they have a plan. We can see how a certain thin blonde was on the streets, and he could see Katsuma and Nijire-chan on top of a building. Toshinori looked up at the sky, noticing how the meteorite was getting closer and closer. This one in his thoughts would say, I'm sorry to have to leave this situation in your young hands. If that plane crash hadn't happened, I could still maintain my muscular form. He spat out a lot of blood, saying, But I'm already out of energy. How pathetic I am. Minutes before, All Might had saved more than 500 passengers from a plane before it crashed, managing to save all the lives without letting anyone die or get hurt. But as a result, he had exhausted the time limit he had to remain in his muscular form. In addition, he had accidentally broken the phone that the association had given him to contact him. Toshinori could only watch and hope that they could stop the meteorite. Now being a little closer, the cyborg would say, Now. He deployed his entire arsenal, firing his greatest attack. The light blue-haired girl charged all the energy she had into a single attack, saying, Gring Flood 150%. She unleashed her most powerful attack, which combined with Katsuma's into a single attack that hit the meteorite head-on. But unfortunately for them, the bark of this one was quite resistant, so they were not doing any damage, they were only delaying the inevitable. Kastama and Nijire were giving it their all in that attack. Gran Torino looked at the situation, saying, They are pushing it back, however. He could see how the attack of both young people disappeared. Nijire collapsed on the roof of the building, completely drained of energy. Katsuma had exhausted the energy reserve he had. A lot of steam was coming out of his body. Gran Torino approached them with his jumps because he intended to get them out of the place. Katsuma, Gran Torino, take Nijire and go as far away as you can. It's only a matter of minutes before the city disappears. This one in his thoughts would say, I'm sorry, Sensei. I couldn't stop the meteorite even though I tried my best. I have failed you, thanks for everything, Sensei. Toshinori would just say, You did well, boys. I have no other option. I will have to push my body to the maximum no matter what the cost. He was about to do something when he heard a voice that said to him, Hey, blonde Shaggy, get away from that place a little, it's quite dangerous. Toshinori could see someone pass by him. While his white cape waved slowly, his characteristic green hair stood out. At that, another voice would say, Ha ha ha, Shaggy blonde, that's a good one. Toshinori turned around, seeing the number 10 hero Daigoro Banjo. Daigoro, well, it's time to do our job, partner. Izuku, oh, it's you. Daigoro, you don't want to have all the fun by yourself, do you? Izuku, maybe. Daigoro put his hand on the green-haired man's shoulder, saying, Let's show those kids how good work is done. Izuku, well, hold on tight then. The green-haired man bent his knees slightly and then flew off with a great leap, the ground beneath him having cracked brutally. Toshinori covered himself with his hands from the gust of wind that occurred after the green-haired man jumped. Gran Torino and Katsuma watched as something flew from the ground at high speed towards the meteorite. The cyborg opened his eyes slightly, saying, Sensei. 2 rings of air were formed in the sky due to the speed generated by the green-haired man. Daigoro was holding on to the green-haired man's shoulders, while he had a slight smile. This one was released before Izuku got close to the meteorite. Izuku sent his fist back, saying, You're not going to fall in my city. This one hit the meteorite, passing through it completely and coming out the other end. An orange ring formed in the sky and the meteorite exploded into small fragments, which were about to spread throughout the city. Daigoro, seeing this, would say, You're a bucking monster, mate, I like you. He extended his hand, saying, Black whips. From the palm of his right hand came out an immense quantity of black whips that caught the fragments of the meteorite in seconds, preventing them from causing any damage. Tashinori couldn't believe what he had seen. Izuku fell to the ground saying, "That will do." Daigoro fell to his side and left the fragments of the meteorite on the ground to say, "Good job, mate." They both bumped fists with a slight smile. Chapter 17, Gravity. Katsuma looked at them, and in his thoughts he would say, They are really amazing. Surely this was no problem for the sensei. I still have a long way to go to reach sensei, no matter how many years it takes me, but I want to be able to walk alongside sensei one day. Gran Torino, so this is the strength of the new number 2 hero. There's a reason it's in the range it is. Nijire was speechless upon seeing the green-haired man in action, because seeing his true strength in person was not the same as seeing him in the holograms. The holograms were far behind in terms of reality. Tashinori approached Izuku and Daigoro saying, "Thank you very much for saving us all. Thanks to you, no harm was done. Now people can be safe and live in peace." Izuku with his poker face would say, "You are welcome. You can now return with your companion to solve mysteries, Shaggy," I would say in his chibi version. Daigoro just laughed as he patted the green-haired man on the back saying, "You're funny, mate." In a dark corner we can see how a kind of mantis with an almost humanoid appearance was looking at the green-haired man. He had a drop of sweat on his head, then he would say, "That's the guy I have to take. It's a complete monster, that's it, I give up. If they want it, let them come and get it themselves. I'm not going to risk being killed by that guy in one blow." He left the place so as not to die and for his own safety, because he knew that even approaching the freckled man to talk to him was already an act of suicide. At the Hero Association headquarters we can see how the workers were informed by Daigoro that the threat had been successfully stopped, reducing the damage to 100%. This news made the executives quite happy. These were contacted by Daigoro by phone. Executive 2, S-Class Hero Rank 10 Daigoro Banjo. Thank you for stopping the Daigoro. The one responsible for the destruction of the meteorite was the S-Class Hero Rank 2 Izuku. I just limited myself to stopping the small fragments of the meteorite, minimizing the damage. He did 99% of the work, I only contributed 1%. Keep that in mind. Lisbeth was listening to that call and gave a slight smile knowing that the green-haired man had saved them all. Daigoro, S-Class Hero Katsuma Shimano Rank 18 and S-Class Hero Nijire-chan Rank 9 did a good job of delaying the meteorite a bit until we arrived. They too need to be recognized, as they came forward when no one else did. Lisbeth, thank you for the information, Hero Daigoro. The entire city is indebted to you. After saying that, the call was cut off. They were responsible for announcing to the city that there was no longer a threat, through the loudspeakers they had in various parts of the city. Lisha and the others, who were workers who had witnessed the freckled man's strength, gave a slight smile knowing that the threat had been eliminated, because they knew that the green-haired man was responsible for that. Lisha would quietly say, "I knew you would save us all, my Izuku." Asumi could notice how that day her boss seemed happier than ever, as it was noticeable in her smile and look. Nizan and the others were glad to know that there was no longer any danger, but they knew that there was only one hero who was capable of doing such a feat. That hero who had given them a second chance, the one who had changed their lives for the better. Daigoro put his phone away, turning around to see his partner, who was looking at the sky. Gran Torino fell next to them with Nijire and Katsuma in his arms. Despite the fact that the latter was extremely heavy, the old man was able to carry him as if it were nothing, which caught Katsuma's attention quite a bit. "Katsuma, thank you very much for helping me, old man." "Gran Torino, you're welcome." Nijire was standing, barely holding on without any energy. Katsuma was slowly recovering. Daigoro, while patting Nijire and Katsuma on the back, would say, "They did very well for a pair of rookies. We must celebrate this victory. How about we go out for a bite to eat? What do you say, buddy?" he asked while looking at the green-haired man. Izuku in his chibi version answered, No thanks, I have things to do. Daigoro, I'll pay for the food. From 1 second to the next, Izuku was already behind Daigoro with a serious look. He would say, walking. Nijire, yes, let's eat. This one along with an Izuku walked in their chibi version, while saying, food, food, food. Daigoro just laughed and looked at Katsuma saying, can you move, boy? Katsuma, I'm afraid not, it will take me about 5 minutes to fully recover. Daigoro, I see. He wrapped his black whips around him as he dragged him to eat. Katsuma, thank you very much. Being wrapped in black whips, it would not receive any damage when being dragged. In another city we can see how a building was burning, but a specific group of heroes was in action saving people. We can see how a hero was holding part of the structure of the building that was collapsing on the 2nd floor. Professional hero, Tetsu 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 Class A Rank 8. Tetsu Tetsu, don't worry girl, nothing will happen to you. He was telling a little girl who was next to him. Then a hero arrived in front of him at great speed. Professional hero, Ingenium Tenya Ida Class A Rank 6. Tetsu Tetsu, keep the little one safe, this structure won't hold much longer. Ingenium, understood. He carried the girl and with his speed he left the burning building. While on the roof of the building there was a group of people. Next to them there was a beautiful brown-haired girl with short hair, wearing a very striking suit and a smile that calmed people's fear. Professional hero, Uravity Class A Rank 7. Uravity touched people, activating her quirk, making them float while saying, catch them, Cellophane. Professional hero, Cellophane Hantas Zero A Class Rank 10. Cellophane, got it, Uravity. He wrapped several people in his ribbons to draw them to the ground and keep them safe. Several people were caught by various spores from a certain heroine. Professional heroine, Vine Ibra Shiozaki Class A Rank 5. Vine, don't worry, we will keep you all safe. Each hero had an intercom, and they all heard a voice saying, there are no more people inside the building. We can see how inside the building there were parts of a heroine who was watching. Professional hero, Lizardy Setsuna Tokage Class A Rank 11. Lizard, all people are safe. You can now drop the 2nd floor, Tetsu Tetsu. Over the intercom you would hear, understood. A loud noise was heard coming from the burning building. The people were already safe on the 1st floor. From the middle of the rubble, Tetsu Tetsu came out with a big smile. He looked at the firefighters who arrived at the scene and said, it's all yours. People thanked the heroes for saving them. Ingenium, you don't have to thank us for anything, it's our duty, he said while moving his hands from side to side. While in one part of the ocean we can see how a certain green-haired girl was floating, emanating an emerald aura, while levitating a huge boat with more than 2,500 people. The ship was sinking, but fortunately for them, the S-Class Rank 3 heroine had arrived to save them. For Izumi something like that was nothing, because she was capable of doing more things. She had a slight smile as she saw how people were safe and trusted her. While in another part we can see how a beautiful black girl had a little girl in her arms. She had saved her from being crushed by a construction beam. That black jet was levitating in the air. Professional heroine, Nana Shimura S-Class Rank 11. Nana lowered the girl into her mother's arms to give her a smile and say goodbye. While flying through the skies, the black-haired girl would say, it's a beautiful day. On the other hand, we can see how our 4 protagonists were in a food place. Nijire was sitting next to the green-haired boy, while they savored the food in their chibi versions. While in another place far from the city, a place where there were many trees in which there was a large secret building. We can see how outside of this was Alice, who was picking up a letter from the ground. This one said, I resign. I will not risk my life trying to bring that monster to your facility. I value my life and plan to continue living. Many thanks for everything. Sincerely, Agent Mantis. Alice had a drop of sweat and sighed somewhat resignedly to say, I guess I'll have to go myself. After all, I know how to lure him here. She turned around and walked slowly into the building. Izuku had already finished eating, this one would say, Can I ask for more? Daigoro raised his hand, saying, Waiter, bring more food for my companion. After saying that, he took a big drink from his mug full of beer. You really are a monster, mate. When I saw your results in the hologram, I realized I had a great mate. But seeing your strength in person is another level. I laughed out loud. Nijire very excitedly said, It's true, when I first saw you I didn't think you were capable of defeating someone. It's just that since you worked as a waiter, I didn't think you were a hero. But you were amazing. How you hit the meteorite and it went poof, exploding into 1,000 pieces. Katsuma in his thoughts would say, That's not even Sensei's true strength. Ask him for a fight and you'll know how amazing and strong he is. Daigoro, I honestly wouldn't like to see you angry, because I don't think I could withstand even one of your blows. By the way, what do you think about hero number 0? Katsuma, hero number 0? Daigoro, you see, boy, it is said that among the top 10 of the S-class, there is a hero who is above all might. And this is the hero class rank 0. The president revealed that information to us the other day. According to a rumor I heard, this guy once killed a giant centipede with a single blow. That creature was one of the first monsters that appeared. One theory says that the only person who saw it in person was the president and his late father. At those words Izuku would say, Wow, then he must be a pretty strong guy. Daigoro, so it seems. But you know, rumors are rumors. They continued eating in complete peace. Chapter 18. OG06K Project. After finishing eating, the 4 of them left the place. Daigoro said goodbye to Izuku by patting him and saying, See you, buddy, I have things to do. We have to get back together to go out again. I'll keep you posted. He walked away while saying, Hey, couple of newbies, take care of yourselves. Nijire with a big smile would say, See you later, Daigoro-san. The light blue-haired girl looked at the green-haired girl saying, I'm leaving here too, guys. I agreed that I would go visit my teacher Ryukyu. See you later. The light blue-haired girl said goodbye to both of them by giving them a kiss on the cheek and laughed happily. Katsuma, she has a curious and unique personality. Izuku with a poker face would say, Yes, you're right. Let's go to Katsuma's house. Katsuma, yes, master. The pair of friends began to walk slowly in a pleasant silence, until Izuku would say, Hey, you were great at stopping the meteorite. Katsuma's eyes opened slightly, he would say. Your words honor me, sensei. I promise not to disappoint you next time. Izuku, but I'm not disappointed. Knowing that the threat was great, you still went and gave your best. Even though you are a cyborg, you showed that you have the heart of a hero. And not everyone has that. A true hero is one who is willing to risk his life for others. And believe me, not everyone can do that. So I don't want you to think that I'm disappointed or anything like that. Katsuma simply looked at his master to say, Thank you very much for your wise words, sensei. They continued walking, and when they were going up the stairs to get to the apartment, they came across a girl who was about to knock on the door. She met the gaze of the 2 friends. This lasted for a few seconds until the girl would say, Oh, there you are. Nice to meet you, my name is Alice. And he comes here because he is. Izuku with a poker face would say, No, I will not accept any more disciples. Katsuma pointed his palm at the girl saying, Exactly, I am the sensei's only disciple. So if you're here for that, you're just wasting your time. The girl had a drop of sweat that would say, But I don't want to be your disciple or anything like that. Katsuma, so what business do you have with my sensei? Please be specific, your answer should not be longer than 20 words. Did you understand? The girl just nodded her head saying, My boss is very interested in getting to know you. He wants you to come with me to our facility. Izuku, I refuse. Alice sighed resignedly saying, I assumed so. If you come with us, we will give you these coupons that will give you 70% off at any supermarket you go shopping at. He said as he pulled out a bundle of discount coupons. She noticed that Izuku was no longer there. The green-haired man's voice from the street would say, "Hey miss, is it in this direction, right? Is your facility located at this address?" he asked in his chibi version. Alice had a drop of sweat on her head, she would say. "Wow, I see you changed your mind pretty quickly." Katsuma had a poker face as he looked at his sensei. "Izuku, let's go at once, let's not make the coupons wait, I'll tell your boss." Alice, "Oh yeah, sure." She passed by Katsuma starting to go down the stairs. Katsuma just sighed, saying, "Wait for me, sensei, I will accompany you." Who knows what this girl and her boss are up to? Alice looked at Katsuma, saying, "If you want to come with us, do it, I have no problem with that." In this way the three began to walk until they reached a black vehicle. "Alice, please get in, this is the vehicle I came in. You'll see where we're going is a bit far, so we'll go by vehicle." Izuku got on without thinking twice. Katsuma and the girl got on too. Alice was driving, thinking that the rest would be easy. After about 20 minutes they finally reached their destination, which was very well hidden deep within a kind of forest. Alice got out of the car saying, "We're here." Katsuma and the green-haired boy looked at the building, both in their chibi versions. Alice walked to the entrance that seemed to have no visible access. It would say, "Please follow me." After saying that, they saw how a part of the structure began to descend, revealing the interior of the place. Izuku and the cyborg followed Alice. They walked until they reached an elevator. The three of them entered and descended to the last floor, which was underground. When the doors opened they could see a long hallway, every meter and a half of which had doors that had advanced technology. "Alice, this way please." This led them to a large door which opened by himself. The green-haired man could see a large laboratory where there were test tubes, and those nerdy things according to him. Then they saw a person who had his back to them. "Alice, here's the boss guy." The person who had been turning his back on them turned around and said, "Wow, I see you had no trouble bringing it here. But who is the other guy?" he asked as he looked at Katsuma. "Katsuma, I am Sensei's disciple." "Is there a problem with that?" he asked seriously. "Ethan, oh I understand, of course I have no problem. Make yourself at home, you are our guests." "Katsuma, enough beating around the bush, tell me, what are your intentions?" "Ethan, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Ethan Sheffield." "Katsuma, Sheffield? The famous scientist in biological sciences and other fields, Ethan Sheffield?" "Ethan, oh wow, I see you know something about me, but you are absolutely right. I'm the same one you're talking about. My only intention is to thoroughly understand your sensei's anatomy, as he is a perfect specimen. I want to analyze." "Izuku, you're going to give me the discount coupons, right?" "Ethan, oh yeah, sure, as long as you..." Izuku was already sitting in a chair, extending his arm over the table, saying, "If you want to take blood and stuff like that to analyze me, do it quickly." "Ethan, I thought you were going to refuse, but I see you agree." "Perfect." He took a syringe to draw blood from the green-haired boy, but when the tip of it made contact with the freckled boy's skin, the syringe broke. "Ethan, but what?" 5 minutes later. We can see how there were many broken syringes on the ground, as they all broke when trying to pierce the green-haired man's skin. "Ethan, let's move on to another test. I'll take a hair of yours." "Izuku, oh yeah, of course." Ethan took a small tweezers to grab a hair from the green-haired man, but when he tried to pull it out he couldn't. He used all his strength, but even then he couldn't pull out a hair, because by applying so much pressure the tweezers had broken. "Ethan, what the hell are you?" "Oh, another test." And so they continued doing one test after another, but the result was the same. They couldn't even get anything to analyze the green-haired man's body or DNA structure. "Izuku, well I guess that's all," he said as he walked up to Alice, who was confused about not knowing who the green-haired man was. "Izuku, now give me the coupons you promised me." Alice, somewhat nervous, gave the coupons to the freckled boy. Izuku grabbed them and walked up to Katsuma saying, Come on, it's time to go. Katsuma, yes, Izuku-sensei. They were about to leave, but Ethan's voice stopped them. Wait. We're not done yet. Izuku looked at him saying, Of course, and all your machines are broken, and you don't have any more coupons to give me, so I'll be leaving. Ethan began to lose his composure at not being able to have what he wanted so much. Ethan, I said, wait. If you don't want to stay the easy way, you'll stay the hard way. After saying that, I pressed the button on a control I had on the table. Alice, seeing this, became a little nervous and scared knowing what was coming. They could hear the sound of one of the cylindrical capsules opening at the back of the room. A quantity of steam or something like that came out of it. Katsuma slightly opened his eyes as he felt a massive amount of energy coming from that place. His sensors began to go haywire. All it could have been was a pressure that took over the place. Ethan, while laughing like crazy, would say, Ha ha ha, I told you that if you didn't stay the easy way you would stay the hard way. From that curtain of vapor, the glow of two bright celestial points could be seen. Izuku looked at this with his poker face as he slightly opened his eyes. The green-haired man's scream caught everyone's attention. Izuku, damn. Katsuma quickly turned around thinking. It's incredible that Sensei would say that. It means that what is there is very dangerous. Ethan, ha 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 ha. That's feeling the despair. Izuku, I missed the meat sales at my second favorite supermarket yesterday. I knew I was forgetting something. WHYYYYYY. This one hit the ground comically. Katsuma, don't forget, Sensei is only worried about that, he said in his chibi version. Ethan, aren't you afraid of what's there? Izuku stood up saying. What are you talking about? Ethan and Alice had a drop of sweat on their heads. At that, the sound of footsteps began to echo through the room. Katsuma turned his gaze towards the threat that was only a few meters away from them. Izuku looked in that direction without much interest. Ethan, Project OG-06K takes down the green-haired guy. Izuku could see the silhouette of a girl walking towards them, until they could see her physically. That girl was wearing a somewhat peculiar outfit. Her hair was a platinum tone just like her eyes. She had a slight smile as she looked at Izuku. Project OG-06K Dragon Level Threat, Level 1. Ethan in his thoughts would say, No matter how strong you are, Broccoli Head, she is, just like you, a perfect and unique prototype. If I had to measure her strength, I would dare to say that she is much stronger than you. Once I eliminate you, I will be able to experience your body more thoroughly. That girl would say. Order received, finish off the broccoli with a cape. Izuku had a vein in his head at how she had called him. Ethan, you don't need to hold back, you're free to use all your power to kill him. The girl would close her eyes and in her chibi version she would say, I refuse. Ethan and the others fell silent. Ethan, why you refuse? Girl, are you deaf? I told you I refuse, you damn nerd. Can't you see that broccoli with a cape can easily finish me off? I know strong people when I see them. I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not suicidal. So I quit. Alice in her thoughts would say. And here goes another one of ours who resigns. Ethan, what's going on? Why, you're the strongest of all, and you give up so quickly? That girl gave him a serious look saying. If you don't want me to delete you, keep quiet. Ethan gulped in fear. Katsuma in his thoughts would say. With the mere presence of the sensei, that girl recognized that she could not fight him. Well, I don't blame her, after all the sensei is on a completely different level. The girl approached Izuku asking. Can I go with you? Izuku, of course not. Girl, thank you, I promise I won't do anything bad. Izuku with a poker face would say. Hey, I told you no. The girl looked at Ethan saying. I'm going to leave this place, it's boring. Ethan knelt on the ground in frustration saying. I just wanted to know the secret behind your strength, that's all. Izuku, that was it, I'll tell you. Katsuma would also say. Will Sensei reveal the true secret of his strength? Will he really do it? Ethan, are you really going to say that? Izuku, sure, why not? Listen very well, Katsuma. And you girl, cover your ears. He said to the albino girl next to him. She nodded with her head covering her ears. Izuku put on a serious look to say, This is how I became so strong, but to achieve this you have to be consistent every day. Everyone looked at Izuku waiting for him to tell his secret. Izuku, and I did it by doing the following. 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 100 push-ups. You should also run 10 kilometers every morning without fail. But you should also leave Mr. Goose alone. You might think that once in a while it wouldn't be a bad thing. But it's wrong. If you want to see results, you must suppress your worldly desires. It doesn't matter if every time you wake up you see Mr. Goose awake. Be strong and ignore him. It will be difficult at first, but over time you will have an unbreakable will. And most importantly, you must accept Christ the King into your heart. Only then will you be the strongest of all. Eating well is also important. Eating a banana once a day is fine. You should also try not to use heating in winter or summer. This way you will be training yourself both physically and mentally. There will be days when you think about taking a day off, but if you want to be the strongest you have to train every day. After a year and a half I noticed the results. I was already much stronger than before. And you should also wash your hair with Pantene shampoo, if you don't want to go bald from all that training. The whole place fell completely silent. Ethan, don't buck with me, stop talking nonsense. Don't treat me like an idiot. First of all, it's just some training. And the last thing is complete stupidity. Christ does not X. She couldn't finish speaking when she saw how Izuku's fist was about to touch him. He could feel an instinct that told him, death. He closed his eyes waiting for the impact but felt a great taste of air that rose upwards. A great rumble was heard. And a great amount of wind shook the entire room. Alice quickly grabbed the green-haired man's cape to keep him from flying away from the place. Katsuma also held on to the ground tightly so as not to be dragged away, but that albino girl was standing there as if nothing was happening, covering her ears. Ethan opened his eyes and fearfully looked up, seeing how the entire building had disappeared. The sky could be seen clearly. He fell to the ground with his legs shaking. Izuku, never speak ill of Christ the King, did you hear me? Ethan fearfully nodded his head repeatedly. Izuku turned around and started shaking his cloak, trying to get Alice to let go of him. Katsuma was not surprised at all, as he had already witnessed his master's strength. Izuku, let's go to Katsuma's house. Katsuma, yes, sensei. Girl, go ahead. He said, walking side by side with Izuku. Izuku, hey, where are you going? Girl, home with you. Where else could I go? Izuku just looked at her in her chibi version as they walked. Alice and Ethan stayed in the place where their facilities used to be, and now there was nothing left. Ethan could only watch as the green-haired man slowly walked away from the place. Chapter 19. Being part of a family. Alice looked at Ethan to say, Boss, I wish you luck from now on. I resign. After saying that, she turned around and walked slowly away, leaving Ethan alone in that place. While our protagonists were walking back home, they had a long way to go. If they came, they could get there in seconds. They preferred to walk, so they could enjoy a little of the fresh air and the beautiful view they had. With a certain brunette who was sleeping, she was in her dreams, in which she was walking in a totally white place with nothing around her. Lisbeth did not understand what kind of dream this was, because no matter how much she walked, she was not getting anywhere. At that, the ground shook abruptly as if it were going to split. She fell to the ground, seeing how several meters away from her a large crack had appeared, as if the ground was dividing into two parts. From that crack a loud noise came out. That sound caused a unique fear to the brown-haired girl, since she knew and had recognized that sound that long ago had caused her great fear. From that crack emerged a creature of colossal size. Its shape was that of a giant centipede with an extremely horrible appearance. She was paralyzed with fear when the creature set its gaze on her, then flashed a smile that revealed its horrible teeth. The creature moved in seconds to approach her. Lisbeth just closed her eyes in fear. But then she felt a warm and comforting breeze of air, the sound of a loud crash was heard, plus a voice said, "Wow, that thing was really ugly. Don't you think so, little one?" Lisbeth opened her eyes, seeing how now several meters away from her there was a small version of her, accompanied by her grandfather, and in front of them was the hero who had saved them. The remains of that creature lay scattered everywhere. She could see once again that sincere and reassuring smile of her savior. But what she could not see well at all was his face. She could barely see his smile. She could also notice how that hero walked away from them after saying the following phrase: "There is nothing to fear. As long as creatures like these exist, there will be people who will appear to put an end to them. And if no one shows up to save us, then I'll have to show off a little more. No matter if they are an infinite number of beasts, I will appear to protect the humans." Well, that is the duty of a true hero, to protect others no matter the situation. Lisbeth reached out her hand trying to reach him while saying, "Wait, please tell me your name." That hero stopped dead in his tracks to turn around and say his name with a smile. The brown-haired girl woke up a little agitated as she looked everywhere, realizing that everything had been a dream from her past. This would say, "I would like to know where you are now so I can thank you, as I couldn't do that time. It's been 17 years since I saw you for the first time and the last." Well, the brown-haired girl was 2 years younger than the green-haired boy. "And some time later you saved me," she said as she sat on the bed, bringing her knees to her chest, resting her chin on them, remembering when that green-haired man had saved her. Well, that freckled guy had saved her when she was 16, that being the first time that she and he had met for the first time. "I thought maybe you would remember me, Baka." She had a somewhat sad look, as she looked out at the large balcony of her room, seeing the beautiful sky. Returning to our protagonists, we can see how they were inside the apartment, as they had finally arrived. "Katsuma-sensei." "Izuku, yes, I know." Next to the green-haired girl was that albino girl eating an onigiri in her chibi version. This would say, "It's very tasty," he said as he took another bite of his food. "Izuku, hey, after eating you'll leave, right?" he asked with a poker face. The albino shook his head to say, "I'll stay with you." Izuku denied. I responded in his chibi version. "This is not a nursery, and the place is too small for the three of us." The albino would say, "I can sleep anywhere, so no problem." Izuku had a tick in his left eye. "Katsuma, do you at least have a name?" The albino girl agreed and said, "My name is Project 0G06K. Izuku and Katsuma had a poker face, saying, "What kind of name is that?" The albino looked at Izuku, saying, "If you want, you can give me an Onaikan name." Izuku with a poker face replied, "I'm not your Onaikan. Let's see." He brought his hand to his chin, trying to think of a good name. "Lishti. Do you like it?" At that name, 2 beautiful cat ears grew on the albino's head and stood up straight. She nodded her head repeatedly. "Katsuma, apparently I like the name." Komosuk was on top of the cyborg's head, sleeping comfortably. Izuku looked at Komosuk, who was using Katsuma as a cushion. Lishti had finished her onigiri and looked at Katsuma, saying, "Further." "Katsuma, there is no more." "Lishti, then go and prepare more." "Katsuma, listen to me, girl, I'm not your servant." He felt a great pressure on his entire being under the withering gaze of that albino. Katsuma closed his eyes, saying, "I think there were a few ingredients left to make more." At those words, the albino's ears moved slightly. She had a slight smile. Izuku just stared at the albino with a drop of sweat on his head. At that point, the two of them could hear someone knocking on the apartment door quite loudly. "Izuku, hey, who could it be? If he continues like this, he will break the door." He walked to the entrance and opened the door, meeting a person who showed his anger in all his being. "Izuku, but it's you." "I'm Charlie." "No, that wasn't how it was, Stanley." "Stain, I'm Stain, the hero killer." "Izuku, oh yeah, what do you want?" he asked with his poker face. Behind Izuku was Lishti. She poked her head out to see the hero killer. Stain, I came to end your life once and for all, hero. Do you know the humiliation I went through when I waited for you yesterday for our fight, and you never showed up? I waited for you all day to be able to kill you, but you never came. Izuku, oh yeah, I forgot. Can we fight another day? He asked in his chibi version. Stain was now even more angry, saying, We'll end this here and now. Izuku, hey, can you stop yelling? You're too loud and annoying. Listy, Onaikin, is this guy bothering you? He asked while tilting his head tenderly. Izuku, first of all, I'm not your Onaikin, and yes, it's bothering me. Lishti stood in front of Stain, extending her right palm. Stain, what do you want, little girl? This is between the and. Lishti, shut up. After saying that, a ring of air formed beneath her, and then, releasing part of her strength, Stain shot out at high speed, disappearing into the distance. Lishti turned around saying, Done, it won't bother you anymore. She went back into the apartment. Izuku just closed the door in his chibi version, as if nothing had happened. As night falls, we can see Lishti reading a manga by the green-haired boy. Izuku, hey, are you really not going to leave? Lishti shook her head and laid down on the green-haired man's futon, saying, Can I sleep on this futon? It's just very comfortable. Izuku, of course not. He could see how the albino was lying down with his eyes closed. Izuku, don't even think that I'm going to believe that you fell asleep that quickly. This did not get any response from the albino. Katsuma was sitting next to his master, with Komosuke on his lap while he petted him. Katsuma, apparently she is asleep. Izuku, this girl. Katsuma, what will you do with her? Izuku just stood up, grabbing a blanket. Lishti had her eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, as she was only doing that to annoy the green-haired boy. She was about to open her eyes to get up and leave, when she felt something warm cover her body. Izuku, at least he would have gotten inside the futon, he said while covering her with the blanket. Katsuma looked at this, saying, But sensei, where will you sleep? As far as I remember, there is no extra futon. Izuku, I'll sleep on the floor. After all, she deserves to sleep well for once. Remember that back there they had her inside a cylindrical capsule. I don't think I've ever slept on a futon or anything comfortable before. Katsuma, then you. Izuku, tomorrow I'll take her to buy a futon. She'll choose the one she likes the most. After all, she is one of us now, he said while looking at the ceiling of his room. Lishti had her eyes open and some tears were falling from her cheeks, because it was the first time she felt like part of a family, the first time someone had done something like that for her. She couldn't stop her tears. Izuku looked at Komosuke, saying, She is part of us now, so protect her, Komosuke. Komosuke nodded his head as he got off the cyborg's lap and went to lie down next to the albino girl as if he were protecting her. Katsuma looked at his teacher, because he had never met someone like him in his life. Without a doubt, he now had another reason to admire him more. He gave a slight smile and said, We'll have to look for a bigger apartment then. Izuku, you're right. Lishti just gave a slight smile and then closed her eyes to fall completely asleep. The next day, Izuku came out of the bathroom with a towel around his neck. He looked at the kitchen area watching Katsuma prepare breakfast. Komosuke was eating his food quietly. He turned his gaze towards the futon where the albino girl was sleeping, completely wrapped in the blanket. Izuku approached her, saying, She girl is already awake, breakfast is almost ready. In the bathroom there are towels and a toothbrush that Katsuma bought for you, so go wash your face. He saw how the blanket began to move and a small albino girl came out. She seemed to be about 8 or 9 years old. Izuku in his chibi version with a mocking smile would say, I cried at you. Lishti rubbed her eyes and said, Good morning, Onaikin. Izuku, I told you to stop calling me that. Lishti yawned, stretching out her arms to say, I decided to shrink myself into this form, so I won't waste so much energy. Izuku, So you can do that, huh? How strange you are. Lishti just laughed lightly. She moved a little, seeing how the clothes she was wearing were quite big on her. Izuku, we'll have to find you in your size. Lishti nodded her head tenderly. 10 minutes later. We can see how the albino was already wearing something more suited to her. Well, Katsuma had gone out to buy her some clothes. Lishti was fascinated by the clothes she had, as they fit her quite well. Katsuma, it suits you. Please don't change your height again. Izuku, well, now we can sit down and have breakfast in peace. The three sat down to say Itadakimasu. Chapter 20, True Nature. 3 days have passed since she started staying with us, and with this new beginning. Izuku looked at Lishti, who was sitting with Komosuke on her lap. While she slept peacefully, the albino was reading one of the green-haired boy's mangas. She was very focused on what she was doing. Her clothes were also new, since Izuku had bought her clothes to wear, and so if she were a child she would have been very happy. The albino, despite having only spent 3 days with the movie, was already very happy and had become quite fond of Komosuke. Katsuma was not in the department because he had gone to see Dr. Shield, who had to get some improvements. He had told them that he would return in 3 days, which had already passed, and he still had not returned. Izuku looked at the television watching some news that didn't catch his attention, but he watched it anyway, since he had nothing better to do. Lishti put the manga she was reading to the side, to look at the green-haired man and say, "Onaikin, can we go buy ice cream?" he asked as he carefully placed Komosuke on the green-haired man's futon. Izuku looked at the ceiling to say, "Come on, after all, I haven't had ice cream for a long time." Lishti jumped up and said, "Yay! Onaikin is the best." "Izuku, I told you not to." "You know what, forget it." Lishti just laughed lightly. Komosuke woke up and looked at Izuku. The green-haired boy knelt down to him saying, "Do you want to come with us, Komosuke?" Komosuke stretched his body and then jumped onto the green-haired man's head. "Izuku, I guess that's a yes." "Well then let's go get some ice cream," he said as he raised his fist in the air. Lishti and Komosuke made the same pose as the green-haired man. Lishti, yes. Komosuke, meow. Izuku opened the door to leave, but when he opened the door he found a certain albino who was about to knock on his door. Lisha saw the albino next to the green-haired girl. She looked at Izuku in his chibi version. "Lisha, hi, yes, I want to contact the UN. I will send you the address of the place." "Izuku, it's a misunderstanding, boss. I can explain it." "Lishti, Onaikin, who is she?" he asked while pointing at the other albino. "Izuku, she's the boss of the place where I work." Lisha, hearing the little albino girl say Onaikin to the green-haired girl, opened her eyes slightly. "Are they brothers?" Izuku, of course not. Lishti, yes we are. They both looked at each other. Lisha only had a drop of sweat on her head. "Lishti, you're so bad, Onaikin. After I slept with you, you still deny me." She had fake tears on the edges of her eyes. Izuku, hey, don't say things that can be misunderstood. Lisha, did you give it to bed? What did you do to this perverted broccoli girl? Izuku sighed deeply to look at his boss. 10 minutes later. Lisha was sitting in front of the green-haired man inside the apartment. "I see, so that's what it was about." Izuku, yes, that's why I let her stay with me and Katsuma. Lisha, does Katsuma live with you too? Izuku, yes, since he became my disciple he has stayed with me. Lishti was sitting next to the freckled boy. Lisha, so I arrived when they were about to leave for ice cream? Izuku, that's right. Lisha sighed, saying, "Now I can cancel the UN." Izuku, hey. Lisha just let out a small laugh. Lishti stared at her, and then said, "You like my Onaikin, don't you?" At those words the albino blushed slightly. Izuku stood up saying, "We better go get our ice cream." Lishti, yay? Izuku looked at Lisha saying, "Let's go, the more the better." He extended his hand to her. Lisha looked at him to give him a smile and then took his hand, to intertwine her fingers with his and say, "Come on." The four of them left the apartment. Izuku had a drop of sweat on his head, he would say. "Hey, can't you walk on your own?" he asked a certain little albino girl who was riding on his shoulders in her chibi version, and on top of her head was Komosuk. Lishti denied. Little Lishti gets too tired. Izuku had a poker face saying, "You're getting too familiar with me, little one." Lisha walked alongside Izuku, holding hands, and Izuku just laughed lightly. The albino girl had a slight smile and a blush on her cheeks, because the green-haired boy had not let go of her hand, which meant that he didn't mind walking that way. After all, it didn't bother her, because she had already told him her true feelings, so she had nothing to be ashamed or regret. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "If I let go of his hand, will he get angry and fire me? I'd rather not risk it and let him keep holding my hand." After about 10 minutes they arrived at a small ice cream shop. Upon arriving, the seller looked at Izuku with a drop of sweat when he saw that little albino girl on his shoulder, and a black cat on his head. "Izuku, give me 3 ice creams please. Mine should be chocolate and mint." "Lishti, mine is chocolate, strawberry and heavenly cream please." "Lisha, let's see, I'll have one with dulce de leche, slush and chocolate syrup on top." The salesman acknowledged his head kindly, because despite the first impression they seemed like a beautiful family. He came to think that the albino was the daughter of the green-haired man and Lisha, since she looked like Lisha, only in a smaller version and with blue eyes. At that point, the people who were in the ice cream shop were scared when they saw the person who had entered the place. "It took me 3 days to get here again, and this time you'll pay for it." Izuku and Lishti in their chibi version turned around to find Stain, who was soaked in water. "Izuku, oh Stanley, how have you been? Do you want some ice cream too?" Stain was exuding a thirst for blood. The seller was trembling with fear. 5 minutes later, we can see how the 5 were sitting on a bench enjoying a delicious ice cream. "Stain, thanks for the ice cream." "Izuku, you're welcome." Lishti ate happily in her chibi version, while saying, "Yum yum delicious." In Izuku's ice cream there were 2 little spoons. With one of these he took a little bit of his ice cream and gave it to Komosuk, who was on his head. The sky was cloudy. Lisha was sitting on the green-haired man's right hand, while in another part we can see 12 silhouettes, which were kneeling before a huge silhouette that imposed great pressure on the place. This one with an imposing and thick voice would say, "You know what your duty is. Don't come back until you've completed your mission, otherwise I myself will end their lives. Did you hear me correctly?" The 12 silhouettes shouted. "Yes, my lord. We promise we won't fail." That silhouette would say, "Now go and do your jobs." After saying that, the 12 silhouettes disappeared at high speed from the presence of their boss. We can see how on a beach there were several people and families enjoying the beautiful day. Everyone was bathing on the shores of the sea. But they began to notice that from one second to the next the ocean water began to vibrate. For some reason they became afraid and quickly left the water. Everyone was able to witness with their own eyes how the sea water in one area began to rise, forming a huge tornado. The water tornado was slowly approaching the surface. People took a step back trembling. The tornado disappeared, revealing 12 monsters. Each of them had a terrifying appearance, and their height varied between 3 meters and 40 centimeters. The musculature of these was quite noticeable. The leader of that group looked at the humans saying, "Time is approaching for human extinction in this city. 1 hour. Do your job well and don't let me down. I bet he'll show up. This time it won't be a simple wound, All Might." 12 Marine Generals Dragon level, Tier 4. The first 11 generals were level 4, as their captain was level 6. Getting to a point where it would only take 30 minutes to wipe out the lives of nearby cities. Next to one of the generals was a monster that seemed to be his pet or something. It also had an intimidating and horrible appearance. Its height was about 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall. People began to run in terror, while screaming for help. "Leader, go ahead. The other 11 disappeared at high speed, as each one went to different areas to finish faster. He could see how in the sky in the distance one of his own crashed brutally against the ground in the distance, raising a large amount of dust. What he could see was that there was a bright emerald light in the sky. Izumi was floating in the air, her eyes shining a bright emerald hue, and her aura was coming out from her body. A little blood was dripping from his forehead as the beast had managed to graze him with its fist, making a cut on his forehead. The leader looked sideways, noticing how he was surrounded by a group of heroes. In a certain room in the association, alarm bells were ringing in response to a new threat. They were talking about evacuating people to the shelter the association had built, and immediately informed the S-class heroes of the situation. The first to respond was Izumi since she was near the area. They could see the places through the drones and cameras they had in part of the city. Lisbeth, these monsters are at disaster dragon level. Just by looking at them it is easy to deduce that they are at level 4. Executive, near the beach a group of heroes is on their way. Lisbeth, what kind are they? Executive, C-Class A President. Lisbeth, C-Class A? Tell them to evacuate. I don't think they can handle a level 4 dragon disaster. On the beach the leader of the generals looked at the heroes surrounding him. He could tell just by looking at them that they were weak. Leader, I see that you want to die at the hands of the strongest. I appreciate that. I will gladly grant you that privilege. The heroes who were there were Uravity Class A Rank 7, Cellophane Class A Rank 10, Creati Class A Rank 4, Ingenium Class A Rank 6, Real Steel Class A Rank 8, Dynamite Class A Rank 13. Uravity, remember if we follow the plan we will be able to. She spat out a lot of blood because in a matter of seconds the leader of the generals had pierced her abdomen with his right arm. The brown-haired girl spat blood in the beast's face. Real steel, Uravity? He opened his eyes when the monster's leg was just a few centimeters away from his face. He received a brutal kick to the face that sent him flying at high speed until he hit the wall of a building. His eyes were rolled back in his head. Uraraka laid on the sand, which was slowly turning the color of his blood. The sound of an explosion was present. Something had hit the torso of that beast. Creati had 2 cannons on her sides because she had fired that shot. Her body was shaking with fear. She was pulled back by a certain ashen-haired man who grabbed her with his right arm and lifted himself up with his left. That beast had quickly arrived where the jet black had been before, destroying the 2 cannons with its fists. The blonde opened her eyes slightly when she saw that thing was no longer on the ground. He looked up seeing how his arms suddenly came down, Bakugo protecting Momo with his body as he received the hammer blow. These impacted brutally against the sand, raising a curtain of dust. Ingenium moved at top speed in an attempt to grab his companions and escape the place, but when he was about to grab Uravity, that thing fell in front of him. Grabbing him by the face, he was then smashed against the ground and began to hit him at high speed. He stopped hitting him by raising his fists with his knuckles covered in blood. Ida's face had been brutally disfigured. His body collapsed slightly. Momo and Bakugo were out of the fight, severely injured by the brutal impact. All this had happened in the span of 2 minutes. Those from the association with their drones only managed to see a flash, and then they saw everyone's bodies lying there. Lisbeth, quickly contact the UA and tell them that we will need their help. Do it immediately. The members of the association were shaking with fear and could barely react to the president's words. Alert the entire city to get to the shelter as soon as possible. Throughout the city the sound of a drill began to be heard, while a voice said, Dragon threat level alert, level 4. All persons are advised to proceed to the shelter for their safety. The location of the threats will be sent to all S-class heroes near the area. After that announcement, people began to run quickly to the shelter. Izuku and the others heard this. The green-haired man stood up remembering when Katsuma explained the threat levels to him. Stain stood up with a serious look grabbing his 2 katanas. Lisha, be careful though. Izuku, boss, I want you to take Komosuke and go somewhere safe. Lishti goes with Lisha. Komosuke, protect them, I entrust them to you. He glanced at Stain, who gave a slight smile, saying, You don't have to tell me. Izuku nodded his head and then took a step back and ran away at high speed, so much so that he cracked the asphalt. Stain spat to the side, saying, TCH is a monster. He looked at Lisha and said, I will take them safely to the shelter. I may be a murderer and all that, but I never put a woman in danger. Walking. He stood in front of the girls, acting as both a shield and a sword. Komosuke looked at Stain while he was in Lisha's arms. Lishti was thinking about which manga to read when she got home. Lishti, small ogre/demon level threat. Izuku arrived at his apartment in a matter of seconds, grabbing his suit and putting it on, leaving at high speed. In the association, everyone was scared, but the one who remained calmest was Lisbeth. Being the president, she had to keep control of her emotions. This would say, Calm down, remember that we have strong heroes on our side. We have the number one hero and the one after him. Not to mention that we have people who are strong enough to be in the top 10, but did not want to be part of it. 2 of them are in that top, but the other 6 are not. But I know that without a doubt, when the moment comes when they have to show their strength, they will do it. Meanwhile, Stain along with the girls and Komosuke were walking just 8 blocks from reaching the shelter. Stain put on a serious look. He picked up the girls as if they were a sack of potatoes, and took a big leap backwards. Something had fallen from the sky and had hit the ground brutally, raising a curtain of dust. Stain carefully lowered the girls down, saying, What was missing? The curtain of dust disappeared, revealing the general room. Next to it was a creature that seemed to be his pet, or something like that. Well, I was finally able to find humans. You don't know how much I'll enjoy killing you. Stain gave a slight smile, saying, Wow, you stole the phrase from my mouth, so I'll enjoy cutting you into little pieces. He glanced at Lisha and Lishti, thinking, This guy is very dangerous, I have to get them out of here. He looked at Lishti, remembering that she was the same one that had sent him flying before, only now she looked smaller. Stain, sorry about this. He grabbed them and quickly threw them both over the guy. The girls fell onto some garbage bags that were outside a store. Now they were several meters away from Stain. Stain, go now, I'll stop him. Lisha nodded her head, taking Lishti by the hand, starting to run. Komosuke was calm. The 4th general would say, I will count to 20. That will be the time I will give them to escape, he said as he looked at his pet. Stain would say in his thoughts, I just hope they're fast, I doubt the girl alone can handle that thing. While with the leader he was about to give the final blow to the heroes, he heard some footsteps coming from one direction. He amused his gaze and found a hero who had a bottle of liquor in his hands. Hey, I don't like your face. Besides, you treated the newbies very badly, and I don't like that. To the leader's surprise, he could see black whips coming out of that subject's hand, which had wrapped around the heroes that he had defeated seconds before. The leader gave a smile, saying, I admit that you are fast in taking away my prey. But you're only making them suffer by letting them die. Daigoro had a serious look and would say, I never thought I'd have to get serious, it's been a while since I did. Izuku was running at high speed, crossing a large bridge while thinking, How far will I be from the area? With the 6th general, he was embedded against a building. He shook his head, saying, I barely felt that. In front of him was a black-haired girl wearing a white cape. Nana wiped the blood from her lip to say, Well, you're not a bad fit either. That beast launched itself ready to hit her. Nana only had a slight smile. Well, he could see fragments of celestial energy rays, which were at the side of that beast, which flew away in seconds after receiving a kick in the face. In front of Nana was now a cyborg with a new improvement in his appearance, one that made him look somewhat intimidating. Katsuma, sorry for the delay. But I have finally reached the battlefield. Nana, to defeat him we'll have to join forces, boy. Katsuma, I have no doubt about that, it will be a pleasure to fight alongside you. The 6th commander would say, Very interesting, that was a good kick. He said with his head turned. He put his hand on it and adjusted it, showing them a big smile. Withstanding this one was about to attack and what that guy would say. And 20, go get those girls, boy. That other beast ran off in the direction where the girls had gone. Lisha and Lishti ran through the streets, which were only 4 blocks away from the shelter. Lishti looked up as the pet beast jumped over the buildings, staring at them as he followed them. Lisha looked up, opening her eyes as she saw that beast launched itself from the highest point, while opening her mouth as if it were about to eat them. Lisha hugged Lishti tightly as she closed her eyes. Komosuke remembered the green-haired boy's words. Komosuke, protect them, I trust them to you. Seconds passed and nothing happened. Lisha felt something fall on her cheek. She opened her eyes, seeing a large black beast about 6 meters and 70 centimeters tall. Its appearance was that of a huge black cat, which had the muscles of its body marked. From its sides came out 2 more legs, having a total of 8 legs and a long tail. Its muscles were quite noticeable. Between her long, sharp yellow teeth she held the neck of the beast that had tried to eat them. Its blood was falling on the albino's cheek. He placed 2 of his paws on the sides of the beast, digging his sharp, enormous claws into them, and then made a movement with his head, tearing the head off the thing. The beast's head fell to the ground, rolling several meters, its lifeless body falling inert to the ground. Komosuke Unknown Disaster Level. Chapter 21, Limit Form. Lisha just took a step back because she couldn't believe what she was seeing, she would say. See Komosuke. Lishti gave a slight smile to say. I knew you weren't a normal cat. After all, when I saw you I realized what you were. But still this exceeded my expectations. Komosuke Disaster Level, Unknown/Power, 115,800. Komosuke looked at the 2 girls and moved his head closer to Lisha, rubbing it against her face, wanting her to show him affection. Well, you could hear the sound of his purring. Lisha put her hands on Komosuke's face, saying, Thank you for protecting us. Komosuke raised his head, looking towards a certain place. Lisha, what's wrong? She and Lishti were wrapped around Komosuke's tail, being lifted off the ground to be carefully placed on his back. Lishti and Lisha held on tight to Komosuke's fur as he began to run through the streets, heading in a certain direction. Meanwhile, Katsuma and Nana were prepared to start their fight with the 6th general, in what could be immense pressure. Katsuma, second update, power, 16,400. Katsuma looked in a certain direction, saying, I detect a very high energy that is moving at high speed, but energy is from. No, that couldn't be. 6th overall, dragon level/power, 39,000. 6th general in his thoughts would say, Who the hell is causing this pressure? He is on the same level as our commander. And no, the one who is causing this pressure is much higher than our commander. Is there anyone that strong? His body trembled with fear, as he could not imagine that someone like that would exist on the surface. Nana, what crushing pressure! Who is the one who generates it? Nana, professional heroine/power, 19,700. A certain green-haired girl who was levitating in the air also witnessed that pressure that was felt in the distance. Izumi, professional heroine/power, 33,000. What the hell? Did another monster appear? It is certainly much stronger than those that appeared. Komosuke was running through the streets. The girls could see a mother and her little daughter running towards the shelter. They looked back at Komosuke and were frightened by his appearance. The mother held on tightly to her daughter, closing her eyes. This was wrapped around Komosuke's tail and lifted off the ground, then placed on his back. The mother and her little daughter opened their eyes, seeing Lisha and Lishti. Lisha, please don't be scared. Komosuke will take us to the shelter, just hold on tight. The lady and the little girl acknowledged their heads and held on tightly. Komosuke resumed his journey again. While the commander of the Marine generals felt that pressure, he would put on a serious look to say, This presence. I dare say it's beyond my powers. Marine Commander, Dragon level/power 72,200. Daigoro paid no attention to the pressure, as his goal was to defeat his opponent, or hold him back until more heroes arrived, as he knew very well that the difference in power was noticeable. Daigoro Banjo, Pro Hero / Power, 26,700. Daigoro in his thoughts would say, "I'll have to go all out from the start, I'll have to use my dark form from the start, otherwise I'll end up in the same state as the rookies or maybe worse. At least I know they're still alive," he said as he glanced sideways at the rookies on the ground. He thundered his fists and said, "Well, let's get started once and for all. Your face is too ugly." He closed his eyes and a small black sphere began to form on his chest, which covered his entire body. Daigoro, one for all 100% black form. After saying that, his arms, legs and part of his chest were covered by a darkness that formed a kind of armor. Daigoro Banjo, Professional Hero / one for all plus black form, 32,500. Commander, I see that your power has increased, but you are still a long way from. He was silenced by a brutal blow to the face that sent him back several steps. Daigoro, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? He said as he began to walk towards his rival, who took a step forward and quickly put his arms in an X shape, blocking a powerful blow to the face. This one flew about 6 meters backwards. Daigoro would quietly say, "I could barely protect myself. His speed will really be a nuisance." The commander barely had a small scratch on his face, while Daigoro's forearms had gone numb from that blow. "Commander, at least you'll last longer than those other heroes," he said, looking at Uravity and the others. He moved his neck to the sides, making his bones crack as he gave a slight smile. He then launched himself at high speed towards Daigoro, throwing a flurry of punches at him. Daigoro covered himself by putting his arms in an X, receiving each blow, feeling the brutality of it. "Commander, let's see how much longer you can hold out." If Daigoro did not have his black form covering his forearms, it was more than certain that at the first blow received his bones would split into 1,000 pieces. Well, over the years he was able to put his gift to good use, thus creating the black form, which consisted of reinforcing the most essential parts of his body, and he could also apply more force with each blow. Daigoro, while receiving the blows, said to himself, "He has tremendous strength, but if he continues like this, I'll have a small chance to hurt him." He saw how his rival raised his leg, then lowered it at high speed, thus landing a brutal axe kick. Daigoro had managed to cover his head with his arms and take out some whips from them, to hold him back more tightly. The impact of that blow had been so strong that it had created a crater about 28 meters wide, devastating the ground. Daigoro's arms were shaking, because despite having his arms in black form, he could still feel an immense pain in them. "Commander, well. I think I underestimated you waist." He fell down as he felt the whips holding his leg began to put more pressure on it. At the same time, he noticed how Daigoro's black form began to wave over his body, as if they were black flames. Daigoro bent his knees slightly and with great momentum he rose to the height of his opponent's face, spinning in the air and landing a brutal kick to his face. Such a kick sent his enemy flying about 3 meters back. Daigoro fell to the ground saying, "I'm already at the limit of my body." Daigoro, Limit Form, Power / 41,300. Explanation. Lishti, hello everyone, it's me, Little Lishti. I'm here to explain how Daigoro-san's limit form state works. This technique is almost similar to the quirk FA gene. The FA gene consists of repeating the same movement several times, thus accumulating kinetic energy. Well, Daigoro, having his body covered with the black form, is able to store in it the energy of each blow that his opponent gives him. The reason the black form will begin to wave like flames is because the amount of accumulated energy is too much, and being so much it seeks to destroy the black form being released. Important fact: this technique only works if your opponent does not exceed your retention capacity. The commander was underestimating Daigoro, so he attacked him with a level of 35,000, so the black form was able to withstand the amount of energy thanks to the enhancement of One for All. But if he received a hit with 100% of his opponent's strength, he would lose, since he would exceed the resistance range of this one. If he loses the black form before releasing the accumulated energy, it will explode in the parts protected by the black form, thus receiving quite serious damage that could kill him. It is an impressive but dangerous technique at the same time. For example, if he received a serious blow from Izuku Onaiken, it is more than certain that we would have to keep watch over him. Well, I hope you understood the explanation. See you in the next explanation. Bye. End of explanation. The commander stood up, noticing a little blood falling from his mouth, which was a purple hue. He wiped the blood away, saying, "I barely felt that blow. Let me tell you, you're not doing too bad." He opened his eyes slightly when he saw that his rival was no longer there. He raised his gaze, seeing that Daigoro was above him. Daigoro connected to a brutal hammer blow, causing his rival to hit the ground brutally. Daigoro fell to one side of him and hit him in the face, making him crash into some rocks that were there. And without letting him recover, he began to hit him several times in the stomach. Such blows made the place shake. He gave him a brutal blow to the chin, causing his rival to kneel and drawing blood from the blow. Daigoro sent all the concentrated energy into his right arm, giving it a brutal blow, sending his rival crashing brutally against the building in which real steel had been embedded. That building completely collapsed. Daigoro was breathing heavily as he had already lost his black form. I hope I hurt him a little. He could see how his rival emerged from the rubble as if nothing had happened. He spat out a little blood. His abdomen had the marks of his blows, but he could see how they were disappearing. The commander looked at Daigoro, saying, "Would you like to join my marine generals? I see that in your final form you can barely surpass them, but you still outnumber them. You can become stronger. What are you saying? If you accept, I won't have to kill you." Daigoro, wow, it's a good offer, but I'm sorry to tell you that my answer is no. I would never join the monster's side. He had a slight smile. Commander, I see. If that's your decision, I understand. Well, I guess this will be goodbye. In a fraction of a second he disappeared, placing himself behind Daigoro, with his hands raised to give him a hammer blow. She lowered her hands, creating a huge impact and raising a lot of dust. The commander would say, "Wow, you are fast," he said while looking at how Daigoro was several meters away. Who was sitting on the ground in front of him was a person. Daigoro, tch, you took too long, idiot. In front of Daigoro was a young man who was in good physical condition due to his muscles. This one had a very striking appearance. Daigoro, long time I didn't see Yuzui. That person turned around to say. I say the same, Daigoro. Note. Here I changed one of the carriers for the character Tengen Yuzui, which is from Kimetsu no Yaiba. This would come to occupy the position of Highschool. The reason for this is because I previously thought the fourth wielder was going to have an epic design, but when I saw it I wasn't too pleased, as I was expecting a character that would impress a bit. So I decided to change it for Yuzui, and being honest and in my opinion, the character looks epic as a fourth carrier, due to his muscles and personality. I hope you don't dislike this idea, since it's the only character I changed, that's all. But I won't include any other character from Kimetsu no Yaiba. Yuzui is the only exception. End of note. Have Yuzui power, 29,300. Yuzui turned his gaze to see his opponent, saying, I will end your life in a showy way. I, Tengen Yuzui, will be your next opponent. The commander would only say, I hope you can give me some fight as your partner, although judging by your speed I know you can entertain me a bit. Chapter 22. Power and Strength. Yuzui moved his neck, making the bones crack, while stretching his arms with a slight smile. After I'm done with him, I'll ask the president out on a date. Do you think he'll accept this time? Daigoro in his chibi version would say. I thought you gave up after he rejected you on the 82nd try? I guess you're on 83 now. True? Yuzui, hey, don't count how many times she rejected me. Don't you see that you're making me look bad? Daigoro, yes, whatever you say. After I reject you again I'll buy you some drinks, like always. Yuzi just sighed, saying, "You're already thinking about how to cushion the fall, huh? Hey Daigoro. Do you think he has any chance?" Daigoro: "Nope, not even in my limit form could I seriously damage him. I barely gave him a few scratches." Yuzi: "I see. This will be more fun then." Daigoro: "Try not to die. I want to see the president reject you again," he said while covering his mouth to keep from laughing. Yuzi: "Hey, don't give me more encouragement than I already have." Daigoro stood up with a serious look. He extended his hand. A kind of light began to emerge from his body that formed a black sphere. This sphere entered Yuzi's back. "Yuzi, I knew you would do that." Daigoro stood up, saying, "Just don't waste it, and give me some good entertainment. Let it be very extravagant, do you hear?" "Yuzi, if it's about me it will always be extravagant." He took out his two swords which he always carried on his back. Yuzi took a step back with a serious look. The commander just looked at his new opponent, eager to fight. Yuzi disappeared from the spot while suspended in the air. One of his swords was just centimeters away from his opponent's face. His rival quickly jumped back, dodging the attack as if nothing had happened, or so he thought. Well, his left cheekbone was open, showing a rather deep cut, while a taste of air had shaken the place. Yuzi fell to the ground, saying, "Tch, I almost missed." He had a big smile, while on his body you could see some red lines running along his arms. "Have Yuzi, one for all 100% plus black whip / power, 49,980. The commander only had a serious look on his face, as he touched the deep cut on his cheek, blood dripping from the wound. He was very sure that he had dodged the attack. Explanation. Lisha. Hello everyone, I'm Lisha, and on this occasion I'll be in charge of giving you a brief explanation. Right now you might be wondering, how is it possible that Yuzi cut him, if his rival had dodged the edge of the sword? Well, you see, Daigoro passed his quirk to Yuzi and some of the power he received from One for All. You see, One for All was a single power that was divided into the bodies of 7 people. Each of these carriers has 14.28% of what would be 100% of One for All. Therefore now Yuzi would have 28.56% of One for All, adding black whips and the speed boost granted to One for All. This is the reason why his power rose from 29,300 to 49,980. His power-up increases depending on the power of his base state, Yuzi being close to 30,000 power. It was sure that his power with One for All would reach almost 50,000. Daigoro-san's base state power was 26,700. With One for All it increased to 32,500, which would be its maximum. But he was able to reach a total of 41,300 thanks to his limit form, but his maximum power would actually be 32,500. And the moment his rival stepped back, he activated black whips on the tips of his fingers, covering his right sword and lengthening it, thus touching his rival's cheek, at the same time that he felt the energy of One for All through it. Managing to damage him in that way, that would explain the taste of air that blew in the place, since it was caused by the energy released from One for All. I hope you understood the explanation. See you in the next explanation. Oh, and by the way, I want to know if you support my ship with Izuku. Leave your opinion in the comments. End of explanation. Yuzi, in the next attack, it will be your neck that I will decapitate. He had a big smile on his face, determined to win no matter what the cost. In the Hero Association. Minutes ago, before Yuzui's arrival at the battlefield. Executive 3P President, we received a message. Lisbeth, a message? Is he from an S-class hero? Executive 3, it says here that he is a certain Yuzu. Lisbeth, oh, just ignore it. He answered before he could finish his sentence. Executive 3, but he says he's heading towards the battlefield. And we were also able to receive information that the S-class rank 10 hero, Daigoro, went to rescue the A-class heroes. Lisbeth, Daigoro-san left? This in his thoughts would say. It is said that those 7 people can sense when one of them is in danger. This is due to the power they share in their bodies. And if Yuzui got moving, that means one of them is in danger, and not against his rival. So that means that Daigoro-san could not handle their commander. Does that mean the other 5 are already on the battlefield against the other generals? That was what the brown-haired girl was questioning in her head. At the moment, in another part of the city, Komosuke was running, now carrying around 20 people on his back. At first, they were scared to see him, because from their perspective, he was a monster due to his appearance. He finally reached the shelter, which was quite large. Komosuke lay down on the ground, and with his long tail he began to lower people down. They thanked him and quickly entered the shelter. Komosuke stood up, questioning the place. His duty was to protect people, just as his master did. Lisha entered the shelter thinking that Lishti had entered with her, but a moment before reaching the shelter, Lishti jumped off Komosuke and went her own way. Lishti, as she walked through the streets, would think, I wonder, who will Izuku Onaikin be fighting against? Well, if I want him to make me aware I have to contribute something, I can't let Komosuke take away much of the fun. Even though I know I can't surpass their power, I still know I can defeat one of those monsters. And if I take care of them, Izuku Onaikin will please me. Thinking about that, a small lock of her hair moved from side to side. This was how happy she was. At that point she stopped dead when she felt a presence behind her. She turned around to see how the second general was at the top of a building. Lishti, but how ugly you are. After saying that, the monster took a huge leap, landing right in front of her. The impact had shattered the asphalt, raising a huge curtain of dust. Lishti looked up, noticing the colossal difference in height between them. Well, in its small form it measured 1 meter and 20 centimeters. On the other hand, its rival had a height of 3 meters and 39 centimeters. Second Commander, Dragon level /tier 4/power, 40,100. His red eyes shone brightly as he said, Before heading to the shelter I will enjoy killing you, little girl. Lishti just looked at him without showing any expression. Small Lishti /ogre demon level /power 19,987. The second commander gave a big smile as he raised his fist, then brought it down at high speed. A loud bang was heard throughout the place. The windows of the building had completely broken. An immense amount of dust covered the place. The second commander was suspended more than 50 meters above the ground. He spat out a large amount of blood, while he had several deep cuts all over his body. Above this was Lishti in her teenage version as she had first met Izuku. Teen Lishti /dragon level /tier 5/power, 48,900. Lishti, I'm sorry, but the faster I finish you guys, the faster I can be spoiled by Izuku Onaikin. She spun in the air and landed a brutal axe kick. The force was such that it formed 2 rings of air that expanded into the sky. But only a loud bang was heard, and the second general brutally hit the asphalt, creating a crater about 32 meters wide, and it had a depth of approximately 5 meters. Lishti landed elegantly on the roof of a building. She could feel how a light drizzle began to occur throughout the city. During Nana and Katsuma's fight against the 6th general, they could hear the loud noise produced by Lishti's blow. Nana herself didn't know who had produced it, but Katsuma, who had already felt Lishti's power once, realized that it was her. While moving at high speed dodging her rival's blows, she would think, Lishti is already on the battlefield. That means the sensei has to be there too. If so, then I know there is no need to worry about the rest of the enemies. She was at 100% of her speed capacity, and yet she still had a hard time dodging her opponent's blows. He and Nana moved quickly, Nana leaving a trail of purple rays in her wake. In that they both received a brutal blow. Nana received one in the pit of her stomach, while Katsuma received the blow in part of his face. Both of them flew at high speed and crashed into a building. His rival was just playing with them, since his speed was superior to theirs. Nana, professional heroine /1 for all /power 25,128. Nana had blood dripping from her chin saying, Damn, his speed is crazy, not even with 1 for all flowing through my body can I hit him. Katsuma, Miss Nana, I have an idea, to at least seriously insult him. But I will need about 5 minutes to gather enough energy. Do you think you could give me that amount of time? Nana looked at Katsuma with a slight smile, saying, Take it for granted, boy. Besides, I haven't given up yet, I can keep fighting. Making use of his gift, he detached himself from the building by levitating in the air. Her rival simply looked at her and said, Wow, I see you can still move after that hit. I wasn't expecting humans of this caliber on the surface, but it's a good thing. At least they can entertain me for a little while longer. He gave a big smile, saying, Are you ready for round 2? Nana had a serious look as purple rays came out of her body. End of chapter. Extra. Ethan. Hi, I'm Ethan. After all my employees resigned, I decided to follow Christ the King and accept him into my heart. He struck a pose, tearing off his lab coat to reveal his muscles. Ethan, now I'll tell you a little rumor. Did you know that Komosuke has 115,800 power, and that he is just a little cat in terms of his age? Well, he still needs to grow. Can you imagine how much power he will have in his adult form? I know, it's a pretty impressive figure. I hope you liked today's chapter, because Cismo-sama always tries to maintain its quality in each chapter, and thus leave you with very high hype. See you in the next chapter, bye. He said, flexing his muscles. Chapter 23. The Origin and Mission of a Killer. Komosuke looked in a certain direction as his mere presence imposed great pressure. Several people continued to arrive at the shelter, but upon seeing Komosuke they became paralyzed with fear and retreated backwards. He simply wrapped them with his tail and placed them inside the shelter. People saw that there were a large number of people inside. The drizzle gradually began to intensify more and more. Komosuke could hear a loud bang coming from several blocks away. Said bang had been caused by Lishti. Komosuke's ears turned in a certain direction. He could see the 10th Marine General walking about 33 meters away. It seemed to have no eyes, because on its face you could only see its mouth, which was opened and revealed its yellow teeth. The 10th commander stood still upon seeing Komosuke, for in seconds he felt that pressure that prevented him from moving every part of his body. As best he could, he said, "T this pod." Unfortunately, he couldn't finish speaking because Komosuke hit him with his front paw, easily tearing him apart, leaving only his feet, as he had torn off the upper part. He then raised his paw and crushed the remains of that general. Komosuke was on a mission to protect people, so he wouldn't let any threat go unnoticed in his presence. At that, the leader of the generals, who was facing Yuzui, spat out a lot of blood, at the exact moment when the 10th general was killed. This one in his thoughts would say, "They already killed one. So fast? The other 10 are still alive." In the fight with Stain, we can see how the assassin blocked a blow to the face of his opponent with his 2 katanas, being sent flying several meters back, due to the brute force he possessed. Blood was falling from Stain's mouth. His breathing was already heavy as he had previously received a brutal blow to the stomach. Such a blow had been quite detrimental to his current state. Stain's hair was wet from the drizzle that had begun to fall. He quickly noticed how his rival had grown in height and muscles, as he now had a more monstrous appearance. Stain, Hero Killer / Power 18,390. His rival began to walk slowly towards him. 4th Commander / Dragon Level / Power 41,995. Stain wiped the blood from his mouth, saying in his thoughts, "I don't know how much longer I can dodge his attacks. Plus, this guy isn't using his full speed. TCH is playing prey and predator. Like a cat that plays with its prey until it gets tired and kills it. If I could just activate my technique, I'd have a small chance. But to be honest, I couldn't deal with all that raw strength he possesses." The 4th general, seeing how Stain was not moving, would say, "What happened? Did you notice our power difference and get scared?" Stain clenched his katanas to give a slight smile and say, "TCH, close your damn mouth. I was just thinking which part of your body I was going to dismember first. What do you prefer, an arm or a leg?" he asked as he ran his tongue along the edge of his katana. Those words made his rival quite irritated, because he had not been able to cause fear in his opponent, and that was not fun for him. You know what? I'm already bored of you. Now I will kill you in a slow and painful way. I will enjoy watching you agonize and writhe in pain, while you beg me to kill you already. At that, he raised his right palm, stopping a huge fist. A powerful taste of air shook the place. So much so that it sent Stain back a few meters. The asphalt had cracked in a brutal way. Fourth overall, not bad. I must admit that you are strong. He looked up and saw a giant with blonde hair, his purple eyes filled with determination. Empty Lady had arrived at the battlefield. The giant was doing all the pressure with her right arm, thus imposing more force. The asphalt continued to crack under the pressure that continued to be imposed. Empty Lady, Professional Heroine S Class Rank 15/Giant Mode/Power, 22,570. Empty Lady raised her fist, moving her left leg, thus impacting a brutal kick on her opponent, who flew out at an enormous speed to brutally hit a building, which collapsed due to the impact. Empty Lady and Stain looked at each other for a second, as the atmosphere was not a pleasant one since Stain was a murderer who had to be caught, and she now had the opportunity to catch him, but the situation was not right since the enemy she was facing was more dangerous. Stain would say in his thoughts, I doubt that blow did any damage, perhaps. Just this once, do something I never thought I would do. Hey girl, that blow won't have done him the slightest damage. Even though I don't like the idea, I suggest we work together to defeat him. Empty Lady returned to her normal form, looking seriously at Stain, who extended his hand to her. She took his hand away from her to say, We'll never work with a murderer. I'll take care of this myself. I don't care how much it costs me. She moved away from Stain and began walking towards the place where her opponent had crashed. With each step she took, she grew larger, slowly turning into her giant form. Stain, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Empty Lady looked towards the collapsed building. Her gaze was serious. She saw how all the rubble flew upwards. In a matter of seconds she opened her mouth slightly, feeling an indescribable pain. The blonde spat out a lot of blood. Since that guy had given her a brutal blow to the stomach, the giant fell back on her knees, returning to her normal form. The fourth general fell to his feet on the ground, while the water continued to wet his body. That kick wasn't bad at all. But with that I barely felt a little tingling, he said while moving his neck from side to side. Empty Lady tried to catch her breath while holding her stomach, because never in her life had she received a blow with such an amount of pure brute force. Her opponent approached her and put his foot on her back, applying pressure, trying to crush her against the ground, but Empty Lady resisted as best she could. The fourth general put on more pressure while laughing as he watched his rival gradually give in. He bent down and grabbed her by the hair, lifting her up until he was at his height, and then head-butted her hard, hurting the blonde's face. Blood was now dripping heavily from Empty Lady's forehead as she gritted her teeth in pain. His rival looked at her with a big smile and stuck out his long tongue and then tried to lick her face, but in one movement half of his tongue was cut off in the air. Empty Lady was sitting on the ground away from her opponent. In front of her was Stain with his back to her. While breathing heavily, he still hadn't had enough time to activate his technique. Stain, you better get some rest. If you don't want to die here, go get help. Try to find the other heroes. I'll buy some time. I'll ask you something. How old are you? Empty Lady? Oh, you want to know my age? Well, I'm 24. Stain simply remained silent. He began to move away from her to say, You are very young, you still have a long life to live. Get out of here, or else we'll both die. I don't want a girl like you to die here. You're a hero, aren't you? So you have to live to save others. If you die here, your effort will be worthless. Empty Lady, if you stay, you will die too. Stain, the difference between you and me is that. He grabbed his katana, saying, I was dead a long time ago. And if a murderer dies, no one will care. After saying that, he launched himself towards his rival, determined to leave everything in that battle. The fourth general regenerated his tongue and, quite annoyed, lunged at Stain to kill him once and for all. He threw a punch at his face. Stain spun in the air, dodging the punch that was aimed at his face by just a few centimeters, but despite dodging it, he received a small cut on his left side of the forehead. Stain, with his katana in his right hand, made a high-speed cut, hitting his opponent's arm squarely, but his eyes opened wide when he saw how the katana had broken upon making contact with his skin, leaving only a small fragment of it. The fourth general smiled, and with his left palm he grabbed his face, giving him a brutal blow to the left shoulder, dislocating it, and causing a large amount of air to escape from behind it. Stain gave a loud cry of pain. His rival began to run, embedding him against the wall of a building while running, laughing out loud. He threw him up to the top, made a great leap and stood above him, and then gave him a hammer blow to the pit of his stomach. Stain spat out a large amount of blood as he brutally hit the ground, his eyes turning completely white for a second, as if he was going to lose consciousness. His rival fell beside him, lifting parts of the asphalt, as he prepared to deliver the final blow. As he was about to do so, he was hit by a light pull, while a voice said, "Don't touch it." Empty Lady had uprooted a light pole, hitting her rival in the chest, sending him flying several meters. This one was 3 meters tall, so it had not become completely giant. Her body was completely wet. She was breathing a little agitated while she was next to Stain. Empty Lady looked at him, noticing how he was lying on the ground, while he seemed to be unconscious. "Are you still conscious, murderer? Please answer me." The blonde didn't receive an answer. Seeing how Stain had literally saved her, and was buying her time to escape, she decided to stay and fight by his side until the end. Not to mention that she had nothing to communicate with the other heroes. Well, according to her, she didn't want to be indebted to a murderer. Empty Lady could see that her rival had already recovered from the blow, and was now walking slowly towards her. The blonde began to increase her size slowly, and then launched herself at her opponent. Thus colliding their fists, despite being in his giant form, his opponent equaled or rather surpassed his strength as if it were nothing. While this fight was taking place, Stain was having small memories of his past. Flashback. Mom. A beautiful woman with short, jet black hair answered the call, saying, "What's wrong, my little Akaguro?" Note: Stain's real name is Akaguro Kaizome. End of note. "Akaguro, I also want to be a hero like Dad," he said with a big smile, that little 5-year-old who had not yet managed to manifest his gift. His mother simply hugged him, and with a somewhat sad voice she would say, "I don't want you to be like your father. I want you to be a different person than him. You will be someone much better than him. I believe in you and I always will." From the cheeks of the jet black. Every time I felt my mother's hug, I felt a warmth full of sadness. I didn't know why, but I wanted to turn off that sadness. I wanted my mother to be happy. My father's quirk was paralysis. He could touch and paralyze anyone he touched. Thanks to that, he would have a great path as a hero. Many admired him, because they said he would be a great hero. Mother's quirk was Ketsuryu, blood flow. Even though it wasn't as strong or incredible a quirk as she thought, I always admired her more than anyone else. She could stop hemorrhages or bleeding both internally and externally with her gift. It was very useful and could save lives with proper use, but unfortunately, the doctors diagnosed her with lung cancer. From what I could understand, her left lung was 70% affected and the right one was beginning to get affected. Every day Mom was getting weaker and weaker. One day when I came home from school, I saw the man I admired as a hero drunk and beating my mother as she lay on the floor. Immediately, even though I couldn't do much, I went to help her, but with a punch to the face he pushed me away from her. My vision was blurred by the blood dripping from my forehead. That poor man kept kicking my mother, while repeating that she was useless and a burden, and that he hoped she would die soon. At one point he stopped kicking her and began to unbutton his pants to pull them down, and began to tear off my mother's clothes to abuse her. It was at that moment that anger invaded my entire being. A thirst for blood corrupted me. Standing up, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and slowly approached him to stab him 7 times in the back. I was blinded as if I wasn't me at that moment. When I came to, I saw how my hands were covered in blood. My mother was looking at me. I simply took a step back for fear of hurting her, but she stood up and hugged me tightly. From that day on, she and I ran away from home. We went to the forest where we found a cabin. Without having anywhere else to go, we stayed there. I decided that I would protect Mom with my life if necessary. I remember that time I asked him if he was a murderer. She just hugged me, telling me that I was her hero, that she would always see me as her hero regardless of how everyone else saw me. Days later I found out that the unfortunate man had survived. If only people knew what he was really like then. Would they still see him as a hero? Since I had no help from anyone else, I started stealing medicine for my mother, and whatever I could get by on a daily basis. As long as Mother had something to eat, I didn't mind stealing, but one day when I returned to the cabin, she was lying asleep in bed, finally falling asleep never to wake up again. Mom, please wake up. I brought you something to eat, Mom. Wake up, wake up. I wanted her to hold me one more time. I wanted to hear her again. I wanted her to stay by my side and never leave me. You are the best thing that happened in my life, my little Akaguro. That's what she always told me with a smile that showed immense happiness. When she left, I realized that that same day a large part of me had died to go with her. I had lost everything. I lost that beautiful and special woman who loved me with an unconditional love. Sometime later, when I turned 18, I finally settled the debts of the past. We can see how Stain came out of an alley with the clothes he was currently wearing and his katana stained with blood. On the ground lay the lifeless body of the man he had once called father. My hatred for corrupt and false heroes like him grew beyond measure. I decided that I would purge the world of people like them, no matter how others looked at me, because it was a hero who turned me into a murderer. End of flashback. In Stain's head was the image of his mother looking at him tenderly, caressing his cheek as she said, "You've grown a lot, my little Akaguro." Stain opened his eyes slightly to say, Mom. Why, oh. His mother kissed him on the forehead saying, "You have to get up, my little hero. You have to save that girl just like you saved me." Stain, I can't. I have 2 broken ribs that are piercing my lung, internal bleeding. It's just a matter of time before. His mother gave him a slight smile to say, "I know my little hero won't die, it's not your time yet. You are my son, you inherited much of my quirk, so I know you can stop your internal bleeding. I know this because I created in you, my little hero. No matter what others say, I always I will love you more than anyone, my little Akaguro." Stain opened his eyes, noticing how it was still raining. I have to stop the bleeding. While 50 meters away from him was the 4th general stopping the fist of the empty lady who was at his height. A lot of blood was falling from her mouth, since she had the 4 fingers of this one embedded in one side of her abdomen. 4th overall, wow, this is as far as you go. He sank his hand deeper, causing her to spit out more blood. He pulled his hand out, seeing how the heroine's suit was dyed red. He was about to hit her in the face to end her life, when something had fallen between them. The 4th general took several steps back, grabbing his left arm because half of it had been cut off. Empty lady could see Stain in front of her with her torso exposed, revealing several scars on her back. The murderer was in good physical condition in terms of his muscles. The veins on his body were quite noticeable. Stain, hero killer / berserker mode / power, 29,600. This one's eyes were completely blank, and intense bloodlust was felt in the place. The 4th general couldn't believe how he had been able to cut off his arm, since his skin had hardened quite a bit so that it was not possible that he could at least damage him. Explanation. Nijire. Hello everyone, I'm Nijire Hado, and this time I'll be in charge of explaining how Stain's berserker mode works. You see, in his berserker mode, the hero killer is moved by pure blood instincts. That's right, he is moved by an instinct of wanting to kill and kill. In this state, his physical abilities increase by 62.91% more than normal, not to mention that when his eyes are blank he is able to see something that others cannot see. It's a cool mode, but at the same time it makes him quite dangerous, especially because of his katana skills. I hope you liked the explanation. Without anything else to say, see you, he said while he blew a kiss to the readers and winked at them tenderly. End of explanation. Stain had readjusted his dislocated shoulder with his hand, thus proving that he did not feel any pain in that state. He took a step back to be propelled at high speed towards his opponent, surprising him with the change of speed. The two began to move at high speed. The fourth general had not regenerated his severed arm, so he was attacking with his right arm only, giving Stain a slight advantage in the fight. That assassin seemed to be attacking without any reason, managing to make a deep cut in his opponent's leg. Moving away backwards, licking the blood, he managed to paralyze his opponent's leg. Even though he couldn't paralyze him completely, it was already one more advantage in his favor. The fourth general slowly began to despair of being able to regenerate his arm, and of not being able to move his leg. He began to be dulled by his senses. Stain jumped towards the neck to try to cut it. His opponent raised his hand to stop him, but was stopped by the hand of a certain blonde. Stain managed to stick his katana into his neck. Beginning to cut his neck, his rival began to spit blood from his mouth as he tried to free himself in total desperation. Using great force, he managed to free himself from Empty Lady, hitting Stain, who hit the ground. He quickly jumped back, clutching his neck in absolute anger, because despite being one of the 12 generals, he was on the verge of being defeated. Stain stood up looking at his rival, seeing his anatomy, and seeing that he had 2 hearts. Throwing his arm back, gripping his katana with all his strength, he launched his katana in one last attack, managing to pierce his opponent's chest, thus hitting one of their hearts squarely. The fourth general bled a great deal, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as he writhed in pain. Stain, now? Empty Lady went into her giant form, taking her opponent and in one movement splitting him into 2 parts, throwing the top and bottom of it to the ground, thus ending the battle. The giant's vision was blurred because she had already lost a lot of blood, and she fell and returned to normal. Stain caught her in the air, noticing how the blonde had become unconscious. Stain, it's finally over. He raised his gaze to the sky saying, "Thank you for staying by my side even after my mom died." He walked with the blonde in his arms under a roof to sit and protect himself from the rain. He laid the blonde on the ground looking at her wound. Stain placed his hands on her wound saying, "If I was able to stop my bleeding, I hope I can save her." After a few minutes he could see how he had stopped the blood flow, preventing her from losing more blood. He could see how a part of the heroine's costume was torn, exposing a large part of her left breast. "TCH, I told you to run away, girl, you are so stupid." 5 minutes later, we can see how Empty Lady had her torso wrapped by the bandages that Stain was wearing, thus covering her body so that no one else could see the part of her chest that was previously exposed. Stain had blindfolded her with her eyes closed, so he couldn't see her because he respected women. He stood up and said, "I have to go check on those 2. I hope they got to the shelter safely. But I can't leave her here alone." He could notice how Empty Lady's left hand lightly held his pants, as if she didn't want him to leave. Stain simply looked at her, knelt down to her and began to gently wipe the blood from her face. I have heard footsteps coming towards where they were. We can see how 2 people had reached where Empty Lady was, seeing how she was lying on the ground, but she was alone. They quickly approached her. "Sensei, it seems that someone stopped his bleeding, because he has a deep wound. I will heal her immediately." "Aizawa, yes, please do it, Eri." She acknowledged her head, causing her horn to grow, activating her quirk, returning Empty Lady's body to normal. "Eri, UA student 1A/age, 15 years/quirk, rewind." Aizawa looked around, noticing the degree of destruction there was, managing to see the lifeless body of the 4th general. This would also be said. Did she face that beast alone? I wonder. How many of these beasts will there be? Chapter 24. The heroes arrive on the battlefield. Stain watched hidden from the shadow of an alley, noticing how they were attending to Empty Lady. I turned around to say, "Now she will be fine. I have to go see if the other 2 are safe. After all, I promised him I would take them to the Re." He fell to the ground unconscious as he had run out of strength after using his berserker mode. Meanwhile, the brunette clenched her fist, saying, "I can keep doing this all day." She gave a slight smile and then disappeared in a trail of purple rays. Her opponent slightly opened his eyes, noticing how her speed had increased a little. He collided his fist with the brunette's, creating an expansive air wave that could be felt even several streets away. Katsuma, she's amazing, she increased her speed in seconds. I must take advantage of every second I have. He fell to the ground, clenching his fists. His body began to glow an orange hue. He was beginning to gather the energy he had left in his palms. A great amount of heat began to be felt throughout the place, and beneath the cyborg the asphalt began to have an intense orange color. A loud bang was heard as Nana fell at high speed, but was able to stop before hitting the ground. She immediately turned to the side, causing her rival to pass to the side of her, thus being at the height of her face. Nana spun around, sending one for all to her right leg and then giving him a brutal kick to the face. But she was surprised to see how she had barely managed to move him a few centimeters. She could notice how her muscles and size had grown slightly. The sixth general would say, "Wow, I think your punches have started to lose power. It's really a disappointment for me. No? This rain is good for my body because on the surface our bodies dry out, and that doesn't allow us to give our best. But now we can unleash our power to the fullest. 6th Marine General / maximum power, 44,700. He took Nana's face with his right hand and brutally slammed her into the ground. Nana spat out a large amount of blood, as that blow had been quite strong. She was about to be hit in the face. Katsuma was about to stop accumulating energy when he saw something pass by him at high speed. It was going from building to building. The sixth general was looking from side to side when something came out of the ground and hit him quite hard, while the following phrase was heard. POWWER. That blonde had a slight smile while he was suspended in the air. Nana slightly opened her eyes when she saw who that person was. Lemillion, Professional Hero S Class Rank 8 / Power, 20,100. Mario fell to the ground, taking Nana in his arms and running away backwards at high speed, shouting, "It's your turn, Nijire-chan." At the top was a beautiful light blue-haired girl with short hair. She had already accumulated a great amount of energy. Nijire-chan, Professional Heroine S Class Rank 9 / 20,010. Nijire, okay. Green Flood. She fired a large amount of energy in that attack. So powerful was her attack that she was sent backwards. Several gusts of air hit the place, creating a powerful explosion which was heard as far as Daigoro was. He looked in that direction to say, "Apparently they are giving it their all over there." A large amount of dust covered the entire place. Nijire remained in the air watching attentively. Something came out of that dust, coming face to face with the light blue-haired girl. Her opponent's fist was about to hit her in the face, but Nijire was wrapped around the waist by several vines, and then pulled back. A great cold was felt throughout the place. Everyone saw how a great attack of ice pillars hit the sixth general, who was still in the air. He had been pierced by the ice spikes, spitting out a lot of blood. Shoto was on the ground saying, "Sorry for being late." Shoto, Pro Hero S Class Rank 15 / Power, 17,200. Fat Gum walked past Katsuma saying, "For your maximum attack, how much time do you need, boy?" Fat Gum, Professional Hero S Class Rank 14 / Power, 18,440. Katsuma, 5 minutes, maybe more. Fat Gum with a big smile would say, "Take all the time you want, we will give you as much time as you need." On the roof of a building was Ibra with her quirk holding Nijire to place her next to her. Vine, Professional Heroine Class A Rank 5 / Power, 7,600. Nijire, thanks Ibra-chan. Everyone could hear how those pillars of ice made a loud sound, and then broke into 1,000 pieces. The sixth general had gotten rid of them, and he fell to the ground, quite upset because more insignificant rats had appeared. His eyes fell on each of the heroes who had arrived, all of them ready to counterattack. Those present could see how the wounds caused by Shoto's attacks were closing on their own. The sixth general's eyes focused on two specific people. He clenched his fists and disappeared from the place. Everything at that moment began to move in slow motion. Behind Nijire and Ibra was the sixth general with his fist about to touch Nijire's head. 3 shots ranged out in the distance. The monster's fist was in the air, separated from his arm, his blood falling onto the roof of the building. Nijire and Ibra opened their eyes slightly and quickly walked away from the place, noticing how their rival was behind them. Everyone turned their gaze to where the girls had been before, looking in surprise as their opponent stood there, looking at his right arm which no longer had his wrist. He looked in a certain direction, noticing that a certain person was more than 300 meters away on the top of a building. Lady Nagant, Jima Group. She had a slight smile, saying to herself, "No matter how tough your skin is, my bullets will pierce every part of your body," Fat Gum would say over his intercom. "It's good to have you covering our backs, Nagant." This received a response from this one. "After this you and Shimura will owe me some beers, did you hear that right, Fat?" "Fat Gum, if we survive, we'll go for the beers." They heard something fall to the ground, watching as their rival had gone down to the place where their hand had fallen, picking it up and, upon seeing this, returning it to its corresponding place. Everyone saw this without knowing what to say. "Nana, get ready everyone." The sixth general looked at them and quickly launched himself into battle. His first target was Katsuma, but in between this came Fat Gum, who would say, "I will be your opponent." Sixth general, then the hero falls first. He began to fill Fat Gum's body with blows, who could feel the brutality of these. But if he wanted to use his best shot, he had to endure more. Katsuma, Fat Gum. "Fat Gum, don't worry about my boy. Gather all the energy you can." The ground began to break more and more from the force of the blows that gradually began to increase. Sixth overall die. He looked to his side, noticing how that blonde came out of the ground again. He dodged it by taking a step back, but his feet were wrapped in a large number of vines. These vines lifted him to a height of about 60 meters. He freed himself from them with his claws on his fingers, already quite annoyed. But he could see that 30 meters below him, a certain bicolor was suspended with its left arm wrapped in intense flames. Shoto, Hino love. The sky at that moment lit up in an orange hue. Shoto's arm extended, releasing a large amount of fire spheres. These came out at high speed, hitting their target, thus producing a large explosion of fire. That explosion was seen from afar. Shoto fell through the air almost unconscious, as that attack involved a lot of physical wear and tear on his body, so after that attack he was left with only 20% of his ability to fight. Ibra caught him with her vines, and she could see a large amount of steam coming out of his body. Even half of his suit had been burned by the fire, as it was the bicolor's greatest technique. Seeing half of Shoto's torso exposed, she blushed quite a bit. The sixth general fell to the ground, revealing how his legs and forearms had melted skin, and how his body had suffered quite extensive burns. He was breathing heavily, wondering how it was possible that, being one of the 12 Marine generals, he had been harmed in this way. "I'll kill you all in one damn time." They were able to see how the torso opened, releasing 7 creatures with mouths that extended to attack those present. But they were cut off precisely by 7 shots. For Lady Nagant was attentive to every movement despite the distance. "Sixth General, I must get rid of that scum." As he was about to make a movement, he noticed how his body was rooted to the ground by a large number of vines. "Sixth General, that's not." Suspended in the air was a slim Fat Gum. In his fist he held a large amount of concentrated kinetic energy. "Fat Gum, it's my turn to shine, damn it." He gave his rival a powerful blow, sending him crashing into a building. Nijire was a little tired from the large-scale attack she had performed earlier. Mirio was standing to one side of it on guard in case that thing did something. Fat Gum was kneeling on the ground, completely exhausted. A noise alerted them all, as something emerged from the rubble of that building and positioned itself at the top. "Sixth General, now I will kill you all." A kind of thorns came out of this body. "Katsuma, I'm ready," he exclaimed as a large amount of heavenly rays came out of his body. The entire place was overwhelmed by a great amount of heat. Nana gave a slight smile, causing a flow of purple energy to flow into her hand. A purple sphere formed on her palm. Nana, I'll lend you this. With this, your destructive power will be greater. That sphere was embedded in the cyborg, who slightly opened his eyes when he felt an abnormal energy overload. Power system at 500%. Katsuma, thank you. Nana, delete it. Katsuma disappeared from the place, leaving a trail of lightning. His rival tried to follow him with his gaze. The cyborg stood in front of him, both of them suspended in the air. Katsuma spread both arms, deploying his arsenal. Katsuma, incinerate. 6th overall. Hey, wait. A bright orange light blinded everyone and illuminated much of the sky, followed by a noise that left a faint ringing sound in everyone's ears. Ibera covered everyone with her vines, as the shockwave from that explosion destroyed much of the place. The power of that attack had consumed his rival completely, incinerating every part of him. Katsuma fell to the ground with his body completely damaged. Systems completely de-damaged. The estimated damage is 200%. A purple energy came out of the chest of the cyborg, returned to its carrier. Katsuma was lying down while his systems failed, and he could see Nana, who stood in front of him. She had a beautiful smile, saying to him, "You did it, boy." She gave him a thumbs up. Katsuma, and no, we all did it. He said it as best he could because he was so hurt. Nana, you're right. I would load you, but I would burn myself because you are giving off too much steam. I'll wait until you cool down. Katsuma, after this. Nana, Katsuma, I'll need a repair. Nana, that's for sure, boy. Explanation. Nana, hello everyone, I'm the heroine Nana Shimura. I'm here to explain the reason why Katsuma was able to defeat the 6th general with the huge difference in power between them. Well, currently the power of the 6th general was 44,700 and Katsuma's was 16,300. After receiving Shoto's HINOAME attack, the damage he received was 45%. And in order to regenerate his wounds, he needs to use a large amount of energy. Due to the damage received, his power level dropped to about 31,100. And Katsuma, by gathering his energy to the maximum, is able to release an attack with a destructive power around 20,200. And by passing him my part of One for All, since Katsuma was a cyborg, he became pure energy capable of enhancing his attack far beyond his capabilities. Katsuma, energy 100% plus 1 for all / destructive attack power, 33,800. Nana, be careful, that 33,800 is the destructive capacity of the attack. That does not mean that its base power has increased. Base power and the destructive level of an attack are very different. I hope you enjoyed the explanation. Goodbye. End of explanation. Elsewhere we can see how Asumi was hugging a little girl of only 4 years old, while the 9th general had just fallen in front of them. Well, Asumi was heading to the shelter. She was still far away from it when she saw a little girl crying, while shouting her mother's name. Well, apparently he had gotten separated from his mother and had gotten lost. The drizzle was already quite strong. Asumi had hugged the little girl just when that thing had fallen a few meters away from them. Don't be afraid. These were the words she said to the little girl, as she watched that thing slowly approach them, sticking out its long tongue. As if he was enjoying the fear it provoked in them. Asumi was scared, her body wasn't responding, but she had to protect the girl somehow. Several columns of bones emerged from her back, which surrounded them, forming a sphere like a shield, since that was Asumi's quirk. That beast had stood before them. With its hands it began to remove bone by bone, but Asumi quickly regenerated them. 9th overall, let's see how many more you can take. This one was just playing with its prey. Asumi just hugged the little girl tighter while telling her that everything would be okay, and that a hero would arrive to save them. That beast put its hands on the side of the bone sphere, to begin to press it, making it creak. Until Asumi couldn't hold on any longer, and her only protection had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Asumi would say through tears, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." She closed her eyes expecting the worst. That monster tried to put his hands on them, but from one second to the next they disappeared. Behind him fluttered a white cape. Asumi heard a voice already very familiar to her that said, "You protected this little one well. You really are a heroine, Asumi." She opened her eyes to see a green-haired person with his back to her. "Leave the rest to me." "Ninth General, huh? I'll leave the rest to you? Do you really think you can defeat?" Asumi could see how the green-haired man had defeated the monster with just one blow. Its remains were scattered around the place. The sky had cleared due to the air pressure generated by that blow. "Izuku, wow, I thought it would be stronger," he said while looking at the remains of that thing. Izuku turned around to see Asumi. He could see several tears falling from Asumi's cheeks. "Izuku, why are you crying?" He couldn't finish speaking and walked up to him and hugged him tightly, while crying, saying, "I was scared. I thought what?" "Izuku, even the hero who is now the strongest was afraid once. It's normal to be afraid." He put his hand on her head, while Asumi cried, burying her head in his chest. Chapter 25: The Arrival of the Strongest to the Battlefield, Part 1. Izuku in his chibi version would say, "Hey Asato, you already hugged me, now let me go." Asumi was still hugging him, but he had already stopped crying, she would say. "And I was happy because a moment ago you said my name right, and now you call me Asato again." "But…" She separated from Izuku to give him a warm smile and say, "But it still makes me happy because it's you and it will always be you." Izuku with a poker face would say, "I didn't understand anything you said, Asato." Asumi let out a small laugh saying, "I know." Izuku, "Well, I'll take them to the shelter so." He carried Asumi and the little girl in his arms as he said to them, "Please close your eyes and hold on to me tightly." Asumi blushed as she was glued to the green-haired boy's body. Somewhat embarrassed, she complied with the green-haired boy's order. The little girl held tight to Izuku. Izuku put on a serious look and took a step back, then quickly left the place, leaving the mark of his boots on the asphalt. Meanwhile, Komosuke looked up as a taste of wind cleared the entire sky. The huge cat's ears moved slightly, pointing in a specific direction. The shelter doors were open for new arrivals to enter immediately. Lisha was standing near the door watching as Komosuke was in the same place, protecting them at all times. People were whispering about whether it was safe to go out now, and Lisha wondered how Stain was doing since he had given them the opportunity to escape. But what worried her most was that she couldn't find Lishti anywhere, since she had already searched for her among all the people in the place. At that moment a great taste of wind was felt inside the place, and everyone took cover. Lisha turned around looking back, noticing how a certain green-haired man was standing, with two people in his arms. His cape fluttered from one place to another. Seeing himself in his suit again made him feel very calm. Izuku put the two girls down. The mother, seeing that her little girl was safe and sound, ran to hug her while she cried. Everyone else was whispering about whether the green-haired boy was a hero. "Girl, mommy, the broccoli hero with the cape saved me." Izuku, hearing how they called him, had a drop of sweat, and in his thoughts he would say, "I knew they would end up calling me that." The mother approached the green-haired boy and grabbed his hands to look at him with her tearful eyes and said, "Thank you for saving my little girl, thank you very much, hero." "Izuku, I didn't do anything. The one who saved that little girl was her," he said, pointing at Asumi. "She was the one who protected her all this time. I alone brought them both here. She is the heroine who deserves her words." After saying that, the green-haired man turned around, leaving Asumi with a wave of feelings she had never felt before. Izuku looked at Lisha, saying, "Stay here. Komosuke will protect them." Lisha gave him a slight smile to say, "I know, and if my hero is here then there is nothing to fear." Izuku gave a slight smile, saying, "After all, if something happens to you, I'll be out of a job." Lisha in her chibi version would say, "Baka." Izuku came out of the shelter looking at Komosuke to say, "I haven't seen that form of yours in a long time." he said while stroking one of his paws. Komosuke lowered his head to Izuku, rubbing against him while purring. Izuku put his hand on his cat's cheek, saying, "I knew I could count on you." Komosuke licked the green-haired boy with his tongue as he laughed. Izuku looked around the area to ask, "How many monsters are Komosuke?" Komosuke looked up, his eyes shining a bright green. Meanwhile, in one part of the city there was a person whose mere presence imposed greater pressure than Komosuke. This person would say, "It's been a long time since I set foot in the city, the skies have changed quite a bit." He closed his eyes and beneath his feet a ring of white light emerged that spread throughout the city, but the only ones who could see that ring of white light were Izuku and Komosuke. That person opened his eyes, saying, "So there are currently 8 monsters left. 5 of them are facing off with the heroes, huh?" I gave a big smile to say, "But there is nothing to fear. As long as creatures like these exist, there will be people who will appear to put an end to them. Well, that's the duty of a true hero, to protect others no matter the situation. Since I'm here, I'll give you a hand, heroes." He gave a slight jump, saying, "After all, I'm a hero too." The person mentioned disappeared from the place. He appeared in another part of the city within seconds, where he stopped, saying, "I'll leave the rest in your hands, guys." This one disappeared in a white circle. While the bodies of the 8th, 11th, and 12th generals disintegrated into ashes after receiving a blow with an endless heat that burned them from within. They did not see who hit them because they only felt that pain when their bodies were already disintegrating. Komosuke opened his eyes slightly to lower his head, resting his forehead against his owner's. Izuku could hear a voice in his head saying, "I love that until a few seconds ago there were 8 monsters. But in a fraction of a second 3 of them were completely eliminated. The presence I felt was greater than my own. I could easily say that I have surpassed my power with ease. Do I think he's a hero? Izuku, I don't know, but it sounds like he's someone strong. So now there are 5 of those things left, right?" Komosuke, yes. But they are facing heroes, the strongest of whom is at the other end of the city. Izuku, I see. Thanks, my friend. Komosuke separated his forehead from his master, because one of the abilities he possessed was telepathy. Izuku, well then I'll go where the strongest is. Komosuke nodded his head. Izuku took a great leap, disappearing into the sky, while Komosuke watched him sitting in his place. In a certain place we can see how All Might was in his muscular form. He was walking away with a serious look, while behind him lay the lifeless body of the 7th general. For the number 1 hero, that beast represented nothing. All Might looked at the sky, noticing how it was now clear. I wonder, where will the rest of these things be? But I can't waste time. This one with his blue eyes shining brightly disappeared from the place, because the speed of the number 1 hero had an incredible speed. Aizawa and Eri ran through the city streets, the latter wondering if the reason the sky had cleared was due to air pressure from All Might's punches, since the blonde had done such an act on more than one occasion. So it was no surprise that he did the same thing this time. He looked at Eri out of the corner of his eye to ask, "Are you okay?" The albino nodded his head to say, "Don't worry, sensei. We must hurry to heal the wounded." That albino girl, despite being just a student, already showed great determination as a heroine. Katsuma, lying down, noticed how a pressure of air cleared the entire sky. He gave a slight smile and said in a low voice, "So the sensei is already on the battlefield. There's nothing to worry about then." In the association they were attentive to the cameras and drones that were around the city. Everyone looked in amazement through a drone that was flying over the shelter, as they could see a huge, imposing monster with the appearance of a cat that was in front of the shelter. Executive 3, oh, another monster. Lisbeth looked intently at the screen, remembering that her grandfather had once told her a legend about a legendary creature, which was said to act as a guardian. She had little memory of that creature, because at first when she was little she loved that legend, but as time went on it seemed very fictitious. But he could vaguely remember that the creature resembled some kind of cat. Executive 2, could it be that he plans to eat the people in the shelter? Lisbeth, of course not. If you look closely at the way he is, it seems more like he is taking care of the shelter like a guardian. Executive 3, guardian? Lisbeth, that's right. If he had wanted to eat people, he would have done it a long time ago. Don't you think so? Executive 3, P. President. Lisbeth, what's going on? We received a message from S-Class Pro hero Nana Shimura. She says that she, along with the help of the S-Class heroes Katsuma Shimano, Fat Gum, Shoto Todoroki, Nijire-chan, Lemillion, a class hero Vine, and hero Lady Nagant defeated the self-proclaimed 6th Marine General. Pro Hero Eraser reported that the heroine Empty Lady has already taken down one of these beasts, and that she and aspiring hero Eri from Class 1A are already moving to heal the wounded. According to her, the heroine Empty Lady was found in serious condition. And the last report was from the S-Class hero Hawks, who along with the hero Endeavor were heading towards the battlefield. Lisbeth, at least we know they killed 2 of those beasts, that's good. Executive 1, Madam President. SCT this. He said while playing the video where it was shown how a certain green-haired man defeated the 9th General with a single blow. Lisbeth had a big smile knowing that the green-haired man had already arrived at the battlefield. The others were shocked by what their eyes saw. Lisbeth, the S-Class hero rank 2 has already arrived at the battlefield, so there is nothing to fear. With a certain green-haired girl, she had blood falling from her mouth, while she had her hand extended, and in the air she was the 5th General with all her bones broken. Izumi, full power, 63,000. Izumi, didn't you say you were going to beat me up, you idiot? He said while using his psychic powers to put more pressure on his rival's already lifeless body. Izumi, oh right, I forgot you had died. Everything around the green-haired girl was floating and a pressure was crushing the place. Izumi, thank goodness there are no people around, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to bring out my full power and I would have been in serious trouble. This made her aura disappear, letting her rival's lifeless body fall. With a slight sigh he would say, I can still keep fighting. She felt the pain in her body because using her power to the maximum had its consequences. On second thought, I'll rest a little. He called the association over the intercom saying, Madam President, I'm done with this idiot who proclaimed himself to be the 5th Marine General. What if I'm hurt? I barely have a few scratches. Send me the address of where the other beasts are. Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Strongest to the Battlefield Part 2. 15 minutes ago, before the defeat of the other Marine Generals. Yuzui, in the next attack, it will be your neck that I will decapitate. He had a big smile on his face, determined to win no matter what the cost. At that very moment a light drizzle began to appear. The leader simply gave a slight smile saying, We'll see whose head will be decapitated first, yours or mine. After saying that, the cut that Yuzui had caused closed in seconds. This action caught the attention of Yuzui and Daigoro. Shaking his head from side to side he would say, How fast are you then? He has disappeared from the spot. Yuzui slightly opened his eyes when he saw his rival's fist centimeters away from his face. Leader, I'll have to speed up. Yuzui inhaled a little air through his mouth, moving to the side, dodging the fist in an easy way, while maintaining a big smile on his face. Making a movement with his hands, he managed to graze his opponent's neck again with his swords. Leader, have I dodged my attack at that speed? Without wasting time, he began to launch a combo of blows. The only thing Daigoro could see were several illusions of Yuzui, as he moved at a speed that created reflections of himself. Both were moving at an inhuman speed. Yuzui moved with great skill around the place, dodging his opponent's attacks. For each blow he dodged, he managed to make a cut on his rival's body. Leader, I admit that you are very fast, Sabandi. Yuzui's mouth fell off with a brutal blow, the blows sending him back several meters. The veins on his arms were prominent, as were those on his neck and face. Daigoro in his thoughts would say, Yuzui is not just any guy you can mess with. In combat he will always have the advantage since his danger sensor quirk makes him practically untouchable. For that same reason, in this fight he has the advantage. His rival, with each blow he throws, does so with the intention of killing, so it is much easier for his quirk to activate, adding to the fact that it is enhanced by one for all. I do not want to even imagine how strong he would become if he had all the fragments of one for all. Damn, no matter how he fights, he always looks extravagant. Daigoro opened his eyes slightly as he saw how Yuzui was sent flying backwards with one blow, his feet planted on the sand to stop him. Luckily, he had covered himself with his forearms. A lot of steam was coming out of them, and a rather strong tingling overwhelmed every muscle in his arms. Yuzui had a serious look as he saw how his rival had increased his height, muscles, and strength, as his appearance was now more imposing. Marine Leader, current power 78,600. Daigoro became equally serious, as it didn't take a genius to realize that the beast had increased its power. Leader, while moving his arms, would say, "I warmed up a long time ago, now I can slowly release my power." In that second the drops of water slowed down, as the leader moved at a speed where everything seemed to move slowly. In slow motion, Yuzui's eyes opened slightly, moving his head to the side, causing his opponent's fist to graze him by millimeters. But he still received a large cut on his forehead. His quirk had barely managed to activate. He stepped back, feeling his warm blood dripping from his forehead. The leader, with his fist still extended, would say, "Wow, you were barely able to dodge it, but I still have to congratulate you on your effort. Now." He disappeared from the place. Yuzui spat out a lot of blood as he felt a strong pain in his stomach. He flew towards where Daigoro was, who caught him by retreating several meters back. The leader had a big smile on his face, because now they were no longer even useful for warming up. "Daigoro, are you okay, Yuzui?" Yuzui continued to spit blood while his body trembled. That blow made him feel indescribable pain. Marine Leader, current power 81,000. Its power continued to be strengthened by the rain. Yuzui stood up, holding his swords tightly, to say, "Thanks for catching me, mate. If I hadn't covered my abdomen with the black whips, I would have surely been knocked unconscious by that blow." The sound of a shot echoed through the place. The leader caught a cannonball with his hand, which detonated with great power. Yuzui and Daigoro looked back to see a raven-haired girl who was barely breathing, with a huge cannon at her side. "Momo, it's not much but I can also be of help." Momo had been the first to wake up thanks to Bakugo taking a lot of the hit. From the smoke screen created by the explosion, the enormous silhouette of the leader could be seen, who did not even have a scratch. "Leader, you call that an attack? Now I will show you what an ATA is." He knelt on the ground and began to spit out a lot of blood. And in his thoughts he would say, "They already killed one. So fast? The other 10 are still alive." He tried to stand up, and when he did, he felt his entire body vibrate, causing him to spit out even more blood. They defeated T2 more, that's not 3, not anymore. At that the sky cleared with a taste of wind. Yuzui and Daigoro noticed this. The leader put a hand on his face, saying, "They already defeated 9 of us. It just can't be." At those words Daigoro would say, "Apparently the other heroes defeated 9 of those beasts." "Yuzui, it seems so, but did you see when I spat up blood? Could his body be connected to the other beasts?" "Daigoro, maybe that's it. But to be honest, I don't think its strength has diminished." Meanwhile we can see how Endeavor propelled himself with his flames through the air, barely dodging his rival's attacks. On his face he had a 3-claw cut. Blood fell from his face, clouding the vision of his right eye. There was a noticeable wound on his right pectoral muscle. A lot of blood was dripping from his left shoulder. Hawks was embedded in a building. On his left leg and right arm he had 2 steel bars embedded, which attached him to the building. A lot of blood was dripping from his mouth. His wings no longer had their feathers, as all the ones he had left were on Endeavor's back, helping him move through the air. "Hawks, since the sky cleared, that thing has stopped growing." He shook his head, looking at a rabbit lying on top of a vehicle, which was quite injured, but he still stood up again, keeping a smile on his face. Mirko was breathing heavily. She had several fractures in the bones of her legs and arms, but she still kept standing up again and again. The rabbit adjusted her dislocated shoulder in one movement. Hawks in his thoughts would say, "How the hell does he manage to stay standing?" The third general had half of his face burned by an attack from Endeavor, who had raised his flames to the maximum, but he was able to dodge much of the attack, avoiding receiving it directly. In a moment of carelessness, Endeavor was grabbed by the face and slammed against a building. The fire hero spat out a lot of blood. His eyes went completely white for a brief second. His opponent was about to give him the final blow when he saw out of the corner of his eye a rabbit that was suspended in the air. "Mirko, I can still keep fighting." The rabbit gave him a brutal kick in the face, causing him to crash against the ground. Mirko felt a strong pain in his legs as he fell from a great height. At that moment, a huge beast ran through the streets. That thing made a great leap, taking Mirko in its hairy hands, and falling to the ground, cracking a large part of it. Beast of the Apocalypse, Professional Hero S Class Rank 24. Hawes, support has finally arrived. The third general stood up watching as Jirota held the rabbit in his arms. He gave a slight smile, and when he was about to move, his arms, legs, torso and neck were wrapped by several ribbons. He saw how on the roof of a 3-story building there was a person with a rather peculiar and striking suit. The person was wearing a vocal cord mask. The straps were taut as they came out of his arms. Shinso, Professional Hero Group Jima. His rival could notice how the tapes were squeezing his body more and more tightly. Shinso had a serious look as he recalled the words of a certain pink-haired girl. Flashback. "May, how are you? Do you like it?" he asked with great excitement while pointing to a wall, on which a black suit was displayed, with several bright purple lines. Shinso approached the suit, impressed, and touched it with his hand, saying, "This far exceeded my expectations." "May, I'm glad to hear that. The best thing of all is that it is made of a single piece, meaning you can put it on in a matter of seconds. And the coolest thing about this is that since you handled that kind of ribbon scarf like Ayazawa-sensei's, I made your costume out of a much harder and more resistant ribbon than that one. Therefore you can manipulate your suit at will using the same principles you told me. Try it on." Shinso reached his hand towards the suit, which unfolded into several ribbons, which wrapped around Shinso's body in a fraction of a second. Shinso was at a loss for what to say. "May, just promise me something." "Shinso, huh? Pledge?" May gave a slight smile to say, "Please, after every battle you have, come to my workshop. I want to make sure I can see you well. I don't want someone else to come and tell me that I won't be able to see you anymore. That would hurt me a lot. So please don't die." May's eyes had a look of sadness. "Shinso, I will try my best to survive every battle." May gave her a hug, saying, "Thanks, now go and be a hero." End of flashback. Shinso would quietly say, "I will keep my promise until the end." At that, a strong sound wave hit the third general head-on. YESSS. The windows of the buildings shattered into 1,000 pieces, and everyone covered their ears. Present Mike, Professional Hero Professor at the UA. "It's time to have fun." "Sorry I'm late, Hawks," he said while greeting Hawks. His rival simply mocked that attack that had done nothing to him. Present Mike, "Hey idiot, I'm just testing you. The person who will defeat you is not me, it is her," he said, pointing to a beautiful purple-haired girl with short hair who stood to one side of him. Earphone Jack, Professional Heroine Jima Group. Returning to Yuzui, he and Daigoro watched as their rival stood still without moving, while his body seemed to move slightly. "Yuzui, what are you planning to do?" Daigoro, "No idea, but..." Yuzui took a step back and disappeared from the place, standing behind his rival, with both swords at the side of his neck. Well, if he was weak, it was time to eliminate him, and Yuzui would not waste any gap. But his eyes opened slightly as he saw how that guy stopped the edge of his 2 swords with both hands. Yuzui's arms were shaking as he was exerting too much force. "Leader, don't bother trash." His voice was so imposing that he activated the danger sensor to the maximum, driving him crazy, and then he witnessed with his own eyes how with a simple pressure from his fingers, he was able to break both of his swords. Then he turned around, grabbed him by the face, and brutally slammed him into the ground. Yuzui bounced slightly from the impact, and then received a brutal kick to the pit of his stomach, sending him flying until he hit near the area where Tetsu was. The leader turned his gaze towards that place to see that Yuzui was not there. Daigoro and Momo opened their eyes slightly when they saw behind the leader of the generals, with his back to him, he was the number one hero with Yuzui in his arms. Without turning around, the leader replied, "Until All Might finally appears." All Might, Professional Hero S Class Rank 1 Base Status / Power 83,600. Chapter 26.5 Special. Classification of Powers, Monsters. Wolf Disaster Level. Monsters / Power, 2000 to 2500. Tiger Disaster Level. Monsters / Power, 3800 to 5600. Disaster Level Ogre. Monsters / Power, 5600 to 8900. Disaster Level Demon. Monsters / Power, 8900 to 16000. Disaster Level Dragon. Rank 1, 16,000 to 20,700. Rank 2, 20,700 to 25,800. Rank 3, 25,800 to 39,900. Rank 4, 39,900 to 50,000. Rank 5, 50,000 to 70,000. Rank 6, Marine Leader / Power, 72,000 to 81,000. Rank 7, Leader Final Form / Power, 109,700. Disaster Level Unknown. Komosuke / Power, 115,800. Disaster Level Apocalypse. Komosuke 100% / Power, 160,000 to 200,900. Disaster Level Extinction. Monsters / Power, 200,900 to 280,700. Disaster Level Legend. Monsters / Power, 280,700 to 360,870. Disaster Level Semi-God. Monsters / Power, 360,870 to 480,000. Disaster Level God. 480,000 to 792,900, even more. Chapter 27. We are partners after all. Yuzui, still conscious, would say, "I almost had it." He had a slight smile. "All Might, I know, go rest, I'll take care of everything," he said as he lowered his partner. "Yuzui, I'll leave it to you," he said as he extended his hand, taking out a black sphere and a red one, which entered All Might's body. "Yuzui, just in case, I know you'll need them." He walked away from the blonde slowly while holding his stomach, because that kick had been quite strong, so much so that he himself did not know why he was still conscious. Momo, All Might. "All Might, Miss Yayorozu, please rest. Everything is okay now, because I am here. Leader, now we will settle what we left pending 30 years ago. That time I was not at my peak." All Might turned around looking at him seriously to say, "I'm wondering the same. Leader, how did the wound I gave you feel?" he asked with a big smile. All Might, "Well, it's still there." "Were you able to recover the hearts that I broke?" That question greatly annoyed his rival. In a matter of seconds, they collided their fists, creating an air wave that sent Yuzui and Daigoro flying backwards. The two disappeared at high speed. Yuzui, with a lot of sand on his face, would say, "This will be a real fight between two monsters." "Daigoro, you can say that again." Then something crashed into the ground, shaking much of the place, and raising a huge curtain of dust. Daigoro and Yuzui covered themselves from the air pressure. All Might fell in an imposing manner, looking at the curtain of dust, which slowly dissipated, revealing the Marine Leader on the ground. On his body he had marks of having received several blows. A lot of blood was falling from his mouth, and he stood up quite irritated. All Might stood imposing great pressure on the environment, because for nothing he was considered the #1 hero. In a move that took place in a matter of seconds, he stopped his opponent's fist with great ease. All Might, growing power 90,500. The blonde gave him a brutal knee to the stomach, causing his rival's eyes to turn white, spitting out a large amount of blood. He quickly grabbed him by the face to embed him in the ground, and without letting go he jumped hard to a height of 69 meters, making his opponent spin at great speed and throwing him with everything towards the ground, making a great noise that was heard as far as Nana and the others were. Nana, with a serious look, in her thoughts she would say, "So All Might is already fighting. I feel like his power is slowly increasing. I guess there is nothing to worry about." Returning to the fight in an immense crater was the leader. "Yuzui, All Might is humiliating him. I guess the fight will end soon." All Might landed on the ground, his blue eyes flashing with great intensity, to say, "Stop playing, otherwise the fight will end quickly." A laugh came from that crater. This laugh resonated throughout the place. Even Izumi, who was quite far away from the place, heard her. "Izumi, tch, who the hell is laughing so ugly? It makes my ears hurt," she said while sitting on the floor recovering, as the president had asked her to rest for the moment. All Might could see how his opponent walked out of the crater with a big smile, while saying, "The time has come for everyone to die. It's time to show you my true form. Itai. Yuzui Itai?" We can see how my lady was waking up, her eyes slowly adjusting to the light of the place. She sat down abruptly saying, "We did it, killer." She looked around to see if she could find Stain, but she didn't see him. She looked at her own body, noticing how it was without any wounds. Her eyes fell on the bandages that covered her torso. Touching them with his fingers, he would say, "These bandages are his." Empty Lady felt a paralyzing fear as she watched the fourth general's shattered body move. His eyes watched as a pulsating organ emerged from the thing's torso, then shot off at high speed towards a specific location. Empty Lady, it was her heart. From the remains scattered on the ground of the 9th general, who was defeated by a certain green-haired man, one could see 2 organs pulsating on the ground, and in the same way they flew out in a certain direction, since each general had 2 hearts in his body. With Lishti, she was standing looking at the lifeless body of her opponent, as the albino had defeated him with great ease. She opened her eyes slightly as she saw how the thing's chest opened, revealing its 2 hearts, which broke away from it and flew away at great speed. Lishti in her chibi version would say, "How disgusting." President Mike and the others watched in disgust as the 3rd general, while still alive, opened his chest with his own hands, ripping out his 2 hearts so that they would head in the same direction as the others. Mirko, but what is happening? 9 hearts were flying through the air towards where All Might and the others were. Unfortunately for them, the hearts of Generals 5, 6, 11, 12, 10, and 8 were broken by the other heroes. Yuzui and Daigoro could see how a quantity of black mud came out of that subject, while with his hands he began to tear his own skin. "Yuzui, what the heck are you do?" They felt a pressure that overwhelmed them. Raising their gaze to the sky, they could see how 9 hearts were above the leader, who with his hands opened his chest, into which the 9 hearts entered. And that black mud enveloped his entire body. While he screamed and rode abruptly, various tastes of wind began to appear around him, shaking the place. Yuzui and the others covered themselves with their arms. All Might had a serious look and remained standing without moving. He could see how in the middle of that mass of mud there were red eyes. Everyone felt a great pressure that overwhelmed the place. "Yuzui, this pressure is quite heavy," he said while watching how that black mud slowly went away, revealing the final form of his rival. Seeing this, Yuzui and Daigoro opened their eyes slightly. Marine Leader, Final Form / Power, 109,700. Leader, if only I had gotten all the hearts I could be at 100%. But this will be enough to finish you off. From his back came 3 columns of dragons, which had sharp teeth. His height had been reduced to about 2 meters 90 centimeters 2.90, his musculature had shrunk considerably. While Komosuke looked in the direction that led to the beach, as he could feel the power emanating from the leader, despite not being close to his level, even though the objective was insignificant, he always took his duty as a guardian seriously. His ears twitched in a certain direction as he saw a civilian running through the streets. He entered the shelter, saying, "There's nothing to fear anymore." I saw All Might arrive where those things appeared. Before those words, all the people were surprised, and some began to say, "It's true. If All Might is here, then those things will never get here. Let's go watch his fight. I want to see him defeat those things." Several people began to leave the place very excited, but when they left, they no longer saw Komosuke. Lisha and Asumi left the place. The albino girl was looking for Komosuke with her eyes, when she felt something fell on her head, and a small purr was present, because Komosuke had returned to his normal form, standing on Lisha's head and saying, "Mayo." Lisha gave a slight smile and carried him in her arms. "Asumi, boss, what do we do? Those people have left and are heading that way. I don't think the danger has passed." "Lisha, I know, but if he is on his way, then there will be nothing to fear." She smiled slightly at him. Asumi knew who her boss was talking about. She looked away, blushing slightly, saying, It's true, after all that Baka is a hero." She said this while remembering how he had saved her, and even more so when he carried her in his arms. "Lisha, then let's go too." They both began to walk towards the beach. Meanwhile, All Might was face to face with his rival. The blonde clenched his fists, expelling a large amount of yellow rays from his body. In a fraction of a second, the two disappeared from the place. Several meters from where they were, the sound of their blows colliding with each other could be heard. The whole place trembled. But from one second to the next, the waters of the sea rose sharply. "Yuzui, are they fighting over there now?" "Daigoro, at the speed at which each of them moves, it's as if they're walking on water." "Remnants are monsters." Each of them collided fully with the other's face, spitting out a large amount of blood at the same time. They clapped their hands and head at each other hard, retreating backwards, and within seconds moving at high speed towards solid ground again. All Might was dodging his opponent's blows as if they were even matched, but the blows All Might was giving his opponent were much stronger than the blows his opponent was giving him. "Daigoro, Yuzui." "Yuzui, yes, I can follow him too." All Might is increasing his power with One for All. At the moment of hitting it, he increases it, and then suddenly lowers it. He probably does this so as not to shorten his time in that way too much. If I'm not mistaken, All Might's current power should be around 112,700. And then he lowers it to his rival's level, so as not to waste too much energy. It is also certain that he must be avoiding a blow reaching the area of his wound. If you get hit just one time, it can be critical to your situation. The leader, while throwing punches at All Might, could notice how he protected his wound. All Might dodged a kick to the face but was bitten by one of those things coming out of his rival's back. The blonde spat out a lot of blood. As he looked down, he could see how that thing was biting the area of his wound. He grabbed it with both hands and with incredible strength he tore it from his opponent's body. The blonde stepped back, clutching the area of his wound. A small vapor began to emerge from All Might's body. "Yuzui, oh no, this is not good." The leader disappeared from the place, placing himself in front of All Might to begin launching a beastly combo of punches. While he laughed uncontrollably, the blonde simply covered himself from the blows, while blood came out of his mouth. "Leader, what's wrong, All Might? Why don't you attack me like before?" he asked mockingly, while a lot of steam was coming out of the blonde's body. All Might knew he would lose his muscular state at any second, so he tried not to move much. Yuzui and Daigoro knew that the situation had already gotten out of hand, and despite being injured they were ready to intervene in the fight. Even knowing the great difference in powers, they were going to intervene to help their friend. And when they were about to do so, they could hear the cheers of a crowd. They looked to the side, noticing how many people of all ages had arrived. They shouted, "Come on, All Might, show them why you are the #1 hero. Defeat that thing." People kept arriving every second as they supported the hero. Among the crowd were Lisha and Asumi. Komosuke slept alone in the albino's arms. The Marine leader looked at the people, saying, "How pathetic they are, they'd put their trust in a person who is hurt." All Might clenched his fists, saying to himself, "I don't have much time left, I have to give it my all on the next shot. I can't lose when there are people I need to protect." At that, a little girl that Asumi protected would shout, "You can do it, All Might." "Leader, tch, how annoying. I'll shut them up." In a few seconds, those two things on her back came out at high speed towards the little girl, who closed her eyes. But someone had stood in front of her, stopping those things. All Might held those things in his hands, while giving off more steam, while his body trembled and a lot of blood fell from his mouth. Well, the scene that everyone was witnessing was quite shocking, as that guy was in front of All Might with his left hand embedded in the area of All Might's wound. That attack had only been a trap to catch All Might off guard. The blonde shifted from her slender form to fall to her knees. People took a step back, saying, What happened to All Might? Leader, I wonder if they will still trust you now that they see you in that hero form." "Well, that's the least of it. I'll finish this once and for all." He was about to give the final blow to the blonde. Daigoro and Yuzui were already only 3 meters away from reaching All Might, as they had moved long before. Then something fell from the sky, raising a curtain of dust. A voice would say, "Go to the end, arrive." Daigoro gave a slight smile at that voice, then burst out laughing and said, "You sure took your time getting here, mate." "Yuzui, partner?" The leader looked at the curtain of dust which was slowly dispersing, revealing green hair and a white cape. Lisha and Asumi gave a slight smile upon seeing the green-haired man. Izuku had 2 bags with some things in his hands. His back was to All Might and the Marine leader. "Oh, it's your partner," he said while looking at Daigoro. "What happens is that I stopped to do some shopping," he replied without much concern. Daigoro, ha ha ha, no matter the situation you don't even flinch. Classic you. Yuzui in his thoughts would say, "Who is this guy?" All Might looked at the green-haired boy in surprise. "Leader, wow, another piece of garbage appeared." He looked at All Might saying, "I'll kill that trash first, and then I'll take care of you." He walked away until he reached the green-haired man, who was still talking to Daigoro. "Yuzui, watch out." "Izuku, huh?" The leader, without wasting time, hit the green-haired man on the right cheekbone. Such a blow generated a great taste of air, and people covered themselves with their arms, as a lot of sand had risen. The leader only opened his eyes slightly, because when the sand dispersed he could see the green-haired man in the same place. He had not moved an inch, nor was he hurt at all. Yuzui had his eyes wide open as to what he was seeing possible. Izuku rubbed his cheek, saying, "Wow, the mosquitoes here are fierce." One of the people would say, "Did you see that? He hit him and he didn't even move." The leader threw his fist back again and with great fury began to rain down blows, gusts of air whipping the entire place. From where she was, Izumi could see the amount of dust rising in the distance. She began to levitate, heading to the place to see what was happening. After the large amount of dust dispersed, the leader took several steps back, saying, "This is impossible," he said while looking at the green-haired man standing in the same place. "Daigoro, I expected nothing less." Izuku turned around saying, "Hey, didn't they teach you not to bother when adults are talking?" The leader, seeing the green-haired man's face, could feel his body tremble. "Why you look like that bastard. I will finish Kanti." A strong taste of wind blew from the leader's back. His eyes were blank. Izuku, normal punch. Yuzui and the others had their eyes wide open as they watched how the green-haired man had defeated the marine leader with a single blow, who fell to the ground in seconds. Izuku, wow, you were way below Komosuke's power. What a disappointment. People would say. Did you defeat him in one hit? So he's stronger than All Might? You're awesome, broccoli with a cape. People were shouting with excitement. Izuku looked at his bags which were covered in sand to say, Well, I'll have to wash things well when I get home. All Might looked on in amazement as he saw the green-haired man's true strength in person. At that, a young man among the people would say, "Oh, maybe the new organization put any hero in the S class. I'm just saying that thing, despite its appearance, didn't seem to be someone strong. Also, All Might is not as young as before, so it's normal that he has lost his strength and all that." Another young man would say, "What the hell are you saying? Didn't you see the power of that thing's blows? You just talk for the sake of talking." "Young man, hey old man, calm down. I'm just saying that they should rearrange their order and put heroes that are truly strong." Izuku would quietly say, "Can you get back to your muscular form?" This question was heard by All Might, who approved his head. "Izuku, then do it." All Might put in quite a bit of effort to return to his muscular form. People saw All Might saying, All Might returned to being the same as before. At that, they saw how the green-haired man began to laugh quite loudly. "Izuku, wow, how lucky I am. I arrived just when the monster was weakened, and all thanks to the heroes who tired it out. And finishing him was a simple thing. Now I will get all the credit for defeating him, as I love this job. I will surely be promoted to rank 1. He looked at the people and said, "If anyone dares to say that All Might lost because that beast was stealing his life energy until he was skinny, I will kick his ass. Did you hear me? I defeated that creature." People were left murmuring. Person 1. So All Might looked like that because that thing was stealing his life energy? Person 2. Sure, that makes sense. And now that he died, he returned to his normal form, regaining all his energy. After all, it wouldn't make sense for All Might to lose. Person 3. Wait a second, I think I've seen that young man's face before. I remember now, he was in Class A rank 29 if I remember correctly, and as if by magic he rose to Class S rank 2. Person 4. What just got so high out of nowhere? Young man, then he's been stealing credit from other heroes. It's impossible for him to suddenly rise in rank like that. Person 1. Now that I think about it, I'm grateful to All Might and the heroes who fought that beast, preventing it from attacking the shelter. They are more heroes than that guy. Izuku, hey, you better call an ambulance for the heroes. If they die, who will I steal the credits from? People started booing the green-haired man, while throwing whatever they had at him. Asumi, seeing how they treated her, was about to speak when Lisha stopped her and shook her head. Asumi, but boss. She could see how Lisha also had a sad look about the situation. All Might in his thoughts would say, "They are wrong. That young man is more of a hero than all of them together. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead." At that, Daigoro began to laugh, saying, "Gosh, I thought I was the only one doing that. You're right, I liked you, mate." He approached the green-haired man, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I also expected the heroes to weaken the villains, and then I would appear and defeat them, and take all the credit. That's how I gained a great reputation as a strong hero. That's why I was put in the S class." People now also began to boo Daigoro, who laughed. Izuku just gave a slight smile. Yuzi gave a slight smile to say, "I see, and I was waiting for Daigoro to weaken the monster, to then arrive and defeat it as if nothing happened. I wonder what position they would have given me." "Come on, you can boo me too. Girl, mommy, that man with a womanizer face is also a cheater." Yuzi in his chibi version would say, "I'm not a womanizer." He approached Shizuku and Daigoro to say, "Shall we go for some drinks? I'll treat you. After all, we are partners." He could see how Daigoro and Izuku were already several meters away, saying, "Walking. Yuzi, hey, wait for me," he said as he walked away while people continued to throw things at him. The three companions walked away from the place while laughing at some of the things they were talking about. Chapter 28. Do you love me? We can see how the three companions were eating in a small food place, which, despite the warning to close everything and go to the shelter, the owner of that place did not close. Yuzi had a mug of beer. He took a long drink and said, "Nothing better than a good drink of beer after a fight where you almost died." At that moment, an albino woman and another girl entered the place through the door. They approached the table to ask, "Is there room for 2 more?" Daigoro, "Of course, ladies." Komosuke jumped onto the green-haired boy's hair. Izuku, "Oh, you did a good job today, Komosuke." Komosuke, meow. Asumi and Leisha sat next to the green-haired man. Izuku raised his hand to call the man and ask for some food for the girls. The man approached the table saying, "I have never had clients like you in my life." Apparently they had a bad day, he said while seeing Yuzui's blood, and how Daigoro had some wounds. Daigoro, "Let's say we're a couple of troublemakers." "Man, I see. Tell me, ladies, what would you like to order?" At that, everyone saw a beautiful girl enter. The girl walked up to Izuku to give him a hug and say, "I finally found you." Leisha and Asumi opened their eyes slightly as they saw that girl hugging Izuku. Both quickly took her away from the green-haired boy, saying at the same time, "Why are you hugging him like that all of a sudden? Who are you to be so close to him?" Noticing that the two had said the same thing at the same time, they looked at each other a little confused. Yuzui and Daigoro watched all this in their chibi versions while drinking. Yuzui in his thoughts would say, "And they call me a womanizer?" That girl had platinum-colored hair. Leisha looked seriously at the girl, or one could say that her gaze was focused on a certain specific place. Well, her sight focused on that girl's bust, which was a little bigger than hers, and that bothered her. Izuku turned his gaze to see the girl. He looked at her closely and raised an eyebrow to say, "What do you mean you grew up suddenly? In the end you will be small or big lishti." At that name Leisha opened her eyes and looked at Izuku saying, "What did you just say? You're kidding me, right? How is it possible that this girl is little Lishti?" Lishti was in her adult form, being about 24 years old, having gone from her teenage form to her adult form. Lishti, what happens, Onaikin, is that I faced one of those things, and seeing how it was getting stronger with the drizzle, I decided to switch to my adult form. It only took me seconds to defeat it. "Are you proud of me?" she asked as she approached him. Izuku stood up and gave her a slight smile, to place his hand on the girl's head to begin stroking her hair, while saying, "Wow, so you helped the heroes with those beasts. I'm proud of you." A small lock of the albino's hair began to move from side to side, as a sign of being happy. "Izuku, come sit down, you're probably hungry." She nodded her head repeatedly. "Izuku, well, ask for whatever you want." Leisha and Asumi could notice how she had sat comfortably next to the green-haired boy. Both girls looked a little annoyed at the green-haired boy who was eating carefree. Yuzui in his thoughts would say, "Well, it was good to have met you, mate." Meanwhile, we can see how Eri and Aizawa had already arrived at the beach, and the albino was already healing the most affected, which were Ida and Uraraka. Well, these were the ones who had received quite serious damage. Luckily for her, these two were still alive. They were barely breathing, but that was more than enough, because with her quirk she could save them. She finished healing him, and standing up she would say, "Aizawa-sensei, they are safe now. Aizawa, are you okay? Can you still use your quirk?" Eri nodded her head. Aizawa, "Well, I just got informed that Mirko, Hawks and Endeavor are quite injured." Eri, "Then let's not waste time and go, sensei." Aizawa nodded his head to look at the heroes who had arrived at the place, to say, "I leave them in your hands. Midnight, go ahead, I'll take care of the rest." Meanwhile, Nana looked at the sky, watching as a bunch of drones took Katsuma away, as they were going to take him to Dr. David Shield's facilities. After about 10 minutes, Eri and Aizawa had already reached where Hawks and the others were. The albino had cured them all. "Hawks, thank you very much, Eri-chan, you saved me." "Eri, you're welcome, that's my duty, Hawks-san." Hawks just smiled at her and petted her head. Mirko was sitting on the floor saying, "Today was a pretty fun day." Empty Lady had arrived at that place and approached Eri to ask her for favor. The albino nodded her head. Both girls walked a few blocks until they reached the place where their fight with the 4th General had taken place. "Eri, what are we doing here, Miss Mount Lady?" She could see how the heroine walked to an alley, so she followed her. Upon arriving, she could see a person lying on the ground. The albino woman recognized him instantly because that person had even appeared on the news. While in a dark place was Stain, he looked around wondering where he was. In the distance he could see the silhouette of a woman with her back to him, walking towards a very bright light. Stain opened his eyes slightly, as he knew who that person was. Mother. Forgive me for everything. Why oh. I know I won't go to the same place as you and that I may never see you again, but let me hug you one more time, please. Let me say goodbye to you at least this time. Several tears fell from the murderer's cheeks. While trying to reach his mother, who upon hearing her son's words turned around and with a slight smile said to him, "It's not your time yet, my little boy. When your time comes we will be together again, because I will go to wherever you are to stay by your side. For now you must wake up. Stain and Mom." Stain's eyes slowly opened as he felt a few drops of water fall on his face, his vision gradually becoming clearer. The first thing he saw was the face of that blonde heroine he had fought with, but he didn't understand the reason why she was crying. Empty Lady had Stain's head in her lap. "Stain, why are you crying, girl?" Empty Lady wiped away her tears as she saw him awake, she would say. "It was about time you woke up, murderer." Stain sat looking to his side, seeing Eri. "Hey girl, why did you heal me?" "Eri, and Miss Mount Lady asked me to do it. Also, helping people is my duty." Stain stood up and approached Eri. The albino was nervous and a little scared. "Stain, so your duty is to heal a murderer who has killed several heroes?" "Eri, but you saved Miss Mount Lady, so I don't think you're a bad person. I don't know what drove him to take his path as a killer, but I know that apart from you is good. If you were someone bad you wouldn't have saved her." Stain stared at Eli, who turned his back to say, "I told her and I'll tell you. If a murderer dies, no one will care." "Empty Lady, me too. The people you save will care about you, because you were the person who saved them and that's important to them. Also no. Stain, you didn't want to be indebted to a murderer, did you? TCH. You are a stubborn heroine, but..." He began to walk away from the girls but stopped abruptly and without looking at them said, "You remind me so much of her. Girl, you will be a great heroine, I know it. I recognize you and her as heroes. Do your best, girl, and thank you for healing me. I owe you one." After saying that, he took a great leap to go over the roof of the buildings. "Eri, thank you for your words, I promise I will try hard." Empty Lady was left thinking about the killer's words. 30 minutes later. Izuku had a poker face as he looked at all the people in his apartment. "Daigoro, hey buddy, what movie are we watching? Avengers, Endgame, or the latest Spider-Man?" he asked the green-haired man while he had 2 CDs in his hands. "Yuzui, I was told that the latest Spider-Man is extravagant, so let's watch that one," he said while sitting on the floor, while Asumi healed the wound on his head. "Asumi, please stay still." "Yuzui, I'm sorry." Lisha was sitting next to Izuku while having a cute pout. Lishti had returned to her small version. She was lying on the green-haired boy's futon while caring for Komosuke. "Daigoro, then I'll put the Spider-Man one." After eating at the restaurant, they ended up at the green-haired man's apartment. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "I'm seriously considering moving somewhere else. All this makes me wonder, where will Katsuma be?" Daigoro put on the movie and Yuzui turned off the lights. After 2 hours and 28 minutes the movie was over. "Yuzui, extravagant is all I can say." "Asumi, I got excited when the 3 Spider-Men came out." "Daigoro, exceeded my expectations." "What did you think, buddy?" "Izuku, yeah, great, yes it was great," he answered when the truth was that he had fallen asleep with his eyes open. Lishti had fallen asleep hugging Komosuke. "Lisha, it was very entertaining, let's watch another one." Everyone agreed. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "Oh no." And so they spent the whole afternoon watching movies until night fell. Lisha and Asumi prepared some dinner. Where they all had dinner together, Komosuke calmly ate his food while watching how his master was increasingly surrounded by more people, knowing that he would never be alone again. After dinner, Yuzui, Daigoro, and Asumi said goodbye to the green-haired boy. Daigoro, today was a fun day, buddy. Have a good rest. Yuzui, rest well, comrade. We will accompany Miss Asumi to her apartment. It's the least we can do after I treated our wounds. Izuku, okay, you guys rest too. Asumi approached the green-haired boy to say, thanks for saving me today, Baka. Have a good rest. Izuku, you too, Asa. He felt her lips gently pressed against his left cheek. Asumi turned around saying, I won't do that again, it's just my way of thanking you. See you later. This one comes first. Yuzui, she is very tsudura. Well, goodbye, mate. After saying that, the two of them left, accompanying Asumi. Izuku closed the apartment door, looking at Lisha, who had a rather serious look. Izuku, what's up, boss? Lisha turned around to say, nothing. I'm going to go take a bath. Izuku, oh yeah. Lishti was sleeping peacefully on her futon. After 20 minutes, Lisha came out of the shower wearing the green-haired boy's pajamas. Izuku with his poker face would say, hey, is that my pajamas? Lisha, yes, why? Izuku, not for nothing. I'm going to go take a bath. There's my futon for you to sleep on. Lisha, and where will you sleep? Izuku, I'll put a pillow on the floor and sleep there. After saying that, he went to take a bath. Lisha just stared at the green-haired man's futon. After getting out of the shower, the green-haired man could see that Lisha was already lying down sleeping. Izuku, wow, I fell asleep fast. This one was about to take a pillow, at which Lisha would say, come into the futon with me. We can share it. Izuku, oh no thanks, I'm fine like this, boss. Lisha just remained silent and then said, is it because I don't have a good body like Lishti in her adult version? Izuku, hey, what are you talking about? Lisha, no, you're welcome, just forget it. Izuku only saw Lisha's back. The albino could feel how the green-haired man got into the futon with her. Izuku, I changed my mind, besides if I make you angry you will fire me. Izuku was turning his back on Lisha, who was blushing slightly. Minutes passed until Lisha asked, do you love me? She received no response from the green-haired man, so she thought that he had fallen asleep. Lisha just closed her eyes but blushed a lot when she felt the green-haired boy's arms surround her, hugging her tenderly. Lisha, Izuku. She turned her gaze, seeing how the green-haired boy was asleep. Lisha turned around to lean against his chest, then closed her eyes. Izuku opened them and hugged her closer to him, and closed his eyes as well, falling asleep next to the albino. Chapter 29. The Calm Before the Storm. Lisha, feeling how the green-haired man hugged her closer to his body, knew that he was awake, so with her eyes closed she gave a slight smile. They could both feel each other's warmth. The next day the green-haired boy felt like something was on top of him. He opened his eyes, seeing how Lishti in her small version along with Komosuke were sleeping on top of his chest. Lisha was at her side hugging her arm, looking very beautiful while she slept. Izuku had a drop of sweat because he didn't understand when those two had changed places. Lishti hugged the green-haired boy tightly. Komosuke slept on his back with his little paws tucked up, looking extremely tender. His purring could be heard clearly. Izuku looked at the alarm clock next to him, noticing that it was 8 in the morning. Wow, the night felt very short. He stared at the ceiling as he thought about what he was going to prepare for lunch that day. After thinking for about 10 minutes, the freckled boy decided to get up carefully. He didn't want to wake up Komosuke and Lishti, so he carefully lowered them from his chest. Once off the futon, he stretched his arms and went to the bathroom to take a shower. While he was in the bathtub, he looked at his chest, on which he had the scar of 3 enormous claws. Izuku touched his scar, saying, "It's been a while since that time. You were the only one who could hurt me." He submerged himself fully in the bathtub, while his mind wandered into memories of that day. Flashback. Time before Izuku broke his limit. 3 years ago, we can see how a certain green-haired man flew out of the old apartment where he lived. He brutally crashed into a small shop that was in the area. The customers and employees of the place were scared when they saw him suddenly enter. He stood up, revealing a lot of blood dripping from his forehead. Outside the store, you could see a huge black cat that was about 5 meters tall and had 8 legs. The muscles on his body were somewhat marked. His eyes were a blood-red color. This one seemed to be out of control as it was destroying everything in its path with its enormous claws. Komosuke, power 142,000 uncontrolled. Izuku stood up, saying in his mind, "What the hell happened to his body? Until a few moments ago he was a normal cat, and now, whatever it is, I must stop him." Izuku / power 114,700. He left the store to stop Komosuke, who opened his mouth slightly, causing a small orange color to appear in the form of particles. Izuku slightly opened his eyes to say, "Oh, no kidding, it's a joke, right?" he said as he watched a large amount of energy form in Komosuke's mouth. He was about to fire his attack when Izuku jumped and placed his palm under his jaw, causing his head to point upwards, firing the powerful attack into the sky, which lit up completely in an orange hue, and powerful gusts of wind whipped almost the entire city. A large amount of steam came out of Komosuke's mouth. The green-haired man fell to the ground, saying, "That was close. You need to react now, Komosuke." His red eyes fell on the green-haired man. Izuku quickly caught one of Komosuke's legs, which had tried to crush him. Such pressure from the blow had sunk the green-haired man's feet to the ground. Izuku was using all his strength to stop Komosuke's paw, who was exerting more and more force. With his right paw he hit the green-haired man's chest with his claws, who spat out a lot of blood, managing to make a deep cut. Izuku was sent flying several meters backwards, rolling on the asphalt. Komosuke looked at the green-haired man's body on the ground, which didn't move. He was about to approach when he saw the green-haired man standing up, saying a few words. "Forgive me for this." After saying that, he disappeared from the place. Komosuke slightly opened his eyes when he saw how the green-haired man had appeared next to his face. Izuku had a serious look. His fist imposed great pressure on the entire place. "Izuku, serious blow." After saying that, he hit Komosuke's left cheekbone with all his strength, managing to hit one of his pressure points. Komosuke collapsed to the ground, completely knocked out. Izuku fell to the ground, watching as Komosuke slowly returned to his normal size, until he was like that fragile kitten he had found. The freckled boy carried him in his arms with a slight smile. He looked at his apartment, which was in pieces. With a drop of sweat on his head, he would say, "Damn, I wonder how much I'm going to have to pay the rental lady for all this. Now I'll have to find somewhere to spend the night, but we'll get through this together, buddy," he said while looking at Komosuke, who was sleeping in his arms. End of flashback. Izuku came out from under the water. He shook his head, saying, "I guess it's time to leave." After about 10 minutes, the green-haired man was already comfortably dressed. He had a kitchen apron on, as he was making breakfast. The aroma of what the green-haired man woke up the two girls. Lishti tenderly moved her nose at the pleasant aroma that reached her, thus waking up. Lisha woke up stretching her arms, but a slight blush appeared on her cheeks as she remembered that she had slept next to the green-haired boy. Lishti stood up and walked into the kitchen, rubbing her eyes, saying, Any Izuku Onaikan, what are you doing being rich?" Izuku, without looking at her, would say, "First of all, go wash your face and your teeth, comb your hair, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing." Lishti nodded her head cutely as she headed to the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her neck. Lisha stood up and walked to the kitchen. Seeing the freckled man from behind preparing breakfast, she could feel as if they were a couple. She gave a slight smile and hugged him from behind, saying, "Good morning." "Izuku, good morning, boss." Lisha put her head on her right shoulder, saying, "What you're preparing smells very nice." "Izuku, I know, but you'll have to wait until it's ready." Lisha, "Yes, I know." She gave him a kiss on the cheek, saying, "Thanks for everything. I love you." She let go of him and walked to the living room. Izuku turned to look at her with his eyebrow raised and asked, "What was that about?" Leisha looked at him with a smile and said, "It's so you know that my feelings for you are true. And I also want to let you know how happy you make me, silly." She noticed how Izuku opened his eyes slightly, as if those words had touched a deep memory for him. Leisha was about to approach and talk to him when her eyes opened slightly when she saw the green-haired man with a sincere look and a unique smile said to her, "Thank you, those words mean a lot to me, Leisha." Leisha could feel her heart racing as it was the first time she had seen a smile like that on him, and he had called her by her name, and since she met him he had only called her that once, as most of the time he called her boss. Leisha was about to say something when she was interrupted by someone knocking on the door. Leisha went and opened it to find two men who were very well dressed. Man 1, "Good morning, miss, sorry to interrupt, but we are looking for the broccoli hero with a cape." "Well, it is required at the association's headquarters immediately." Izuku poked his head out of the kitchen saying, "I'll be out in a few minutes. And don't call me broccoli with a cape." The freckled boy finished preparing breakfast, so that the girls could eat peacefully. He left a plate full of food for Komosuke. And with nothing else to do he left. Before leaving he said to Leisha, "I'll be back in about 15 minutes, have breakfast without me." Leisha, "Okay, come back soon, we'll be waiting for you." The freckled man closed the door and left the apartment, and with a sour face said, "I hope they give me something for breakfast there. Otherwise." The men agreed. 12 minutes later. We can see how Izuku was sitting in the center of the room where all the headquarters executives were, including the president. "Executive 2, do you know why you are here?" Next to Izuku was Daigoro and Yuzui. Daigoro and the green-haired boy in their chibi versions would say, "How is it because they're giving us a raise?" Yuzui, "Is it because they want this extravagant god to be part of the heroes?" The executives looked at their chibi versions of Yuzui, and at the same time asked, "Who are you?" Lisbeth, "Just ignore him, he's a womanizer." Yuzui, "I'm not a womanizer." Executive 3, Hero Daigoro Banjo, and Broccoli in a Cape, have been cited here for one main reason, as they both admitted to being frauds in front of a large crowd of people. And now we are receiving a lot of pressure from the citizens to expel them, because they want heroes who are not frauds. Do you have anything to say in their defense? Izuku and Daigoro asked. So they won't give us a raise? The executives had a bead of sweat on their heads. Lisbeth was completely silent. Executive 1, Broccoli Hero with a Cape, you were promoted to Class S at the request of the President herself, otherwise you would have remained in Class A. He played the video where Izuku defeated the 9th General with one blow. Was that monster weakened too? Izuku, without thinking much and without showing expression, would say, Yeah. Executive 2, so your force is a complete fraud? Izuku, that depends on your point of view. Executive 3, in the physical test you did, you broke all records. How did you do that, if your strength is a fraud? Izuku, in simple, I only noticed how some machines were a bit worn. I practice high jumping since I was little. Jumping a great height was not difficult. Anyone could do the shot put. Let's just say I was lucky and nothing more. Lisbeth knew that it wasn't true, but if that was the green-haired man's decision, she wouldn't say anything. Executive 1, I see you, Daigoro Banjo. Do you have anything to say? Daigoro, it was fun being here while it lasted. Executive 1, well, from today your names will be erased from the Heroes Association. Your license is revoked. You will not be able to perform heroic acts or use your gifts in public. They are expelled from the Heroes Association. Izuku stood up to say, Was that all true? Can I go now? Executive 1, of course. Daigoro stood up along with Yuzui, who said, I didn't expect to be in the S class either. I prefer to work alone. It's more extravagant that way. Daigoro and company headed for the exit door, but the president's voice stopped them. Please take care of yourselves, all three of you. Daigoro, see you later, Miss Lisbeth. Thank you for everything. Yuzu looked at her and was about to ask when he heard a clear answer. I'm sorry, but my answer is no. Daigoro put a hand on his shoulder, saying, I rejected you again. Yuzu, and you say it again. He didn't even think about it that much. The three friends left the place. When they left the room, they could see a thin Ruby in the middle of the hallway. Tashinori bowed and said, Thank you? Izuku, hey blonde shaggy, why are you thanking us? Tashinori, you saved me. Izuku, thank you for weakening the monster. All Might opened his eyes slightly as he understood those words. He gave a slight smile, asking, Have you had breakfast yet? The three of them responded, No. Tashinori, let's go eat something, then I'll invite. He couldn't finish speaking because behind him were the three with a serious look, saying, Walking. Tashinori just let out a light laugh, saying in his thoughts, There are still true heroes, and even if others don't notice it, there will always be one or two people who see them as their saviors and pillars. The four of them walked through the hallways without realizing that a green-haired girl was leaning against the wall of one of the hallways. She was looking at the green-haired boy with a serious look. While in the immense depth of the ocean, we can see how an immense creature opened its red eyes, saying, So my 12 generals were defeated. And to think that simple rubbish could be so annoying. I guess it's time to go out and get some fresh air. Never send useless people to do your job. The ocean waters began to shake abruptly. A fishing boat was hit by the violent waves of the sea. Captain, we must leave immediately or we will end up deep in the... He could not finish speaking because every muscle in his body was paralyzed with fear, seeing how an enormous beast emerged from the depths. Its size was colossal, so much so that for it the ship was a small black dot in the sea. Disaster level, Legend/Cthulhu/Power, 358,900. It's time to wipe out all of humanity. Chapter 30, Let's go to UA. This one began to walk, stirring up the waters of the entire ocean. The boat miraculously stayed afloat, because that thing had not paid attention to them. We can see how in a place where everything was white there was a person sitting, with his eyes closed. He opened them, saying, So you've woken up. Well, I'll stretch my muscles for a while. After all, it's my duty as a hero. That person stood up and disappeared into a portal of white light. Appearing on top of a rock jutting out of the sea, a red cape billowed from his suit, which looked quite intimidating, his black hair moving with the breeze of the wind. Cthulhu, seeing his opponent, stopped dead, opening his eyes slightly and saying, Why you are? As hero rank 0, I see you still remember me. Cthulhu, it would be impossible to forget your face, your hair, and the color of those cursed eyes that have tormented me all this time. Bastard, this time I'll kill you. I'll wipe that serene smile off your face. He spread his arms, tightening every muscle in his body, imposing heavy pressure all over the place, giving a loud scream like an out-of-control beast. The wave of his shout unfolded like rings of sound, which were going to hit the rank 0 hero, but he simply made a slight clap, generating an immense wind pressure that hit his rival head-on, causing him to step back a little. Cthulhu shook his head, saying, I will not hold back with you. After saying that, his eyes shined, and in a fraction of a second, in front of the rank 0 hero's face there were several fists, which were about to touch him. That combo of blows hit his opponent squarely, raising a large amount of water that could be seen from a distance, being very far from the city. The gusts of wind reached the shores of the beach where the 12 generals had previously appeared. People passing by thought it was the soft, refreshing sea breeze, but the reality was different. In the area where the fight was taking place, huge waves of great magnitude were hitting the entire ocean, a product of those colossal blows. Cthulhu slightly opened his eyes, looking at his arms, which had their skin burned so much that it fell off them while their blood fell overflowing. Over his shoulder was his rival, who would say, You're very slow. I admit that those hits weren't bad at all. Cthulhu, damn it. He tried to take it with his burned hands, but his rival disappeared at great speed. Cthulhu was able to follow him with his gaze, so he expelled a large number of dragon columns from his gigantic body, which only had his mouth with sharp teeth. These things launched themselves towards their target, which moved at a speed that made it seem as if it was walking on water. He dodged them with great ease, always wearing a slight smile, which irritated his opponent. But he could see how an orange light illuminated a large part of the place, drawing several lines that gave a beautiful view at an exorbitant speed. Cthulhu could see how all his columns had been incinerated in seconds, leaving severe burns all over his body. Cthulhu clenched his fist, saying, "Panda box. Rank 0 hero. Sorry, but I don't have much time in this space. I'll get this over with quickly." His right fist became engulfed in fire, disappearing and placing itself at the level of the creature's abdomen, and then hitting it with 15% of his strength. He managed to make a huge hole in that beast, which spat out a lot of blood. But in seconds what was left of his rival disintegrated like ash, because that blow had expanded its heat to his entire body, burning every particle of it. The hero simply watched as there was nothing left of his rival. He crossed his arms and disappeared into a portal of white light, with a slight smile, having eliminated that threat. The ocean had become completely calm, as if nothing had happened. The waters had become calm again. In the association they detected the massive energy of Cthulhu, but just as it had appeared it was gone. They thought it was some kind of detector error, so they simply ignored it. While with Izuku and the others they were eating quietly in a food place, unaware of the threat that had appeared and disappeared at the same time. Yuzu drank some sake, enjoying the good moment. Some people who were in the food place looked at Yuzui, Daigoro and Izuku a little annoyed, because they had not yet forgotten what happened the day before, since that rumor had spread throughout the city. But despite the dirty looks, the group of friends didn't give it any importance. On the other hand, we can see how a certain blonde heroine was patrolling the city with her partner Kamui, who noticed how his partner was a bit distracted that day. "Kamui, are you okay? You've been a little strange today." Empty Lady was brought out of her thoughts by that question. Looking at her companion and with a somewhat awkward laugh she apologized for having been strange all morning. "Kamui, it's weird to see you so quiet. What happened to you yesterday?" "Well, you've been like that since yesterday. Don't tell me you've been thinking that threats of that level might appear again." "Is that it?" Empty Lady, "Oh, why yes, that's it." It was clearly a lie, because that was not the reason for her being so thoughtful. "And if a murderer dies, no one will care." That phrase was what the heroine had so thoughtful. In a low voice he would say, "Are you really as bad as they say?" "Kamui, did you say something?" Empty Lady waved her hand, saying, "Oh, of course we don't keep patrolling." Kamui nodded his head, and so they both continued patrolling. In a part of a forest deep within it, there was an abandoned cabin. Much of the undergrowth had covered part of it. Inside this was Stian, who was sitting on the ground. He looked at his katanas to remember the image of Empty Lady crying. I still don't understand why that brat was crying. He closed his eyes, remembering the image of his mother. "You should have let me give you a hug at least, Mom." Meanwhile at the UA Academy, we can see how Class 1A was in the living room, as they were resting since they would not have classes that day. Eri was lying on the couch in the living room. She felt proud of being able to help, as she was beginning to control her quirk better. At that point she could hear someone sitting on the edge of the chair. Looking up he could see his classmate Kota Izumi. "Kota, I heard that Professor Aizawa took you on a mission yesterday. How did it go?" Eri sat down suddenly and began to tell him very excitedly. Kota only had a drop of sweat, because sometimes Eri got too excited, but that gave her a tender touch. He just listened to her happily, seeing his partner safe and sound. Meanwhile the group of comrades had already finished eating. Toshinori had paid for everything. As they left the food establishment, they saw a black limousine waiting for them. From this came down a well-dressed rodent which would say, "Until I finally find them, gentlemen. I want to talk to you, especially your hero Izuku." "Izuku, with me?" Toshinori looked at the trio, saying, "Please come with us, I'm sure you won't regret it." Yuzu was already getting into the limousine, saying, "If All Might says so, I won't say anything. Daigoro, I had nothing better to do anyway. Are you coming, buddy?" he asked, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku in his chibi version would say, "Well, let's go." Nizu perfect. They all got into the limousine, which started off heading to their destination. Meanwhile, in a certain rabbit's apartment, she was lying on her bedboard, because she didn't feel like going out on patrol that day. "Mirko, I'm bored," he exclaimed as he looked at the ceiling of his room. Then he heard a knock on the door of his apartment. Somewhat surprised, she got up and walked to the door, and when she opened it she found a certain heroine with long hair, which had a purple tone. "Mirko, it's you, Namuri. What do you need?" he asked as he turned around and walked into the living room, inviting her in. Namuri walked in with a slight smile, saying, "I have a proposal for you." "Mirko, I refuse. If it's something about the UA, I refuse." Namuri, with a drop of sweat, would say, "At least let me finish talking. Cheer up, they will pay you to be a teacher, to physically prepare the students." "Mirko, you know what my character is like. I won't be able to stand boys, you know." Namuri, so your answer is no? Mirko, clearly. Namuri, I see, sorry to have taken up your time, I had to at least try. I hope the director had better luck with that hero. Mirko, did you talk to another hero? Namuri, oh yeah, his name was Izuku, I thought. But they call it broccoli with a cap. She saw Mirko standing at the exit door with his hero's suit on. Mirko, why, you know, I changed my mind. Let's go to the UA at once. Namuri did not understand the reason for her friend's sudden change of decision. But she agreed and they left the apartment, heading towards the UA. The rabbit now had a bright smile as if she was happy, and Namuri noticed this. Chapter 31. A new threat appears? Both now colleagues were in the limousine heading to UA. The rabbit had a slight smile. Usually Namuri had always seen her with a serious expression, and a mocking smile sometimes, but the smile she showed now was different. Mirko looked out the window of the limousine while thinking of only one person. On the other hand, we can see how Katsuma was being repaired at Dr. David Shield's facilities. David, at least you didn't take as much damage this time, Katsuma. Katsuma, yes, I know. Those commanders were too strong. Even with the upgrade you gave me, I was no match for them. I need to get stronger like David, like Izuku, right? Katsuma, how did you know, Doctor? David, well, you've been talking a lot about him lately. In other words, you haven't stopped mentioning how strong he is. For you to talk like that about someone, you must really admire them a lot. Katsuma, Izuku-sensei saved my life. He is someone I admire and respect, as do you, Doctor. I owe my life to you too. Izuku-sensei's strength truly has no limits. He destroyed that large meteorite with a single blow. When I confronted him, my systems failed because they detected the danger. His speed and strength make me a mere grain of sand before his immeasurable power. David silently looked at Katsuma as he listened to him speak. Katsuma, no matter how long it takes, I swear I will become as strong as Izuku-sensei. Well, you are a cyborg, so time will not affect you, but it will affect us humans. Katsuma opened his eyes slightly at those words, as he looked at Dr. David, noticing how he had aged since he met him. The question crossed Katsuma's mind as to whether time would affect his master, and if so, he would know that sooner or later he would have to say goodbye. David noticed how Katsuma was silent and asked, Are you okay? Katsuma, yes, don't worry, Doctor. David, well, that's all. Get up and tell me how the new parts are. Katsuma stood up, moving his arms, clenching his fist again and again. New features have been added to its new update. Katsuma, that's great, thank you very much, Doctor. David, now try to last at least a day with your new update. Katsuma, yes, I will try. He remembered that power he had felt when Nana introduced the energy orb into his body. The cyborg was wondering what that power had been. He wanted to know more about them, because he knew that there were people out there who were much stronger than him. At that, a warm voice would say, Hello, Dad? Hi, Katsuma, long time no see. A certain blonde said that she threw herself into the arms of the cyborg, who caught her. David, oh daughter, I thought you would arrive tomorrow. Katsuma, Miss Melissa. Melissa separated from Katsuma, and with a slight smile she would say, We've known each other for a long time, you know that you can simply call me Melissa or Melly. She looked at her father and said, I decided to surprise you by coming a day early. She gave her father a big hug, which he reciprocated. Melissa, I see Dad just finished fixing you up. Katsuma, that's right. Melissa walked over and looked at him over carefully, analyzing the new update. Katsuma, is something wrong? Melissa, nope, nothing. He responded with a tender smile. Katsuma understood. Well, it was nice to see you again, Melissa. But I have to go now, I have to get back to my work as a hero. Those words surprised the blonde, who asked, Hero? Did you become a hero? Katsuma, yes, I did it to become a disciple of the strongest hero in existence. Melissa, you mean Uncle Might? Katsuma, no, I mean Izuku-sensei. Melissa, bringing her hand to her chin, would say, I don't remember hearing his name as a hero. Katsuma, I'm not surprised. Izuku-sensei prefers to go unnoticed and not attract attention. He doesn't seek fame or anything like that. That's why I admire him, and for me he is the strongest hero, and I myself witnessed his strength. Melissa, well, if you say so, it must be true. I would like to meet him someday. Katsuma, I'll do my best to introduce you in person. Melissa, thank you. Katsuma, with your permission, I will retire, Doctor. David, oh yeah, take care, my boy. Melissa, goodbye, Katsuma-kun. Katsuma, goodbye. The cyborg turned around to leave that large room. He was thinking that there were still people stronger than him. The image of Nana, Lishti, and Izuku passed through his mind. He had arrived at a room where he had his things. He put on a blue jacket with a hood, some black jeans, and some shoes. Then he saw that he had missed several calls from the association on his phone. I wonder. Something must have happened while I was under repair. While at the bottom of the sea, in the most remote part of it, an enormous silhouette could be seen in the middle of that darkness. Four huge red eyes opened, for that thing had been asleep before it appeared. How many years have I been asleep? How strange. I can't feel my brother's presence. Perhaps. Did anyone defeat him? If so, who would be strong enough to defeat him? I guess it's time for me to bring the surface under my control. From outside, people could feel a disturbance in the waters of the entire sea. While at UA we can see how Class 1A was running all over the campus. The students were tired. Izuku, now they will do 100 squats. Yuzui and Daigoro looked seriously at the whole scene. Aizawa, what are you doing? He wondered inside his sleeping bag. In a dark alley we can see a person holding a newspaper in his hands, in which the faces of Izuku, Yuzui, and Daigoro were shown. The header would read, Can those who call themselves heroes be trusted? Fraud with these three heroes. That person looked closely at the images and crumpled up the newspaper and threw it on the ground to say, Well, I guess I'll have to make everyone see that heroes are a farce. I will hunt them all down. That person had a slight smile on his face, a smile full of malice. She hid among the crowd of people passing through the alley. Chapter 32, Semi-God Threat. Minutes before. We can see how the trio of friends were inside the limousine heading to UA. Izuku in his mind would say, I hope it's quick. Lisha and Lishti said they would wait for me. Nizu, I appreciate you deciding to join us. Yuzui, All Might asked us after all. Daigoro, but why do you need us, Director Nizu? You must have already read the newspapers. Nizu, I only like to read things that tell the truth. And what they say about them doesn't matter to me. I know how to recognize the true heroes. Yuzui and Daigoro just closed their eyes with a slight smile. Nizu, you see, I want you to prepare the new generations of heroes. I want to be a professor at the UA. What do you say? Yuzui and Daigoro would say. Teachers? Izuku, I refuse. Nizu, it's more than clear that they will be paid very well for their work. Izuku, I refuse to not accept your proposal, of course I accept. Daigoro and Yuzu looked at Izuku in his chibi version, both in their thoughts would say. He said he would get paid and quickly changed his mind. Nizu, perfect, it's good that you accepted. 10 minutes later. We can see how Class 1A was gathered outside the campus. In front of them were 4 people. Eri had a gleam of excitement in her eyes, the rest too, because in front of them was the number 1 hero, All Might. Beside him was the former S-Class rank 10 hero Daigoro Banjo. On the other side of him was a rather extravagant person. Some girls were blushing when they saw him. Next to Yuzu was Izuku, who had a poker face. He raised his hand saying, "How are you?" Everyone except Eri was wondering who that weak broccoli with a cape was, who looked anything but a hero. Nizu, young people, from today on, they will prepare you physically. They will be your teachers from today on. Please introduce yourself to the students. Yuzu stepped forward and with a big smile said, "Attention everyone." He took an extravagant turn to say, "I love God. And you are waste. First of all, get that into your head. If I say they are dogs, that is what they will be. If I say monkeys, it will be monkeys. Keep an eye on my mood at all times and do your best to flatter me. I'll say it again, I am a god." Daigoro and Izuku in their chibi versions would say, "You have a problem." The other students looked at Tenjin in their chibi versions. Eri very excitedly raised her hand asking, "The god of what exactly?" Daigoro and Izuku in their thoughts would say, "A serious problem." Yuzu, good question. You have potential, girl. I am the god of the shoei. The god of festivals. Eri, wow, that's cool. Yuzu, that still flatters me. At that point, a boy who had a wild boar mask and his torso exposed would say, "I am the king of the mountain. A pleasure, god of festivals." The entire class looked at their classmate Hashibara Inosuke. Yuzu in his chibi version would look at the boy strangely saying, "What are you saying? You give me the creeps." Others in their thoughts would say, "But it's just like you. Are you really disgusted by it?" Inosuke, what do you mean? One of his companions grabbed him so that he would not attack Yuzu. Yuzu, how disgusting. Without anyone noticing, a certain rabbit had arrived with midnight. The rabbit had stood next to the freckled man, who had not noticed her. Mirko had witnessed Yuzu's entire performance. "Any darling, what is that idiot doing?" Izuku looked to his side, noticing how Mirko was at his side tenderly holding his arm. "Izuku, when did you arrive?" Mirko puffed out his cheeks, somewhat annoyed to say, "I've been here ever since that idiot with the womanizing face started talking." Yuzu heard this, and with a vein bulging on his forehead, he turned around to say, "I'm not a womanizer." Mirko, yes, whatever you say, womanizer. Yuzu, tch, that girl is annoying. Mirko had a small tick in his left eye when he heard what he had called her. She emanated an intimidating aura and walked up to Yuzu, standing face to face with him to say, "How did you just call me an idiot?" Yuzu, did what I said bother you, girl? Daigoro in his thoughts would say, "Oh no, this is bad." Inosuke, while still being grabbed, would say, "Let me go, I'll help you kick that idiot's ass." Nizu just watched the scene with a drop of sweat. All Might, ahem, please don't start a battle in the middle of campus. They must also set an example as their future teachers. Mirko kept looking at Yuzu, who did the same, but because of his height he had to look down, since Mirko was not very tall. Izuku, hey rabbit girl, please don't do anything. Mirko turned around saying, "Just because darling asked me to, I'm not kicking your ass today." Yuzu, as I was saying before, Bugs Bunny interrupted, "I will be your weapons teacher. I will teach you how to use weapons," he said while moving his swords at an incredible speed. Eri, amazing. Daigoro stepped forward to say, "Many of you may already know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Daigoro Banjo. And with me they will learn to work under pressure, to not lose control of their emotions in difficult situations. Izuku, what's up? I'm Izuku. Everyone expected him to say something more, but the seconds passed, and he said nothing. Eri raised her hand saying, "Excuse me, Sensei Izuku, what will you teach us?" Izuku, let's see. He put his hand on his chin and then said, "With me you will train your endurance and strength, without using your gifts. They will push your body to the limit. Few fleas." Eri, fleas? Nizu, Hero Izuku, our motto is plus ultra. Izuku, oh excuse me, plus ultra. Finally Mirko with a big smile would say, "And with me you will have hand-to-hand combat training. I just hope they can survive," he said while clapping his fists. The others gulped at the pressure the rabbit was applying. Nizu, well, in this early morning hour you will have your teacher Izuku. All Might and I will be leaving, so you can start classes. Izuku, oh yeah, it's okay. Daigoro, Yuzi and the rabbit stood to the side to watch as Izuku taught the classes. It is worth mentioning that the students already had their sports uniforms on. Aizawa was under the shade of a tree, hidden in his coat. Eri, Sensei, what are we going to do today? Izuku put on a serious look to say, "Today they will run 10 kilometers. They will do 100 squats, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. That will be your training routine with me." Some men murmured that it was easy. Izuku, now start running. The students started running. At the moment, all the young people were breathing heavily because they were exhausted. Izuku, now do the 100 squats. And I want to hear them tell it. Each student began to do squats. Mirko just looked at Izuku with a slight smile. Meanwhile, we can see how Katsuma was now in the association. Katsuma, so Izuku-sensei was expelled, huh? Then I have nothing to do here anymore. Executive 2, wait. Are you really going to leave the association just because Adona? He couldn't finish speaking as Katsuma's palm was just a few centimeters away from his face. Katsuma, finish your sentence so I can eliminate you for disrespecting my sensei. Lisbeth, Hero Katsuma, please calm down. What would Izuku say if you left the association? Katsuma lowered his palm saying, I'm sure you'll agree with my decision. Lisbeth, first ask him and depending on what he tells you, let us know. Katsuma turned around and walked out of the place without saying anything else. Katsuma's class rank 14 currently. Even if I have been promoted in rank, if the sensei is not here, I see no reason for me to be. While with a certain green-haired girl she was flying through the air, while remembering what she had seen in the newspapers. Izumi's class rank 2. HMP, I don't know why that has me so thoughtful. Well, I expected that from that idiot Broccoli, but from Daigoro-san. At that moment, a tremor shook a large part of the city, and a great pressure was felt. Izumi, what is this crushing pressure? She could see a crowd of people running desperately in the distance. At Izuku's apartment, Lisha was combing Lishti's hair, when they felt that big tremor. Komosuke woke up with a serious look. Lishti, a monster, appeared. She opened the door and Komosuke quickly walked out to stand in front of the apartment, and began to transition into his true form, ready to defend his family. Meanwhile, in the middle of the ocean there was an immense creature. Disaster level, semi-god / leviathan / power, 382,900. He closed his eyes saying, At this moment I can only feel two strong energies with great power. One is close. Wait a minute, this energy, maybe? Weren't the infinite extinct? What the hell happened in this time? And now the other presence is quite far away. The time has come for your human downfall. Chapter 33, Thanks for Everything, Friend, Part 1. That creature began to walk towards the shores of the beach, making everything tremble in its path. Stopping dead in his tracks, looking at the city, with a sensor on his body that told him the exact number of humans there were in that city. The height of this thing was about 55 meters tall. This produced a loud scream that generated a brutal sound wave that made the windows of the buildings break into 1,000 pieces. The windshields of the cars broke into small fragments. People in the distance covered their ears as the scream could be heard clearly. Komosuke began to growl as his body began to grow a little larger, reaching a height of 15 meters. Her fur began to turn white with shades of light blue. It really was a very beautiful color. The tips of his ears turned red. Komosuke 100% / Incomplete Chaos Mode / Power 200,900. Lishti, that cat will definitely never cease to amaze me. Leviathan, did his power suddenly increase? This is going to be fun now, I'm coming for you. In a matter of seconds, Komosuke wrapped his tail around Lisha and Lishti, taking a great leap backwards, as that thing had appeared in front of them and had attacked them with those kinds of pointed tentacles, destroying Izuku's apartment and much of the place. You did very well dodging. Lishti and Lisha couldn't believe the size of the beast in front of them. This space is a bit limited, so let's expand it. After saying that, he made high-speed movements with those things that came out of his back. A large part of the city trembled abruptly and a large curtain of dust rose on a large scale. Yuzui and Daigoro put on a serious look when they felt the presence of Leviathan. Being in the UA, they could see the dust in the distance, as if a huge explosion had occurred. Izuku looked at the place to say, "In that direction is." Returning to the battlefield, Lisha and Lishti were on Komosuke's back. Both girls covered their faces with their arms due to the amount of dust, which slowly dispersed, revealing how the houses and buildings that were there before were now only tiny rubble. Almost a third of the city, exactly that area, had been destroyed in seconds. Within seconds, the monster alert was heard ringing throughout the city. Semi-god level threat alert. I repeat, semi-god level threat. Stain, when he was in his hiding place, would say, "Demigod threat? I wonder what they will do." "No, what will I do?" It was said, thinking of only one person in the association. Executive 1, W. What do we do now, P. President? We have never faced threats of this kind. Lisbeth in her thoughts would say, "He asked me? Can I stop him? Or maybe you will appear." The blurry image of the number 0 hero was in his mind. Axis 2, please call hero number 0. I don't think All Might can handle that thing alone. Not even the entire top 10 of the S-class could defeat that monster. This is a complete calamity, he said while watching Leviathan through some drones that were hundreds of meters away from the place. Leviathan looked at the disaster to say, "What a beautiful view. So that we can fight better, I will shrink to a more comfortable size, plus this appearance is one of many that I have." He began to contract every part of his body, which made a strange sound, secreting a kind of acid from his body. In a matter of seconds he had changed to his new form, which had an intimidating appearance. He was now at Komosuke's height. Things that looked like tentacles with arrow-like tips kept coming out of his back. Leviathan clenched his fists to say, "I haven't used this form for a long time. Well now, I didn't expect to meet an infinite, mystical guardian creatures, whose power is sacred and unique, but from what I see you are just a kid, so to speak. You are not even at the top of what you should be. But what a pity, I hate the infinitate, you banished us to the oceans long ago. Had it not been for you, the human race would have perished long ago. And now I will have the honor of killing the last of your kind, feel honored. Now." Komosuke quickly grabbed the girls with his tail and threw them to safety. Well, this one had been hit in the face and dragged back several meters. He planted his paws on the ground and then opened his mouth, gathering a great amount of energy. In the distance, everyone could see an orange explosion that shook much of the city. Leviathan now found himself just a few meters from reaching the beach. He had his arms in an X shape, from which steam came out and much of his skin was burned. Komosuke's attack had hit him squarely, so much so that it had dragged him to that point. What a destructive power! He opened his eyes when he felt several claws dig into his right arm and sighed. Komosuke began to spin to propel himself backwards, ripping off his arm. Leviathan just watched his blood come out from where his arm used to be, Komosuk crushed the arm with his sharp teeth. Not bad. After saying that, the veins on his torso were marked to reconstruct his right arm again. But I have my regeneration, so your damage will be insignificant. After saying this, he made a big smile and stood in front of Komosuk to try to record his face, but it disappeared as if it were an illusion. He turned around to feel his rival's paw on his face that pinned him to the ground. Komosuk, without thinking twice, began to hit him with his paws at an exorbitant speed. Sinking his rival deeper and deeper into the asphalt, Leviathan only received the blows as he trusted in his regeneration. Komosuk stopped and opened his mouth, firing his most powerful attack again. Lisha and Lishti were running towards where Komosuk was, since Lishti knew that she couldn't help much and wanted to help him in the fight. Lisha was trying to stop her. Both girls were sent flying backwards by the explosion that occurred near the beach. Much of the city shook abruptly from that explosion. Komosuk was looking at the huge crater he had created, inside of which only immense darkness could be seen. He gave a great leap backwards because something had jumped from the crater. Leviathan fell abruptly, saying, "I felt it a little. Now that's a good warm-up. Okay, now I'm going to fight for real." He clenched his fists and everything stood still, as if time had stopped. Taking small steps, he began to run towards his rival, standing at his side, and then giving him a brutal kick in the stomach. Such a blow sent Komosuk flying high into the sky, something passing by at high speed upwards. Leviathan stood on top of it and gave it a brutal hammer blow, sending it crashing brutally to the ground. To fall to his side and give him another kick which sent him back to where Lisha and Lishti were. They saw Komosuk roll several meters from them. Lisha, Komosu. At that, something had fallen behind both girls. Lishti and Lisha felt their bodies paralyzed with fear. Leviathan, wow. Instead of fleeing when they could, they decided to stay. But how stupid they are. Although they were going to die by my hands anyway, so they felt lucky. He was about to hit them with his fist when he was knocked to the ground, feeling Komosuk's teeth sink into his neck. His legs were squeezing part of his arms and the tentacles that were coming out of his back. Leviathan spat out a lot of blood, saying, "Wonderful, now I can see in your eyes hatred with a desire for blood. I see that you love these humans, SW. You'll get first dibs on how I slowly kill them." He was able to free his arms, and then squeeze with each of them a leg on each side of Komosuk, who used enough force to break 2 of his legs. Komosuk gave a loud cry of pain as he recoiled backwards, but was grabbed by the neck and lifted off the ground, as Leviathan had now increased its height by about 10 meters, showing that he had already stopped warming up. "Now to make sure you're not a nuisance." With his other free hand, he grabbed one of Komosuk's legs and broke it mercilessly. Komosuk moved abruptly to try to free himself, but Leviathan was much stronger than him. Lisha and Lishti couldn't move, fear wouldn't let them. Lishti in her thoughts would say, "I have to move, I have to help him. Move. Leviathan, now only 5 more legs left." This one broke the other to say, "Now there are only 4 left." And so he broke Komosuk's other legs until only one was missing. Komosuk had stopped moving, his vision slowly darkening. At that, both girls could see how the tentacles of that thing stuck into Komosuk's chest, completely piercing it. Several tears fell from both girls' cheeks. Leviathan threw Komosuk to the girl's side, saying, "He's just dying, but he'll be dead in a matter of minutes, long enough for me to watch you die." Lisha and Lishti approached Komosuk. Leviathan walked up to them. Looking at Komosuk, he would say, "I'll move you away a little since you're in the way." He gave him a strong kick that sent Komosuk flying about 40 meters away from him. "And now I will continue with you." He looked on in amazement as both girls were gone. He started laughing, saying, "Wow, even in the last moments you continued to fulfill your duty as a guardian, huh?" Lishti and Lisha opened their eyes as Komosuk's paw held them against the side of his chest. Well, he had grabbed them before being kicked. "Lisha, see Komosuk." Her tears fell from her cheeks as she did Lishti's. Komosuk opened his eyes and began to purr slightly. He brought his face closer to theirs and licked them with his tongue while resting his forehead against theirs. The little moments she had spent with Komosuke since she had met Izuku began to pass through Leisha's mind. She would say, hold on, please. Please, someone help us. A hero, please. Someone, whoever. She would say with her voice breaking. Izuku. Seeing Komosuke in that state, Listy remembered a tragic scene from her childhood, remembering her mother with a mortal wound, which in the same way had supported his forehead with hers, saying to her, I will always protect you, my girl, don't cry, I'm fine. We'll get through this together. Behind her was a blurry creature. The one who had been responsible for taking the life of her family. Lishti, why does everything have to happen the same way? Why is it that every time I start to be happy, someone comes along and takes my happiness away from me? I too. That time. She remembered the hero who had saved her that time. Although it was a vague memory, he could remember the words that hero had said to him. I'm sorry, if only I hadn't been late, your family would be fine now. Why, you're not to blame for anything, you didn't know this was going to happen, so don't blame yourself for anything. These were the words I managed to say to him that time. If it hadn't been for me, I would have died. I'm useless again, I can't protect anyone. Why, oh. She clung to Komosuke as she burst into tears, saying, No, please, I don't want to lose anyone else. Don't leave me too, please. Komosuke's eyes slowly closed as his purring faded away until it was no longer heard. Chapter 34. The Fury of the Strongest, the Heroes Who Never Give Up. Lishti opened her eyes slightly when she stopped hearing Komosuke's purring. She felt like something had broken inside her. A pain in her chest appeared, forming a lump in her throat. Her emotions clashed with each other. Her eyes glazed over. See, Komosuke. Don't leave me, wake up. Behind them the area began to shake as Leviathan slowly walked towards them. The girls simply cried, hugging Komosuke's body. Leviathan, feelings really are pathetic. They only make you weak. Clinging or becoming attached to something or someone is pathetic. They take that away from you, and what do you have? Nothing. Don't worry, you'll be reunited soon in the other world. He raised his fist to crush them. He lowered his hand, causing the impact to raise a large amount of dust. Leviathan had a serious look. Wow, telekinesis, huh? He said while looking at how Komosuke and the two girls were no longer in that place. They were now about 400 meters away from it, surrounded by an emerald aura. Above the air at a great height was a certain green-haired girl, with her aura enveloping her entire body. Izumi had her right hand extended. It was shaking a little because she knew she was no match for that thing that was several meters away from her. Well, I could feel the pressure that is imposed on the place. Izumi tried to control her fear, which had control over her entire being. I have to endure as much as I can. The other heroes should already be on their way, right? Now I'm the number 2 heroine of the S class. I have to prove what my rank is worth, but... She could see how in a fraction of a second that thing had placed itself face to face with her, causing her to feel the bloodlust that thing emanated. I don't think I can take on this beast alone, if they said it was a demigod threat. Leviathan, so you're a hero, right? He put his finger on her forehead, Izumi completely paralyzed. Leviathan's eyes turned white. He would say, I see. From what I could see in your memories, you are the number 2 heroine of the strongest class of heroes. How interesting. I'll kill you slowly first, then I'll go for the rest of those pathetic heroes who call themselves the strongest. Let's start our fight. After saying that, those tentacles that came out of his back began to move at high speed. They hit the green-haired girl more than 15 times in seconds. The blows they felt were really heavy. She couldn't use her telekinesis to defend herself, because that thing wouldn't give her time to do so. A blow sent her crashing into the rubble of a building. Izumi's vision was blurry. A lot of blood was falling from her forehead and mouth. Most of her bones were fractured by those blows, which for Leviathan were just insignificant blows. Izumi. I can't move my body, it hurts. So this is the strength of a demigod threat. Can we really win this time? Now you don't have to show up your rank 0 hero? She could see how Leviathan's foot was about to crush her. Izumi just closed her eyes, waiting for the worst. At that, something fell in front of her, causing a great tremor. A minimal hope was lit in her heart. Will it be him? The S-Class hero rank 0? That was all he could think as his vision became increasingly blurry. A large amount of dust covered the place. Both Izumi and Leviathan could feel an immense pressure, suffocating them like never before. They couldn't even breathe properly. Izumi's eyes opened slightly as she felt that pressure and fear. Because she had already felt it before, her body could not forget that sensation. Emerald eyes shone brightly. They could be seen from beneath the curtain of dust. For some reason, Leviathan couldn't even move. His body was experiencing fear for the first time. Sensei, I always see you very calm. I can't imagine you angry. It would even be difficult for me to get you angry. You are really so strong that you have been able to control even your emotions and feelings. These were the words that ran through his mind at that moment. I lost my emotions, even my feelings, a long time ago. Part of my memories, a large part of my life, I don't know, blurred memories of my past. Until recently, I couldn't remember what it was like to feel appreciation, affection, or any kind of emotion or feelings for someone. To be honest, I led a carefree life all this time, but people appeared in my life in such an unexpected way. He said while images passed through his mind. Lisha, Listi, Asumi, Yuzui, Daigoro, Mirko, Katsuma, and finally Komosuke. And suddenly, without realizing it, they changed my life. Lisha, I accept your feelings for me. Since this is a mutual feeling. Lishti, I'm happy to have you by my side. I promise to be a good older brother to you, just like you want. I won't leave you alone for anything in the world. Daigoro, I liked you the moment I saw you. I think you're the only one who understands me without telling me anything. Yuzu, you are fun. I like you. Your personality is very striking. Asumi, you are a great coworker. You are always trying hard for others. You never give up on anything. Rabbit girl, you are annoying, but I've grown quite fond of you. Even if you don't believe it, sometimes I enjoy your company. Your mocking smile is somewhat tender. Katsuma, I couldn't have asked for a better disciple. I'm proud of you. But if someone were to hurt one of you, then? Izuku clenched his fist, releasing a large gust of air that dispersed the curtain of dust. Izumi slightly opened her eyes when she saw that disheveled green hair, her white cape fluttering slightly. Izumi, you. Izuku, you really are a bucking idiot. You came out of the ocean to die in my hands. So I hope you're ready to die. That is the punishment for touching my faithful companion and friend, but your death will be slow, I promise. The green-haired man's voice made Izumi feel a great chill throughout her being. Izuku took a step forward, cracking the entire ground around him. Leviathan only took a step back, due to his body's reaction. Izuku disappeared from the place, appearing in front of his rival. He clenched his right fist with great force, and then punched him in the face. Everything around him was destroyed by the power of that blow. Leviathan spat out a lot of blood but opened his eyes wide when he saw how he was suspended several meters above the sea. Izumi was just not knowing what to say when she saw how with a single blow that creature had flown out at high speed. Izuku was standing. He raised his hand saying, "Thank you for protecting them, girl. Now I will take care of eliminating it. After all, I am a hero and my duty is to protect others." After saying that, he disappeared, releasing a large gust of wind that sent the green-haired girl several meters back. Listy, with tears in her eyes, cried out, "Finish off that damn Onaikan." Izuku appeared above Leviathan to say, "This is for making Listy and Lisha cry." After saying that, he gave him a brutal blow to the stomach, which sent him flying at a dizzying speed to hit the waters of the sea. Leviathan's body continued to sink deeper at an impressively high speed. Izuku fell onto some rocks that jutted out of the sea, and after a few seconds he saw his opponent come out of the water while screaming angrily, "Leviathan, damn you!" He could not finish speaking as he received a blow to his stomach, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. "Izuku, at no point did I say you could talk, you bastard. This blow is for hitting the psychic girl." Leviathan retreated quite a bit backwards, while still spitting blood. His eyes were wide open. Izuku, demigod threat. No matter what level the threat is, I will not forgive you for having hurt the people I love. And if I have to face the same gods, then. He raised his gaze quite seriously to say, then I will eliminate them one by one, whether they are gods or monsters. Leviathan's eyes turned a deep red as a large amount of steam rose from his body. Izuku just looked at this with a serious face. All the water in the ocean began to shake abruptly. A large amount of wind whipped the shores of the beach. The breeze of this wind reached where Izumi, Lishti, and Lisha were. Izumi had not yet become unconscious. Fortunately, she was still conscious. I wonder what's going on in the battle. Leviathan's body began to glow, and a loud scream could be heard, revealing its new form. From his back came some kind of thorns. His height had increased considerably. Now having 3 arms on each side, his appearance was horrendous. Leviathan, now it will be your end, you damned bastard. Izuku closed his eyes as in a fraction of a second Leviathan's 6 arms were centimeters away from impacting him. Izumi opened it slightly as within seconds the entire place began to shake quite a bit, while strong waves of wind hit a large part of the city. In the distance the waters of the sea were agitated as if it were a great storm. While Leviathan was giving him a flurry of blows at 100%. He stopped hitting as he watched Izuku covered in blood. Izuku was still standing on what was left of that rock. Wow, you stained my body with your blood. Leviathan opened his eyes slightly, and looked at his arms only to see with fear how they were brutally torn apart. Izuku, I thought you would be someone stronger, but I saw that I was wrong. He clenched his fist to say, now it's my turn, I hope you're ready. Leviathan, already quite desperate, opened his mouth in which an orange energy began to form. If I can't finish you then, I will finish off all those you love. After saying that, I fired that large amount of energy towards the city, which little by little began to light up in an orange hue. That sphere of energy split into thousands of fragments. Izuku just stood still. His eyes were not visible because his hair covered them. Lishti and Izumi watched as those fragments headed towards them. Izumi struggled to her feet as she said, I have to save them, after all I'm a heroine too. At that, a black and red flash passed by the side of it, rising into the sky towards the fragments. Lisha, they are. The red flash cut 3 of those fragments into thousands of tiny pieces, making it look like fireworks exploding in the sky. Yuzi had a big smile on his face, as he headed towards the other fragments, while the other fragments were held back by more than 20 black whips. Daigoro, after all, you have to stretch your muscles. Izumi, those 2. Above them more fragments were about to fall, but then they saw a flash of orange lightning pass overhead. Following this, a voice was heard saying, incinerate yourself. A loud explosion occurred overhead. Katsuma's arms had a kind of purple energy running through his entire body. This one fell in front of Izumi. Lishti. Katsuma radiated heat from his body, he would say. I'm sorry I'm late to the battlefield. This one in his thoughts would say. This energy is. He thought as he remembered the time when Nana had introduced a purple energy sphere into his body. Katsuma 3rd upgrade / power, 20,700. Localized targets. This one shot out at high speed towards the top, while a certain rabbit was jumping from building to building while hanging a student from class 1A. Inasik, this is great. You have my respect, bunny girl. Mirko, show me what you're capable of, boy. She spun around and threw him with all her strength towards one of the fragments. Inasik exhaled air through the nose of his mask. He had 2 peculiar katanas on both arms. The muscles in his back bulged a little, as did the muscles in his arms, highlighting his veins. Inasuk Heshibara / quirk, beast. He grabbed his swords tightly and with great effort was able to cut the attack in 2, in an epic manner, in his style. But he didn't count on the power of the explosion. Mirko could see how Inasuk flew out at high speed to hit the rubble of a building. Mirko brat, are you okay? She could see how Inusuke came out of the rubble with some injuries. He raised his hands, saying, "That was great, we have to do it again." Mirko let out a little laugh and said, "You're crazy, boy, I like you." All Might was in another part of the city taking care of the other fragments, while we can see how Aizawa ran through the streets accompanied by Eri. "Eri, if there are people hurt, then I will be of great help." Aizawa could see how one of the fragments was heading towards them, and that 2 katanas passed by the side of the little albino girl, to reach the hands of a person who was in the air, who was in charge of cutting the fragment into small parts. "Eri, you?" Aizawa stepped in front of Eri. Stain turned around looking at the albino to say, "Now I don't see you anything, girl." After saying that, he disappeared from the place. Eri just gave a slight smile, and in her thoughts she would say, "She was right, deep down you are a good person." Leviathan, seeing that the city did not explode, would say, "Why doesn't it explode?" "Izuku, you still don't understand, do you? There will always be people who will stand up to protect people, even if they know their opponent is stronger than them, they still appear risking their lives to save thousands of people. And that feeling is what makes one overcome one's own limits. Your mistake was believing that humans are weak. If they set their minds to it, they can overcome their strength in a way that would be scientifically impossible. Everything depends on their conviction. Besides, I am not the only hero protecting the Earth." "Leviathan, shut up. That humans can surpass their limits? That's the pathetic thing I've heard. Trash will always be trash." I charged up a huge amount of energy again and launched it back at the city, but this time it didn't break into pieces. It went in the direction of Lishti and the others. Yuzui, Daigoro, Katsuma, Izumi, Mirko could see how in a matter of seconds the attack would impact the area. Yuzui spun his sword, saying, "Together we can stop this attack." Daigoro and Katsuma prepared to stop him. Lisha just closed her eyes, but in front of Yuzui and the others some big hairy paws stood at her sides. They looked up, seeing a huge creature. Lishti would only open her crystallized eyes. Komosuke. Its fur began to change to a white tone, while its wounds regenerated at high speed. Komosuke form infinite 270.840. At that, an immense ice pillar of an abysmal height formed in front of them, impacting with the great attack, generating a large-scale explosion. Such an ice pillar could be seen from more than 100 kilometers away. A quarter of this great pillar remained. Yuzui, without a doubt the strongest, must have an equally strong partner. Komosuke gave a loud shout, as his mission was still to protect Lisha and Lishti. Chapter 35, Good Companions. Yuzui, that cat made an extravagant entrance. Izumi, for her part, couldn't believe what she saw. Daigoro, this is definitely in my top 10 most epic things I've ever seen. Katsuma, is that? Inusuke could see from where he was the colossal size of Komosuke. The hairs on his skin stood up. What the hell? I want one of those too. Leviathan, but his heart had stopped. At that loud bang was heard, Leviathan slowly lowered his gaze to see that he had a great pain in his stomach, the result of a normal blow from the green-haired man. His blood was scattered in the air. Izuku, well, let's continue with our fight. I told you your death would be slow and painful. Izuku's eyes were a dull, cold color. Leviathan could feel fear running through every part of his being as he knew his death was inevitable. He gave a loud cry, regenerating his large wound, while breathing very heavily. Izuku, let's see how far your regeneration will help you. His opponent, now in total desperation, raised his arms to try to crush Izuku, but two of his arms were turned off at the same time as a large part of the sea had frozen. Izuku gave a slight smile. Komosuke was behind Leviathan, and in his mouth he had both of his arms. On their back were Yuzui, Daigoro, Mirko, Inusuke, Lishti, Lisha, and Izumi. Yuzui, you didn't think we'd leave all the fun to you, did you, buddy? He said with a big smile as he spun his swords. The fingers of one of Leviathan's arms fell to his side. Inusuke, the great Inusuke has arrived at the battlefield, he exclaimed, blowing air out of his mask's nose. Katsuma fell from the sky, making an epic entrance, landing next to his master. Leviathan took a great leap, and standing at the top he would say, "Now die all of you." Several tentacles began to emerge from his body, each of which had several mouths. "Inosuke, that's chilling," he said while holding his two katanas. He saw how Izuku stood in front of everyone saying, "My goodness, what good companions I have. But this battle has already come to an end." He clenched his fist saying, "Severe fatal series, serious blows." In that, hundreds of fists were seen for a few brief seconds. Leviathan only opened his eyes wide to be torn apart without any mercy. Before receiving that shower of blows in his thoughts, he would say, "I should never have messed with that infinite or those girls. I made my own grave. This human. I never had the slightest chance of winning." The few remains of this fell into the sea. The sky remained completely clear. Inosuke was speechless. That scene had been unique. Izuku had his head lowered. "Usually, boy, you want to be the strongest, right? Well then, you have a long way to go." Izumi was in shock, seeing how that freckled boy had defeated a threatening demigod creature as if it were nothing. "Katsuma-sensei." Leisha got off Komosuke and walked up to Izuku just to hug him from behind, saying, "You don't have to hold back, Izuku," he said while watching tears fall from the freckled boy's cheeks. "I thought I would never be able to see him again. He was with me from the beginning." Leisha hugged him more lovingly, saying, "I know, but he is here with us." Yuzui watched out of the corner of his eye as Komosuke returned to his normal size, running and jumping into the freckled boy's arms. Izuku hugged him tightly, saying, "Don't scare me like that again." "Komosuke, meow," he said while licking the green-haired boy's cheek with his tongue. Katsuma just stood there looking at the sky and said to himself, "Sensei's power is undoubtedly limitless." Izumi just looked at the green-haired boy as he was surrounded by the others. In her thoughts she would say, I also want to be part of your circle." Yuzui, that way of finishing him off was extravagant. "Inosuke, the great Inosuke-sama will grant you the honor of training him." Katsuma looked at Inosuke, saying, "I understand you," seeing the strength of Izuku-sensei, who wouldn't want to be trained by him. "Daigoro, well done, mate." Mirko, with a small tick in his left eye, tried to separate Leisha from Izuku. "Mirko, hey girl, let it go." Lishti just watched the scene in its chibi version. Izuku walked past until he reached the green-haired girl, who was kneeling on the ground. Izumi looked into his emerald eyes, to feel how the freckled man with his cloak cleaned the blood from his face with extreme delicacy. "Izuku, you held up well, girl." Izuku had a slight smile on his face. Izumi just brought her hand out to stop Izuku's hand. "Izuku, does it hurt? I'm sorry, if only you had arrived earlier." That little phrase reminded her of the hero who had saved her long ago. That smile and feeling in his words was the same. Her eyes opened slightly. Without thinking, she put her hands on the green-haired boy's cheek, saying, "You. What the buck are you touching me, broccoli? I didn't ask for your damn help." Izuku had his poker face on as Izumi continued to insult him. The green-haired girl barely rose into the sky, saying, "I better get out of here. I can't stand seeing your stupid face." She was slowly moving away. "Yuzui, that girl has no manners," I would say in its chibi version. Izumi stopped and quietly said, "Chiare. Thank you for saving me." Izuku just turned around and quietly said, "So if you can say that after all." Izumi only had a slight blush on her cheek. Without doing anything else, she left the place. Izuku looked at the rest to say, "Let's go home." "Katsuma-sensei, about that." 5 minutes later. "Izuku, damn," he said while on his knees in front of what remained of his apartment. The others only looked at this in its chibi version. "Izuku, why does misfortune haunt me?" He could see that on the side there was only one house standing, without any apparent damage. In the window you could see the silhouette of a boy watching the scene. Izuku could see how he had his hand raised as a sign of greeting him. Oh, hello, Raphael. I'm glad to see your house is okay. Raphael leaned out a little more, revealing a bit of his face. His hair was a rather peculiar reddish tone, as were his eyes. A small pendant lay on his neck, and his torso was covered by a black leather jacket, which had a border of a rather soft fur on the neck, giving a cool touch to his appearance. Raphael would say in a low voice, "Hello, Izuku." The others cleaned their ears to see if they could hear the boy's voice. "Raphael, I'm sorry about your house." "Yuzui, what the hell are you saying? We can't hear you." "Izuku, thank you." "Yuzui, did you hear it?" "Izuku, yes, right? You guys?" "Yuzui, of course not." "Raphael, and now what will you do? Where will you go?" "Izuku, I really don't know." "Raphael, by the way, you gave that monster quite a beating. I would have liked to help, but you know what happens if I leave the house." "Izuku, don't worry, the important thing is that I finished off that monster." "Raphael, if you and Komosuke like, you can stay at my house for a while." "Izuku, thank you, you are very kind, but we don't want to bother. You know how Komosuke is when he loses control, believe me, you'll be better off alone at home." "Raphael, I understand, but you will always be welcome in my house." "Izuku, I appreciate your words, you're a good guy." Raphael gave him a thumbs up and Izuku did the same. Mirko gave Izuku a hug from behind saying, "Na darling, you can come live with me." Katsuma, Yuzui, Daigoro and Inosuke felt an immense bloodlust emanating behind them. Lishti looked at Lisha in her chibi version, her eyes a deep red hue. This in his thoughts would say, "Onai can rest in peace." The others present just crossed their eyes as they looked at the green-haired man. Komosuke jumped on Mirko's head to curl up and sleep. Mirko just stayed still saying, "The other time he didn't let himself be touched and now." Izuku just gave a slight smile saying, "I guess Komo liked you." Izuku could only watch as his vision blurred. He saw everything moving. His eyes slowly closed, and he immediately fell to the ground. The others quickly approached him to assist him, not knowing that from that day on things would not be the same as before, because the past was taking control of the present. End of the Legends of the Deep arc.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.